We went a little bit off topic. I do want to bring up the conversation about the lower bracket final.
Okay.
I was a little bit dismissive,
Okay.
but if you guys do want to talk about it, you certainly can. I've decided that analysis need not apply. After today, I don't think that it's relevant. I think that we just follow whatever the story is.
Can we dig in
whatever
a
the
little bit
script
more
says.
as to why does this keep happening?
You're gonna let me argue alone against Wolf and Feldas?
Yeah, go for it.
Why?
This is not a debate episode.
Why does
You
Humble
won the
Life
debate. You
Esports
need a handicap.
keep losing to T1? Why does T1 always ramp up this well?
Because Hanwha don't got that dog in him, and T1
Wolf.
does.
So I think this. Okay,
His
so
debate
I think
skills went
I was
down.
talking with Chronicler about this during the series today, just off the record. Like we were just talking about it between games, and he was asking me kind of the same question, like why do they keep losing? Like why do I not have faith? Like I think you literally asked me like why do I not trust that they can do it? And I think the answer is just reading 3 players' names out loud was the answer I gave you, and those players' names are Doran, Peanut, and Zeka, because at their peak, you're like, well, that's 3 incredible players. Like these guys are really good. You've got a world champion and the multi-LCK champion in the jungle, and then Doran, of course, has picked up some titles as well. I look at these 3 players and I go, on their worst day, though, when T1 gets into their head and T1 out clutches and they get frustrated, they don't play at their best. But I'm going to tell you guys right now that based on what I saw from T1 today, yes, they ramped up a little bit and they had a better plan than D+, and D+ had some rough drafting, adding a lot of caveats, meaning I don't think T1 has it in them to beat Hanwha. I think Hanwha is still a massively large tier above them right now and actually pushed Gen.G quite substantially in their series as well in the upper bracket finals. I think it's going to be a Hanwha Life 3-0. I'm very confident in it right now. Like I could theorize that maybe they'll choke. I could theorize that Doran, who historically has played really good best of 5s against Zeus, messes it up, has a wrong read, has a poor laning phase.
Plays Akshan.
That's not going to happen. I just can't. I could see it. Like we can all see it.
You're
Right? We
talking
can all
so much
see it.
about the drafting. Like
We can all see it, but I can't predict it. Like I can't tell you guys right now that I don't think Hanwha. There's like a whole tier break between Gen.G and Hanwha, right? And then there's almost like 2 tier breaks between Hanwha and T1 and D+, right? In my mind, I feel like they're just so much better at the moment.
I have seen.
Did we have the same discussion in
yes,
spring?
we did.
Yeah.
I've seen this exact trajectory with T1 too many. That's just, for me, that's the problem, is that at their peak, this team wins international tournaments. Well, I guess they won EWC. They won Worlds, obviously, last year. But even at their worst, they've made third ever since this lineup has been together.
So, can I challenge you in saying that this time they have the trajectory, but it's starting from a much lower place, and I don't think they're quite gonna hit the same peak.
But there's a week between today's series and that stadium, and we all know what that stadium is going to be like. And I want to get into some of the actual gameplay as well, because I do think that the mid lane matchup is still super favored towards Humble Life. I don't think that that's going to change in a week compared to what happened previously, but I think that we are going to get to that lower bracket final, and it's going to be 80% T1 fans, and they're going to the players are going to get to the same spot where they have gotten the last 3 times, which is this happened last spring, but this also happened last summer, right? And I just think that the same thing is going to happen again, because this team has shown again and again that this is the case. And I was talking to Wolf earlier, and this is not even specifically the Hanwha Life, but why is KT the way they are? And this isn't like the staff has changed many times, the players have changed many times, but it feels like the spirit of the org is the same. And I just think that sometimes what we think is true becomes true, because these players are human beings, and they're gonna
Are you talking about manifesting?
I'm not even kidding. Like, no, but I know this sounds esoteric, but I truly do believe that there is such a thing as aura, and it's why Gen.G have gone clapped by many LPL teams in a much more convincing fashion. Whereas whenever an LCK team sees Chovy load into the server, they're like,
I mean, that is definitely a thing, right? Yeah.
So
There's a
I also
mental aspect to this.
I also
Yeah.
want to talk actual gameplay, but for me, I'm like 30% gameplay, maybe 40, and 60% is just basically a more extended version of what Atlas was saying.
I mean, the way I think about it is that you look to see whether Peanut is playing in Seoul, and if he's not, then you bet for the other team.
Here's a thing.
But he's won
does
in
anyone
other
remember
When?
in Daejeon?
Yeah.
I mean, Daejeon's still Seoul. You can still get there in one drive.
Doran and
I feel like Gyeongju is just that little bit
Genji,
further.
and then they beat T1
Coax.
3-0.
Last year in spring was
Yeah.
Coax, right?
No, not Coex. It was.
I don't think it was Coax.
Coax is in
Ils,
Seoul.
Kintex in
Gangneung.
Ilsan, right?
Yeah, it was on.
Yeah, there you go. Also
Il-
not Seoul.
Ilsan is basically Seoul.
Well, yeah,
It's a drive away, is what I'm saying.
It's Greater Metro. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
If you're getting towards
okay,
Busan,
Max,
that's when you're
Max,
out.
I'm trying to build a legitimate argument on vibes and mojo. I don't need you bringing the Seoul Greater Metropolitan Area into this.
let's talk about some of the picks that there's a lot of things that I think about in terms of drafting. I know we're spending a lot of time talking about drafting today, but it's heavy on the mind. Some picks that owner does not play very well. Maokai, Ivern. Some picks that Peanut plays incredibly well. Maokai, Ivern. Some picks that owner plays well right now. Sejuani. Poppy, which has fallen off the meta quite substantially. Peanut also plays Poppy incredibly well. They're our two best Poppy players, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Vi and, Sejuani, Peanut also plays really well. Maybe he misses his ultimates, but his pathing is good and he gets it done.
Hits a few more cues.
I think Owner has been such a consistent part of T1's roster, and he had some certainly downs today. I feel like there were some moments where he messed up, but otherwise just kind of outdid Lucid. And I think that the difference between Peanut and Lucid was on display quite a lot in their last match that they played against each other. And I do think that Peanut will be able to control the early game a lot better than Owner did. And I think a huge part of why, especially Game 4, went the way it did in today's series against D+ for T1 is because Owner controlled the early game. Punished King in super hard. Punished Showmaker on his LeBlanc in Game 3 where he just flash hits him because he's like, you don't have flash, you're running Ignite in this lane, I'm going to punish you. I don't know if you're going to get away with that against Hanwha. And they tried to punish Zeka on his Yone, for example. It didn't work. And so that's one big hole I feel like you have. I have said this in the past. I said this when I was predicting that Peanut was going to crush Owner because I was like, he's the brain jungler, Owner's the hands jungler. I thought that Peanut was going to do it many finals ago when Peanut was still on Genji, and that didn't end up coming true. But I feel like right now, again, Peanut just has a wider champion pool. Like, he will play all these other picks. You can't ban his Ivern and his Maokai every game, or you just lose the draft automatically.
I actually disagree. I think that, don't get me wrong, in the first series, Owner had probably his worst best of 5 of the entire year. Arguably his worst series. I mean, spring is really far away now, but if you look at specifically the summer performance, and I think that the final lineup that Genji landed on didn't include Ivern, which was Vi, Sejuani, Maokai. If I remember correctly, in the final series that they play, in the final game that they played. And I think the Ivern is...
Sorry, which series are you talking about now?
Genji Hanwha.
Oh, okay.
And I think the Lilia pick is something that is right now both a good answer into Maokai and one of the best junglers.
That's a pick I should have mentioned that Owner is good at right
well,
now.
And I think that one is probably going to get in the way on the Hanwha life side because they don't play it. But to me, I still, even though I think Peanut Zyra is fine, for me, Zyra as a jungler has a lot more innate weaknesses depending on draft, depending on situation, compared to specifically that 1-2 of Maokai Sejuani. And I think that T1, if they can get to a point in this week where Gumeyushi can play Ziggs, which already did it more today than they did previously, right? It will give them the space in draft to just every single game against Peanut ban those picks, which I think does significantly lessen his impact. And I also think Owner will not play as poorly as he did in the previous series.
I think that, but don't you then just get wrecked by Zeka? If Zeka's still playing as well as he is, then I don't think you can afford to do that. I think that Wolf is correct. Like, if you actually try to use analysis for this series, there is no way not to get to the conclusion that Hanwha Life Esports 3-0. I think it's absolutely absurd to think any other way.
There is one angle for T1.
I'm not predicting it, but I do think that's I think it's actually ridiculous.
I do think that better than any other team, they're very good at taking the amount of time that is given to them between one weekend to the next weekend in terms of going to a finals weekend and always looking much better than we expect them to. Like, I remember the T1 KT lower final, right, where I was like, KT are definitely going to take this 100%, but that was when Faker had his injury, right, and Poby was playing a bunch, and the regular season didn't look great, and then they started ramping up through playoffs, and they kind of did what they always do. For some reason, they just do it better than any other team, like even more so than just vibes or like drafting. They always seem to really hone in and optimize themselves as well as possible for a finals weekend. So right now, we can easily sit here and be like, Life Esports looked like the much better team. They just 3-0'd them. It should be very obvious Life Esports are going to take them down, but I do think that we've done this in the past, and, outside of the memes, I do think it's like, well, T1 are going to have insane preparation, and they are going to come in really well prepared and practiced for this finals, and I think that's going to give them a much better shot than what they have right now. I'm not saying they're going to win. I also am predicting Life Esports 3-0 because we have to do our predictions now. But I do think that giving them credit in terms of what T1 are able to do in terms of optimization going into a finals weekend is something we've seen before and we will see again.
I also think that right now, Zeus and Guma are both playing better than... I think the mid lane, I agree with you, Atlas. I'm not going to touch because I think Zeka is miles ahead. And at best, which I don't even necessarily think will happen, at best Faker will be able to neutralize and not have anything else happen. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. But I think that... both Guma and Viper have looked pretty meh this playoffs, but I do think that Guma, weirdly enough, I have more trust in Guma to be getting to the point where they do actually have the toolkit to either deal with the Ziggs or try and find a way, because he's playing with Keria specifically. Because I think that 2v2 matters a lot, and I think that Hanwha's lane swaps are if it was Gen G again, there's no point, because if you do get a really good bot lane 2v2, Gen G is going to lane swap and stomp you. I don't think Hanwha's lane swaps have looked nearly as good, and I think that with Zeus getting back into form, where if he gets counterpick, he stomps, which have been a lot of playoff games, right, where he gets counterpick and is able to make it happen. I think that is going to be something that I think that they will be able to use in this series as well.
There's something about T1 in terms of the preparation Valdez was talking about, where they come into these big best of fives in front of massive crowds with so much experience in these moments because they've been in so many finals, they've been in so many international finals, etc. Like, we've talked about this for years and years. It feels like at this point, this roster's been together for so long. They always get to game 5, they lose it, right? This was the old storyline. But they've been in so many high-pressure situations. They've been under so much pressure from their fans because they have the biggest fan base, arguably, in esports, that when they ramp up to the big one, I think there's something that happens team-wise between these 5 players. Like, one of their hashtags is hashtag brotherhood, we are one and all that stuff. But I feel like there's something really to that. Like, when T1 plays really well in these best of 5s, they're so good at punishing. Their map movements are surprising to teams. They're like, oh, I think Faker's caught. We talk about this all the time. Oh, Faker's way too far up, and then they turn that into a huge win, stuff like that. That just isn't about drafting. It isn't about their form from a week ago, because that doesn't matter anymore because it's their form today, and they're showing up and they're playing against a crowd that's biased for them, and they just absorb that energy. That's, I feel like, something that's really hard to quantify. It's something that's really hard to explain and analyze and put into words. And I think maybe that, if you're a T1 fan, that's what you're hoping for. Or you're hoping for the one thing we haven't really talked about. You talked about Guma, that this is really the only team that's indexing into the Senna compositions a lot. They were the first team to pull out the Olaf, right? And maybe that's something that they're really practicing right now that they didn't want to show today.
I don't want to see any more Life Esports Senna comps after what I saw against Gen G. You can cook, but then you can also burn your house down. Jesus Christ.
The worst game of playoffs?
I think so, yeah.
That was, I mean,
they got a 5K gold lead.
Yeah.
And then they did
It was
nothing.
the most unplayable draft I've seen outside of the DK Maokai LeBlanc travesty that happened today.
They had Jin as well.
Yeah.
Aiming Jin at
I think that there's some cooking that can be done with Senna where you could still... I think it's
have it be a support of not an on, and then you're probably fine.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some cooking you could do. I don't think we're really going to see any of the AD Senna, but they obviously prepared a lot of good comps with that early in the series. They used it against KT, and Guma's Neela looked really good. The Zillion that we saw today was probably not ideal, but they're clearly thinking in this kind of mindset right now about what are some weird bottom picks we can play that might catch Hanwha off guard. If they have something prepared like that, maybe that's what gets you the advantage going into this series, because Han will obviously have blue side for game one, and that can throw a wrench in the gears. You win that game one, you steal that blue side advantage away, go into the rest of the best of five. I do think there are ways. Like, I don't think it's impossible. I just can't predict it. Like, I just can't in good conscience think that there's going to be anything else than a 3-0. And I hate saying this, and that's why I'm so frustrated with these series, because I keep being wrong. But no T1 fan and no analyst told me, like, why T1 were going to win except vibes. And then they won, and everyone's like, I told you, Wolf. I'm like, okay, but you didn't say why back then. So you just hoped, and then it came true.
Vibes.
And now you're saying...
You're just saying I was a fan and my team won. That's what you're saying, actually. It's not a prediction.
I can't do that.
But it's what I said. It's
vibes.
Manifesting.
Oh, no.
it's
not
but
the
it's-
manifesting.
I mean, I think in sports in general, there are just these. It's why T1 has never lost a series to LPL at Worlds, right? Like, that's not something that should be possible in such a long, even take into account how good figures, like in such a long period. I just think that sports is more than what is just on paper. And for T1 in particular, as individuals, like, I think there are a lot of caveats, particularly coming into the series, but as a 5-man unit, like, I've gone again. I predicted DK today, right? And now I'm just like, no, it's
That's exactly the same as me. I predicted DK today, and I'm
also
like,
predicted
I'm
DK,
done,
same.
out with it. Like, the script is obviously written. Like, that's what we have to
but
do.
it's
We
not
need to
it's not a
abide by it.
script thing. It's just what Wolf was saying earlier about, like, you imagine T1. Like, I know we don't know what it's going to be, but T1 is going to come in with at least 2 absolutely off the wall
Zeri
draft.
top, something like that.
I don't know what it's going to be, but they're going to come into the best of 5 with a lot of different plans of attack. And to me, what makes Hanwha good is not that level of creativity, which I think in a best of 5 is what pushes you over the edge. It's what gets you to victories where otherwise they might not be possible. And it's weird because I don't think that Hanwha don't have big champion pools, because they do, right? I don't think that they're a team that's easy, but I think when you look at how many different styles T1 have tried to play and how many different ways and paths they have to get to a game win, it's just really hard for me to count them out in the best of 5. And I did today, and obviously that was dumb.
Yeah.
I
mean,
still think that you need to be somewhat close in terms of that to have that little bit of edge.
There's a
Actually
week,
push
right?
you close enough to get past Humble Life.
There's also the
I feel
fact
like the
that-
gap is so large that you really need to do so much work that T1 are really good at doing and putting in that work, but I just feel like they are so far behind from the starting point that they can go all the way up to here, but then Humble Life are still up here. So that's why.
And
I'm
the
Humble Life.
other side of it as well is the fact that DK has been losing to T1 all season, right? And this is a team with a mental block against T1 specifically. I think this is probably one of DK's worst matchups. Whereas Hanwha have kind of made it their business to just smack T1 down all season long. And they lost the one that was important in spring. And since then, it's been all about Humble Life Esports. So in theory, we should be going into this one feeling a lot differently about what we felt about it today in the D+ series. But,
I think
Manifest
Hanwha
vibes.
Hanwha are definitely a team that is very traditional Korean esports, and that it's an iterative team. Like, we know this is our playstyle. We're good at these things. We found the picks that we're good at. Pina has a lot of good ones right now. Doran's very stable, right? Bottom lane, Viper's great at carrying, but he's trying to work on the Ziggs. But you know who Viper is as a late game carry. You have Zeka. His identity is mostly AD champions, often melee, but he's really improved a lot. I feel like Zeka is one of the most improved players, I feel like, since he first joined the LCK, after coming back from the LPL, and where he is now. Like, yes, he won Worlds in 2022 when we were most critical of him, but it was a good patch for him. But I feel like since then, he's really, really improved, and he's much more well-rounded. But Hanwha is that team that iterates and improves on what they're good at, and has, like, some champs they can play. Like, in the meta, they're like, okay, each player has about 3 champs they can play in this meta incredibly well, so it gives you so many different outs when you get into draft traps. And I think that, like Valdez is saying, if you're that much of a tier above, even if T1 does something creative, if your fundamentals are just that much stronger, it doesn't necessarily matter.
enough.
And I think that's going to be the battle, though, because maybe T1 has something that they've never seen before, that catches them in a trap, and maybe they stick too much to their plan, and they could fall apart. Again, I can't predict that, but I mean, I think that could be an angle because it's two completely different schools of thought. And T1 has never really been the team that just plays only the meta and iterates on it and becomes the best at it, unless they were the ones who made that meta, right? If they're like, okay, we're playing double AD carry bottom, that's the meta now, then they iterate on it and become the best at it. Otherwise, they often think outside the box.
They're also now delving into the T1 can possibly win territory of let's counterpick for Zeus, which is...
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, and that one is scary, but there is a Doran problem.
He has often been called the patriarch of this matchup.
But I have a little bit of a beef. It was just the spring best of 5, right? Like I feel like outside of that, it hasn't really been that egregious.
Yeah. How about the Gen G T1 finals when Doran was on Gen G?
Yeah, there's that one too.
No. That's
Gragas.
Doran
was wrapped in MVP.
Well, no, that's the one I'm referring to. It was 2023 spring.
Oh, I thought you meant this spring.
Yeah, okay. No. I mean specifically that one.
Yeah, I mean this spring, Zeus was able to beat him the second time around, right?
Yeah, the one that mattered.
Yeah, and then but like not the last 3 series.
Yeah, but those. I got nothing.
Yeah, it's not the specified.
But I like. Yeah,
it's rough, isn't it? Because we both know exactly what's going to happen. This is the worst part. We're trying to argue.
But I think I
know
think,
it's going to happen.
Okay, but I still. Because now, actually, on this specific matchup, it's flipped. Because now it's Wolf and Veldis going, no, but Doran always steps up against... Okay, let's right now, Zeus is better. Like, a lot better than Doran.
He's always better.
No, but I don't think that's true.
Yeah, 100%
I think
true.
in the regular...
I think he looked very good today against tilted off the face of the planet Kingen. Does that count? Like,
I don't know.
Look,
what about
perfect?
perfect?
I think Karnako's right. I think Karnako's right. Because, like, there has never been a moment where we were looking at Doran going, okay, he's way better than Zeus. But, and this sounds crazy, these words are going to come out of my mouth, but, like, there have been moments where, like, okay, Doran is more consistent than Zeus. And that's this summer, right? Like, he has been more consistent.
But not right now.
But I think Doran has always been good at...
5 in top lane.
Sorry, what?
I would have voted for him ahead of Zeus. For top lane All-Pro. Like,
for this year?
Yeah. No,
in summer, yes.
Summer,
but not right now.
Yeah.
But... I think Doran has done a great job.
Kingen ahead of him as well, actually.
But not right now.
Doran has done a great job of neutralizing Zeus, even when Zeus has counterpick against him, and that's kind of been a historical thing. I don't know if that's going to happen this time. In fact, I wouldn't predict it. But will Peanut clean up that matchup if it's a bad matchup for Doran? I think he will, and I think he'll outpath Owner, and that's what I'm worried about. Like, it's not just like, oh, is Doran going to like lose lane? No, because Peanut's going to bail him out, and that happens every time.
And I feel like Doran always has informational advantage because he has Peanut advantage.
Also, only Doran knows what Doran is going to do.
Precisely. But I also think that, like, players don't see Doran as a threat until Doran is a threat, right? Like, you're in lane and you're like, oh, like, yeah, he's walking up to me, but he's a silly Billy. He walks up to me all the time. And then all of a sudden, Peanut's there. Because he's been making these dumb decisions all laning phase, and sometimes Peanut's there. But I actually think that, like, this is something that Doran does on purpose. Because that's why his baits work and other people's baits don't. Like, Doran is like an enigma, and he doesn't make any sense.
He's just better than
It's like, it is a lot of Dun energy. And I don't know whether better is
he
like
inting
right
or is Peanut in the bush? I don't know.
Exactly.
Maybe I have some unresolved trauma from 2023 Worlds that I still that's possible. I still wake up sometimes.
I mean, that flash actually still,
Mm-hmm. So I'm really
have we
enjoying
gotten
this
to a
discussion.
conclusion of any kind?
No, I don't think we should, because I think this is the two sides of the argument.
It's manifestation versus analysis.
Okay, no, that sure, whatever.
For me, I'm trapped because I do know deep down inside that even though I
like with DK today,
well, I mean, it's like I analyzed everything that I can think of, and my brain says Hanwha 3-0, but there is this feeling deep inside me that goes like, oh, the angry tweets are coming. The online community is going to be like, oh, Wolf predicted this, and he was wrong again. But it's happened to us so many times. We've been there before, many times. KT T1, Hanwha T1 last season. So, you do have this feeling of like, what if I'm wrong? my brain is like, no, look at the information. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
So I feel trapped. I feel like you're kind of the opposite,
Yeah.
where you're like, I feel like I'm right because it keeps happening, but my brain's telling me like it could be wrong. You know.
I'm also like, I want Hanwha to win. I'm predicting not I
Biased.
genuinely.
Are you biased?
Yes, absolutely.
OMG.
Because it's a completely new storyline. Maybe that was actually what I was leading into. Do we want to talk about Genji waiting at all? Is everyone going to
Genji Black versus Genji Orange
Is
in the
anyone going
finals?
to predict
Hell yeah.
anything
We
but
don't
a
need much
3-0?
time for that.
No,
Oh,
we don't-
like,
no. Oh yeah, we could theoretically talk about Genji.
Well, I
versus-
feel like
do you want me
we've-
to talk about it? I'll talk about it real quick. Genji beats them. I did it.
Okay, so I feel like what's going to happen if T1 goes against Genji
let's do the-
is they win game 1 to make everyone think, oh, it's going to be interesting finals.
Free zip.
And then 3-0 after that. 3-1.
Uh-huh.
And so it's not a
Yeah.
3-0 and it's not that dominant, but yeah, it is.
I
Yeah.
think that will happen as well, and I will also still predict 3-0 for
Yeah.
Genji. Even though I think that it will be a 3-1, I will predict 3-0 for Genji.
If Hanwha
Hell
go to the
yeah.
finals, I feel like it's just a 3-0, weirdly enough. I feel like Hanwha won't get the
No, I
one
think
game
Hanwha
to start.
There are some of
actually
those
is-
matchups, right?
I think Hanwha's worse.
Yeah, Hama.
Into Genji.
Well,
I mean-
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there are those team matchups. Like, Hama into Genji, they just can't seem to figure it out. DK into T1, they just
Except for
can't
that
seem to
game
figure it
one.
out, you know?
I mean, Hanwha against Genji in game 1 looked so
I think
good.
Genji made a lot of mistakes, and they were taking a lot of what do you call it? Like, they were taking advantages that they shouldn't.
Shortcuts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shortcuts.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
they thought they could take that lead, they could do it against anyone, and then Hama Life just kind of smacked them down. I think they just overstepped their
bit
limits.
lazy.
The
It
coaches
was
got them
greedy.
back in line.
Yeah.
The draft was, switched around right away, like we talked about. And it was like normal again.
Yeah,
I don't think that's going to happen again.
I think we'll know more after we see the Hanwha T1 series. Like maybe Hanwha shows us
Maybe.
some more depth, and then we get a better read. But because there's not going to be that much, there's like literally only like less than 24 hours between the moment when the final Nexus explodes and the lower bracket finals, and then the finals starting the next day. So it's not like Genji can be like, oh, I'm gonna adapt. I mean, there's a little bit of adaptation you can do, obviously, but it's going to be about the form that Hanwha shows us on that day. Because I also agree, I felt like Hanwha played really well against Genji, and sometimes they had poor drafting, in my opinion. Like the drafts they put together, I was like, how does this work? And then they still made it look interesting. That made me believe, okay, Hanwha maybe could do something, but I can't predict it until maybe I see them prove it when they play against T1 that they can, show some more diversity. But right now I'm feeling like Genji is just so much better. Like I said, there's a tier list break between Genji and Hanwha, and then like 2 breaks between Hanwha and T1 and D plus and everybody else.
Yeah. I think that we were also putting D plus a little bit further up until today, though. I think that we did think that D plus had potential to be a lot better than what they displayed today, or T1 are just doing that ramping thing, and we don't necessarily know. Right?
We
This is
don't
the thing
know
that's
right
really
now.
hard.
I think it's a bit of both. Like, I think T1 deserve credit, especially like Guma and Zeus today. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what's going to happen in
I think
mid-jungle.
Owner as well, especially after the catastrophe.
Yeah, he really turned it around. I do think though that kind of losing my train of thought here. What were we talking about?
DK.
Oh, yeah.
Bombing out.
DK. I really do think that DK they kind of got a little bit confused with this meta, and they didn't really know where to go, and then they tried to index into way too many things, and they lost their identity, and they just kind of. I think they were at a really good spot, and then like a lot of things crashed down at once, which was getting wrecked by Genji, not really knowing exactly what to do in drafts, kind of messing that up today, and also losing a lot of confidence, and everything kind of went wrong for them. So
Yeah.
I think it was right to have the meta decently high level, but then they didn't really show any of that because they weren't able to.
I still am pretty confident. Like memes aside, obviously if KT make it, it'll be very funny. But my expectation is still that they should be a relatively comfortable 4th seed. And when the world's meta is maybe towards more mages, as we've seen a lot of the changes come in, maybe Showmaker can be feeling a little bit better again.
The thing that I'm worried about is that in that timeline that you're talking about, DK loses like 3 best of 5s in a row before they have to win one to go to Worlds.
Didn't they do last year as well, though?
Maybe.
I'd have to check the bracket on that one, but
Yeah, because who did we send last year? We sent
KTD plus.
KT. Yeah,
KTD plus
so
Genji
it was
T1,
Genji. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Genji was first, obviously. T1 was second. KT was third, and DK was fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So they would have had the same
Yeah, so they would
trajectory.
have. I don't know whether did they fall down in the same order. I guess they probably did.
I think they got
They beat like they beat Guangdong in
Guangdong.
maybe
Yeah.
they beat Guangdong in the bracket.
and then the same thing happens
Yeah.
again because it's again.
Because they started down lower because they
Yeah.
had less championship points because they didn't have a very good spring.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Last
Yeah,
year,
yeah. So they actually did get to ramp a little bit more. I'm just thinking like they go into do or die in the lower bracket after just perpetually losing. I think if there's ever a time for a team to beat D+, it's probably around then. So grats
that's
B and
fair.
K.
That'd be such a fun time. Raptor at Worlds.
Holy
Clearing the
closer at
boys?
Worlds! Oh my god, that'd actually
Henna?
be fun.
Duro.
Oh god, Hannah would be going to Worlds, wouldn't he? What a
Well,
timeline!
I think I'll take DK personally. I think I'll stick with DK on this one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'd
think
rather
that
have
DK
Mom than
probably
Lucy.
wins that one. We have seen that one relatively recently, and that one was not that close.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hwangmyeongwon Temple here in Gyeongju for the pre-show for the lower bracket finals. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, as I've been all season long, and I'm so excited to bring you the top tier, the top 3 teams of the summer split here in the LCK. Joining me to break it on down is Wadid and Wolf. Guys, we made it. We're here at the Roadshow, Wadid.
Hello guys, Gyeongju is such a beautiful city. I'm so happy to be here again. Yeah, I mean, the weather is so perfect as well. It's such a nice city, man.
Yeah, blue skies. We have this beautiful shot behind us. I am really hyped to find out whether we're going to have history repeat itself again with another Genji T1 finals, or if Hanwha will buck that trend, be the first team in several years to actually join Genji in the finals.
That's right, and we'll find that out in just a few minutes. Let's take a look at the bracket and how we got here. As in the summer split, this kind of looks a little familiar, right? Genji in the grand finals, Hanwha Life T1 in the lower bracket finals here in round 4. But isn't that kind of like spring here, Wolf?
Yeah, it is almost exactly the same as spring. Genji knocking D+ down, T1 losing to Hanwha Life 3-0, then beating D+. D+ got a game this time.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. And then once again, it is Hanwha Life against T1 to decide who is going to the grand finals. A best of 5 between 2 of our elite teams. two teams with such a large legacy as well.
Yeah, the legacy, legend, whatever. I mean, they are just the teams that they always been really higher place. And finally, I think both teams are struggling still, so they need to prove themselves in this Lowell finals in a few minutes. And now we need to talk about the details as well.
Absolutely. Again, winner of this will take on Gen G, the big bad boss, one of the best teams not only in the LCK, but the whole world. So this is a great proving point for either one of these squads that are able to make it on through. Now, let's look at some of the predictions that we had here from the spring split, as it was mostly Hanwha Life Esports, as they had the better form coming into it and only had 3 absolutely correct predictions there, with Jonna Strong, Atlas, and of course G-Sun getting that one right.
I would actually argue this prediction was a lot tougher than the one that we're looking at right now in summer, because Faker was absolutely in great form. I think the matchup looked a lot closer, but people were still leaning pretty heavily that Hanwha was the stronger team. This time around, tough to call, but I still think, you know, when you look at the fundamentals, I mean, this is something Wadid and I were talking about earlier today, the fundamentals that Hanwha have are why I think they're going to win this one, why he and I predicted them.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think this time around it's easier and simple to predict that Hanwha Life Esports is more favorite side this time around, but you know, always T1, when it comes to really important match, just invisible something comes out from their team, so we never know.
That invisible something could also be called magic.
Yeah,
they
that's
constantly are a team that has magic and pulls it out when it matters the most. Those were some of the predictions that we had for today's pre-show, and we'll get the rest of them later on in the day. Now let's take a look at the match record between these two squads, as you know, we brought this up in the round 2 matchup between these teams, and it was kind of surprising that Hanwha Life Esports had the better record. Like, I think for a lot of people, at 7 wins compared to 4 for T1 over the last 2 years here, but it makes sense that they've won a lot more, except in those matches that matter.
If you look at the spring record between these two teams, obviously you could see T1 actually getting the better of them in round 2, or sorry, Hanwha getting the better of them in round 2, and then they crushed them in that round 2 of the playoffs. So I think that was the main reason why a lot of analysts were predicting that Hanwha would take them out. But if you look at summer, T1 just kind of getting crushed throughout the season, 2-1 in round 1, round 2 getting 2-0'd, and then of course that same 3-0 scoreline there in the playoff round 2. So, you know, again, recently they also proved they could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the recent performance from Hanwha Life Esports is definitely better than T1 right now, but as I mentioned, Worlds is coming as well, you know.
Yeah.
T1 with Worlds, you never know.
Yeah, and they have a couple of players that are synonymous with making Worlds, because both of them make the finals. As we take a look at our top 3 finals LCK appearances, familiar names, 2 of them in this matchup here. Faker, 16 LCK finals appearances, as well as Peanut at 9.
Yeah, so Faker, obviously with his debut back in 2013, he's been playing for a very long time. It would make sense with the most dominant player and the greatest of all time. He would have the most appearances. But Chovy just recently actually tied in the past Peanut 10 appearances with this finals that he's got coming up here in 2024 summer. Chovy actually could potentially catch Faker as well, especially if T1 are denied this finals. Peanut would, of course, get his 10th as well to tie him. It's a pretty interesting race between these 3.
Yeah, legacy, legend, superstar. No one will surprise if anyone of them win this finals. I think they all deserve it.
Well, those are 3 of some of the best who have ever done it here in the LCK, and we actually got to see a matchup between Hanwha Life and T1 in the round 2 match, where there was a lot of pressure thrown Zeka's way by T1 and in the draft resources, but Zeka stepped up in that game and that whole series.
Hanwha Life Esports in general definitely has a solid foundation with a strong structure and management that comes from their overall strength. And on the other hand, T1 focuses more on super plays as part of their winning strategy, which is not stable at all when it's not about their players' unique clutch plays. They've often shown lack on basic steps.
Yeah, and I think that we saw that in this series, like what you're mentioning we did. Obviously, the strengths of T1 have been both strategy and also those clutch plays and outplays. And it's often in the past been Faker who's been setting that up because he pushes really deep into a lane, sets a trap, the team rotates, the communication for T1 is always fantastic. And that's why sometimes even when the fundamentals don't look the best for this team, they actually get these big upset wins. It didn't happen though against Han where they were 3-0'd. And my worry here going into this rematch is that those fundamentals probably won't change for T1 in such a short period of time. So when you look at Anima Life, you know, they already have the strategy. They're already playing the most meta compositions. They already look much better than T1 on them right now. So what is T1 going to change between this matchup and the next matchup, the final or the lower bracket finals matchup they have now? That's the big question. Will we see some new picks? Because they already showed the Olaf, right? They already showed the Leela Zillion.
Yeah, and if that D+ series is an indication for anything, it's not great for T1 fans because it felt like they just did the same strategy that they always do, but even better. It's see a fight, take a fight, outhands them, and then win, and then hope that the opponent fades away like D+ did there in games 3 and 4. But as you said, unique picks might be some there. What else jumps out at you at this series here with it?
I mean, Guma already picked up the Ziggs, and it's not optimal, but they are doing great. So maybe there is still more pocket picks from T1, but I think this time around, Faker needs to prove himself that he's more better on Azir and Nasus. I think the more picks, more stable picks will help T1 out. So maybe the key point will be the mid matchup.
Yeah, I definitely think there's time for Faker to improve his Nasus. I think there's time for him to improve his Yone. You know, a pick that he could potentially take away from Zeka. Because in our playoffs, he was probably the weakest Yone player that we had. And he hasn't played it much in his career, right? It's just avoided it. Oftentimes it's been given to Zeus in the top lane instead. So maybe in that interim, he's grinded through solo queue, improved some of these mid picks because he absolutely needs to. If Azir is just banned against him every game, it feels like that's not going to be a strength here for T1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, you saw the highlight clip there. Another key focus has to be on the top side of the map. We're talking unique picks compared to stability. There's Doran, there's Zeus. These two guys have done battle for such a long time. And as much as I was calling Doran the stable guy, still pulling out Vlad, still pulling out multiple different picks. And this whole top lane meta has started to evolve, but we know that Zeus can be the guy that will win you not only a series, but a world championship at his best form.
I want to shout out Doran because I feel like Doran is kind of underrated in terms of how much he is doing it without the resources they're putting on. So I feel like Doran, and also he's really great when it comes to when he needs to play against Zeus. So this time around, it's time to Doran to show up that he can actually do better than Zeus. And I think T1's strong strategy is always comes from the top side as well. So I think it's really important to have the winning matchup on the top side.
I mean, you think back to some of the matchups we've seen of Doran into Zeus, like the 2023 Spring Finals, where he played Gragas and absolutely destroyed him. In some of these big best of fives, sometimes they try to punish Doran, and I think even T1 underestimates him and doesn't give him enough credit. He gets very little resources, as you're saying, but actually absorbs a ton of Zeus' pressure incredibly well. Zeus is a player who often gets counterpicked, has the winning matchup, but Doran neutralizes him incredibly well. I feel like if it's the opposite way, and Doran is trying to actually get ahead in the matchup, that has backfired against Zeus a lot in the past. So we'll see what picks come through. Obviously, if you look at the picks here, Zeus has by far the larger champion pool in this meta. He pulled out the Olaf, which ended up being a staple pick with the Senna. He's played the Kennen. Here's the best of 5 record between these two. Actually very close. Doran actually does have the advantage in terms of games, but in series, it's dead even 5-5. That Spring Finals where Genji was able to take down T1, I think was Doran's most standout performance. But the guy is just, in general, in best of 5s, kind of recently been the guy who takes over Zeus.
Yeah, which is surprising because as Wadid said, it feels like Doran's obviously deserves a spot, but gets the least amount of resources, but compared to the resources he gets, the most amount of flack. And it just, we wanted to highlight the fact that, hey, he's had a great split. And now if we take a look at the match record, it's, you know, a great season overall, especially head-to-head against Zeus, who we look in a completely different lens. That's the hard carry. That's the guy that gets it done. He's your dependable top laner in the clutch moments, but it's 5-5. So one of these guys will be taking their due in this series. Now we move to the mid lane. Obviously, one of the biggest matchups in this series. Zeka, world champ, Faker, the GOAT. But in that last series, it really kind of felt like it was Zeka that played better. Definitely better than Faker there, and made Faker be neutralizing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the critical thing too is they spent so many resources trying to shut Zeka down and failed as well. And we talked about T1 being clutch, but with the engages and winning those team fights over. But Zeka is the guy on Hanwha Life who sets these engages up. He and Delight work so well together. So if you don't shut him down, he's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, and also, like, let's be honest, Faker is not having a great days, but some of picks are helping him. And also, as we mentioned, Zeka loves to play Yone, which is good into Faker's champion pool. So I think it will be the draft matters on the mid lane matchup. But also, I feel like Faker is the one of the guy, whenever the team needs him as a hero, he always comes up with another super play. So I'm really excited to see this matchup once again. But before it was Zeka's super play again and again and again, and that was the reason why Hanwha Life Esports had an easy game against T1. So it should be different this time around.
Faker, he has played so many games of Azir. He's still sitting at a really incredibly high win rate, but I feel like Zeka has improved so much as a player as well throughout this entire career in the LCK. So I feel like you could really see the evolution of this mid laner.
Yeah, and it feels like for a while now, we've been waiting to see the next level of Zeka. When is he going to be able to get back to that world's form that we saw that was a magical 2-month run, maybe a 1 month, but 2-month run, and it really looks like he's been hyper formidable. Now let's move further down into the roles, down to the bottom side of the map, as we have Viper and Guma, two of the best to have ever done it, going head-to-head here in this one. What jumps out at you in this matchup?
I mean, we all know that Viper is a good player, but it feels a bit weird to see him playing nowadays. Maybe because he sacrificed himself for the team a lot, but also him making silly mistakes like getting caught on the side, getting caught on the mid lane are really critical. No more chances to prove himself, and this is the most important timing against Guma, who's one of the best playmaking bot laner nowadays.
Absolutely. You look at the Ziggs win rate in playoffs, it has been the most prolific bottom pick. We're seeing this mage actually take over the game, the macro plays you can make with it, the plates you can take, how good it is into lane swaps, how well it can be utilized as a lane swap. You look at the win rate between these two players, 2-1 for both. But it has by far been Viper Ziggs of these two AD carries that we've been more impressed with. And it feels like sort of a liability when T1 pulled out. It wasn't really about Guma in those wins. It was about T1 winning elsewhere. So this is a pick that I feel like T1 may need to ban, and that really hinders them in draft, especially because they're coming in as the lower seed and won't have side selection for that first game. Yeah, Guma, wider champion pool in playoffs, but I feel like that says more about T1 as a team than it says about Guma as a player. And when you look at Viper, he hasn't played the Ezreal yet. We know he has that in his back pocket. The Kai'Sa he pulled out. We haven't seen the AD carry Senna work all too well here in playoffs thus far. He tried that one, but I think the Ziggs and the Misfortune are what T1 really need to focus on.
Yeah, he built it Enchanter, and Ox was like, what is going on here? You have no damage. That was maybe a questionable build there, but we know that Senna might have some prevalence. The other one I want to shout out there, the Jhin. We've started to see a little bit more Jhin rise up in priority. We'll see if that one plays a part later on in this very, very important series. Now, on the top side of the map, have some records here as Zeus on the cusp of potentially 1,000 kills here in the LCK. A just great record here as he is on the cusp of 1,000 kills.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Zeus is definitely the first winning option for T1, and this means that his performance is the most important thing coming into these playoffs. He showed off Camille and Yone, those kind of carry champions, and it seems like he's dealing with the pressure and enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, Faker is going to look for his 100th win on his ear, right? But Zeus is looking for 1,000 kills here, and you can see his top 5 kill champions here. The Gnar is actually at the top. That was his debut champion. His Fiora, perfect record. You think about him as a player who like wins lane and crushes it, right? But he also plays weak side incredibly well. Playing the Zaka de Cassante, his Gragas 16-3. He's the Yone player on this team. It's not Faker. His Aatrox, of course, iconic as well. But I look at Zeus as a player who is the counter pick king. But maybe, you know, they need to change that up in some of these drafts, especially on blue side where he's going to have that counter pick. Maybe being more willing to blind stuff like the Cassante that's relatively safe could be the way. As Faker, on the other hand, you know, since he isn't utilizing counter pick very well, maybe on red side, you still stick with that counter pick strategy. But when you're on blue, this is what I'm most worried about for Zeus.
Yeah, when we had that graphic up, the highest win rate champs are a lot of champs that aren't currently in the meta, so Zeus has had to constantly evolve as a player to hit this record. So huge stuff there. And again, stakes are huge between these two squads. You win and you are in Worlds. This is basically a Worlds qualifier for these two squads here. And if you don't want to go down to the gauntlet, so it'll be very stressful. Also, record for the LCK, Hanwha Life Esports making finals after 8 years. That's right.
I mean,
8 years since the last one.
I didn't even know that their origin is Rocks Tigers, but now we know. And Peanut with Rocks Tigers, man.
So Peanut is the last Rocks Tiger, and now he is on the same org here in Hanwha Life Esports. So it's been 8 years since Rocks Tigers won 2016 summer. Just to give you a picture of how long Peanut has also been playing here in the LCK.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy though, because not only would Hanwha do it for the first time in 8 years, but the first time in several years here in the LCK, we wouldn't have that rivalry finals between Gen.G and T1. So I think a lot of people here who didn't have a stake, who aren't fans of these three teams, are probably rooting for Hanwha just because they want to see something different.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, for T1, this would be their 7th LCK finals in the row, predating the Gen.G, I guess, rivalry here, as this squad has been one of the most successful, if not the most successful, iteration of T1 domestically. It's so consistent, the perfect record back in 2021. So it's just been so good of a run. For it to not make the finals, history making.
And it's so interesting too, because in Korea we kind of have this term called the Kong line, which is a team or player who consistently gets second place. It's always in the finals, always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. And it feels so weird to talk about the most famous esports org of all time, the most winning esports org of all time in that conversation, because they're always dominant enough to make it to those finals. They always clutch it out in that lower bracket finals. They did it against KT, they did it against Hanwha last time. Maybe they do it again here, but they need to not only win it, but prove that they can tackle Gen.G so they can finally lift that trophy again.
Yeah, I mean, it must be in their mind as well. So it's more than winning a game, it's more like winning yourself, you know?
All right, well, with that, it's time for us to get into our predictions. And we've got two guys that predicted with their brains. So why don't you go ahead and take it away first, Woodid?
As I mentioned, I feel like it's gonna be 3-0 for Hanwha Life Esports, because I am the guy who likes the basic steps the most. So I like the way how Hanwha Life Esports playing the side lane, the mid late game. So that's why I feel Hanwha Life is gonna win this lower finals. But I feel so uncomfortable because it's against T1, right? So it's T1 magical time again or whatever.
You know, wait, you can't feel that uncomfortable because you didn't say 3-2. You said 3-0.
I think it's either like 3-0 for Hanwha Life Esports or T1 smashing Hanwha Life Esports as well. Because it's all about mentality. You know?
There's a large mental aspect of this. Obviously, I think Hanwha having the last 3-0 over T1 is why I also predicted 3-0 here for Hanwha. But more than just the last matchup, I think Peanut is really the key. His jungling right now, he's one of the only players that can contend with the two junglers he may face, obviously first Owner and then potentially Canyon. His pathing is so good, their drafts are standard. Peanut's champion pool is so massive right now. You've got to think about his Ivern, you've got to think about his Maokai, right? These picks are so huge. And I think fundamentals are going to be better than strategy in a best of 5 when the meta feels very soft right now.
Y'all, I think those are great
Egon,
logical points here. I think using your brain and your head makes a lot of sense there. But if I learned anything, specifically voting for Kwangdong Freaks as many times as I did, and you guys told me, oh, that's not how it works, I'm just gonna go with how it works. This bracket we showed at the top of the show looked eerily similar to how it was before. The finals has been the same two teams for 2 years, and it's been now almost 4 years of T1 finals. So give me T1 in the finals. They have the most upside to grow off of preparation and off of draft. That's what we've criticized the most. If they get that in order, which we know that they can, because they've done it in the past, I think they have themselves a pretty good series here, 3-1. All right, y'all, that'll do it here for our pre-show. It has been such a fun time here in Gyeongju to set the stage for one of the biggest matches of the year, the LCK lower finals, coming to you in just a second. But before we get into it, we have messages from the coaches and their preparation and what they expect to have happen here in the lower finals. Okay, we redo your outro, right? It was so close. It was so close.
스포츠 감독 최인규입니다. 일단 썸머 시즌도 이렇게 큰 무대에서 최종전 할 수 있어서 굉장히 좋은 것 같고, 네, 이렇게 좋은 무대에서 할 수 있어 영광인 것 같습니다. 일단 그때랑 되게 비슷한 스토리긴 한데 이제 썸머는 완전히 저희가 경기력이나 기세에서 다르다고 생각을 하고 이번 최종전은 다른 결과 보여줄 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 사실 양 팀 모두 5명 다 잘하는 선수들이라고 생각은 하는데 그래도 T1이라면은 조금 더 제우스 선수가 경계되는 선수라고 생각하고 있습니다. 3대0으로 이기면 너무 좋을 것 같고 좀 더 재밌는 경기가 펼쳐진다면 3대1 정도 예상하고 있습니다. 일단 오래 걸린 만큼 이번에는 꼭 결승전 가서 우승할 수 있도록 잘 해보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. T1 감독 꼬마 김정균입니다. 무조건 이겨야겠다 이 생각만 가지고 있는 것 같습니다. 네, 그때는 제가 좀 방향성을 잘못 잡은 것 같은데 이번에는 잘 잡은 것 같아서 좋은 결과가 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 네, 일단은 오늘은 이제 상체가 되게 좀 중요할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 스코어는 3대1 예상하고 있습니다. 최초를 이어나갈 수 있도록 오늘 경기에서 꼭 승리하겠습니다.
한화생명 전차가 이제 본격적인 궤도에 올랐단 말이에요. 한화생명의 신형 전차 정말 든든합니다. 엔진을 풀로 가동하는군요. 이게 우리 쌍퍼트랜드 MG4다. 상처가 아직 초비 옆구리에 좀 남아있긴 하거든요. 다시 전차 소리가. 한화생명 e스포츠가 3대5 T1을 잡고 경주행을 확정됐습니다. 가자 한화생명, 지금부터 브레이크 없습니다. T1 가을인가? 간다 T1. T1의 눈앞에 경주가 보입니다. 다전제 T1 경주행 막차 탑승입니다. 전차 나와, 호랑이 나와. 우리 T1이야. 불러요. 엔진 나와. 도장 깨기 미라클런. 토너먼트만 오면 더더욱 무서워지는 슈퍼스타. 하늘을 넘어 젠지까지 T1 정조준입니다. 온천의 대격돌 정상 결정. 지금부터 확인해 보시죠.
and welcome to the LCK Summer Playoffs for 2024, presented by Woori Bank. We are here for the lower finals. It is Homolife Esports up against T1. I am Valdez. With me is Chronicler and Ox today. What do you guys think about this lower finals? What's going to happen this time around?
That's a hard one. I think predicting this matchup's been difficult. Obviously, last time round, HLE kind of came out the clear winners, but it's T1, right? The expectation has always been T1 Gen G finals. Will it be broken this time round?
I was already excited. It's also the first time that I get to cast with Ox directly in forever.
Hey.
And I think this series, as mentioned, there are basically two schools of thought. There's those that believe in fate, and that's me, and Digon, which generally, when it comes to predictions, has not been the best company.
Yeah.
But I trust T1 to get it together. And I have you two to keep me grounded and in reality, which is good.
And you know what? The predictions are going to represent this really well, and we're going to get into that right now because a lot of people are going to go ahead and predict Homolife Esports. On the Korean side, you see a lot of 3-1s, 3s, 2s there, and we see some 3-1 believers just trying to mimic last split, but we actually have 4 3-0s, me, Wolf, Wadid, and Jonah Strong going for the 3-0. A lot of Homolife Esports sidedness, and what do you guys think about this?
Yeah,
I just can't believe Jisun has abandoned T1. She was a 3-1 believer last time around as well.
Yeah, things have changed since the last matchup. Me, I went 3-2. I'm different from everyone on the global side with my unique prediction. I'm not a sheep like you, Brendan, who just copies.
I noticed that you and Pony are the same, and Pony voted for KT against T1. What do you think about that?
I think today's a new day, and we can look forwards, not backwards, Brendan.
All right. Well, we'll see how this one does pan out. I think it's basically, the fan prediction is going to go T1's way. That's not too surprising.
Okay, but this is not even above 70%. So this is basically saying, in terms of relative fan base, this is like 60% Hanwha favorite.
Yeah, this is Hanwha doing pretty good,
those are good numbers.
I struggle to see a situation where T1 isn't favored in the fan votes. A lot of dedicated fans coming in to show their support, but a lot of Homolife Esports fans here as well at the venue. Open for a 3-0.
That's me in the audience. Actually, that must be John Strong out there before the games do get going. I think it really does come down to, we talked a lot about this in the recent Pog State episode as well, that on paper, based on what we've seen, Homolife Esports is the team that is favored, but T1 in best of 5s. You never know where it will lead you, but we are ready to introduce our players to the stage. We have Doran coming out here, the top laner who in recent times, talked a bit about that in the pre-show as well, our guys out there, has been having some good wins and good times against Zeus in the top lane.
And less Doran moments, sometimes definitely capable of getting solo killed at some unfortunate moments, but the thing that has always happened with Doran is when it comes to big moments, he's been clutch. Previous history, taking down Zeus in a decisive manner. Last year, the matchup went really well for him, and hoping to get to finals once again in this matchup.
Stepped up immensely as well in playoffs so far. I do think he had a pretty lackluster regular split. Was one of the weaker performing members. But that Jax game in particular, with a Jax angle like that, actually being able to deliver ends up being huge. And the flip side, Zeus, it's kind of the same story. His regular split, I don't think was great, but thus far in playoffs, he's looked like one of the big carry threats on T1.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think that, we're going to be looking at counter-picking for this guy. I think that he can pull out some really weird stuff, especially in a best-of-5 situation where he's going to have a lot of room. There's going to be a lot of opportunities on red side to take away picks to do well into Doran. I think he's got to prove that he can do it against Doran on a big stage as well.
And I think this is something that has kind of been an issue for T1 when lane swaps came in, is not being able to get those kind of pick scenarios, but as they've gotten less and less common, I feel like it's something they can really lean into as one of their strengths.
This matchup, in my expectation, was gonna be close, and guess what? Last best of 3, it was, or last best of 5, rather, it was not. Peanut absolutely obliterated that game. Incredible pathing, got banned out, and still was, I think, the best performing member together with Zeka on Hanwha Life. Big standout, and a really big obstacle that Owner is going to have to be able to clear, because this man, his track record in the LCK over the last couple of years absolutely insane.
And this is given the fact that teams are regularly committing 2 bans
Or
in
3.
both sides. Sometimes 3. You know, we saw Gen G maybe going to 1, but so many bans towards this player and he's still popping off. Now, Owner, one of the T1 players to make it into All-Pro, a really strong regular season, one of the most consistent members of the team, and now looking for revenge onto Peanut in this matchup.
And Owner's really enjoying the crowd energy. He's also got his cape on. He's not wearing his jacket like you would normally wear it. He's got his hands on his hips. Owner always bringing the style to the stage, and we gotta hope that he's got something in his back pocket here to go up against Peanut, because talk about the bans against Peanut, Owner has had some really big performances on big stages. He needs to have one tonight.
In my opinion, and a large part of why I am a T1 predictor, I think Owner had one bad series, but we saw even against DK, he really did step it up. Is that going to be enough, though, with what Peanut has shown? That remains to be seen, but when it comes to swagger, the man always delivers.
Oh, absolutely. Going towards the mid lane now, Zeka really had some solid performances. I think people weren't taking as much notice early in the split, but he has ramped up and had some really solid, you know, I think the 80 mid's definitely something that he has always been proficient at, and he's been demonstrating again why Yone has been such a fantastic pick for him.
Individually, probably the biggest mismatch we have on the Rift today. Zeka has had already a great split, but as you're pointing out, the amount of pressure he absorbed in that first series and the consistency of his performance, the depth of his champion pool, is going to be a really, really tough thing for T1 to crack, because this man has looked absolutely insane.
Yeah, the mental game a huge one, especially coming into big stages, and Faker, he is no stranger to the big stage. He is going to be coming in here to the screams and shouts of his fans here in this massive arena. And Zeka has been consistent in the regular season. Will he be good enough to be consistent against Faker here in this mid lane matchup?
Yeah, and Faker, he's had ups and downs across his career. At the moment, his form isn't at its absolute peak, but we've seen him bounce back before. And over such a long and storied career, fans always have confidence that he's going to show up again. He is still competing at the highest level.
Don't have to look back far. This spring, he was very clearly our second best mid laner, but didn't make a splash in All-Pro, and I think justifiably so. Really had a rough split. And the 80 carries, I think we have seen some of our mid laners move on from that, but he's got to perform on the picks where he used to be great, like that Azir.
Sadie carry matchup is going to be pretty interesting. Viper talking about splashes. He was a front runner for MVP halfway through summer, but had taken a little bit of a dip after that. He's kind of hitting the number 1 in the 80 carry spot. But will he be able to perform tonight? And what kind of picks is he going to be picking? Because Ziggs has taken over the 80 carry meta.
Yeah, when Ezreal was dominating, Viper looked flawless on that champion, but I just don't think he kept that same level throughout the regular season. But this is a player that everyone always expects greatness from. His form over so many years has been fantastic. And the 80 carry pool has widened. It's harder to pin down what they're going to play, but I'm certain he'll bring his A game.
On the flip side, Gumayushi, together with Owner, the player that held down the fort in summer regular season. But as Ziggs has become more and more prevalent, we have seen him struggle. Doesn't seem like he's able to pilot that, and the T1 is able to play around it the way that Hanwha and obviously Gen G, being the best example of this, has been able to thus far. We've seen this man be generally very flexible with his champion pool, and we'll see if in this week he's been able to kind of step it up and play Ziggs, because Ziggs is the absolute S-tier bot lane pick in the current meta.
And I feel like we so often see when T1 are cooking, it's in the bot lane. They've come in even with this playoff, they go away for a bit, they come out with things like the Neela, Zillion. We really sold on that, but you know, hey, they come out with it, and it's always exciting to see what they've theorized, and especially when you go into game 1, it's hype to be ready for what bot lane picks might come through.
Well, the Giga Chad in the bottom lane, Delight. He is the engaged support guy on the side of Papa Life Esports and in the support role. And they rely on him a lot to get the team fights going and to be that reliable engaged support. How will he perform tonight?
Arguably the best eye for engages within the LCK. When it comes to map impact, Lehans obviously stands alone. When it comes to crazy cooking, Carria's ahead of him. But this man, give him a team fighting support, give him something with engage, and he can make fights happen that no one else can.
Yeah, Rakan, Alistair, Rel, massive on those. On the other side, Carrier, who is the chef in the bot lane, the list of picks that he has played so far, in just playoffs alone, kind of crazy, but I think Kerry has suffered, similar to Zeus, a little bit from the lane swap meta, because he has always been about dominating in the bot lane 2v2. When we saw AD carry supports come in the meta, he was taking names, and a return to that form will definitely favor T1 heavily.
Yeah, and I think in a meta in flux, Keria could have a very big impact. As Chronicler, you were saying, Lahent's been fantastic all over the map. I think maybe Keria could find an angle in a best of 5. Both of these teams have had a full week to prepare for this one best of 5 and potentially a second tomorrow. So I'm excited to see what these two supports have cooked up.
And that was a big reason why they were so successful last Worlds, is they went away and he came back with the AD carry supports when no one was playing it at the time, and it got them their title.
And here's Hama Life Esports in its entirety. There was a sign out there that said Viper Life Esports, a common nickname. We'll see if he can kind of dominate from there. But it feels like right now it's Peanut Life Esports,
스프링
actually.
때
We're going to hear from him.
복수도 오늘 제대로 즐겨주시길 바라겠습니다. 하나생명, 하나, 둘, 셋.
We're going to get our spring revenge, he says. And then kind of cueing the fans. And here is T1 on the opposite side. As it feels like everybody's deep in thought, except Owner and Guma, who are really just lapping up the
always
attention.
the same with those two.
Yeah. All right, let's hear what Faker has to say.
이기겠습니다. T1, 하나, 둘,
We will
셋.
win. T1 fighting. And that's it. Straight to the point. No revenge. And they're leading the fan chants, of course. That's T1, they come to win. That's what they do. So he didn't really have to say much else, I suppose.
This game one is going to be very deciding for what kind of series we're going to get. If Homa Life just end up again with outperforming in mid-jungle, Doran is able to stand stalwart against Zeus, it feels like it might be a very one-sided series. And on the flip side for T1, I think they gotta come out swinging immediately. It can both be in draft or in levels of performance, but I think getting early momentum against a team like Hanwha that has struggled in these high-pressure situations is really, really big.
And honestly, I think game one is really where you can set precedent. I think a big thing for me is the fact that teams have been donating so many bans towards Peanut that it's really hindered their drafts, particularly on red side when Rumble also feels like a must ban. So I think potentially in this game one, you can kind of go, okay, well, Genji let the Ivan go through the ban phase. Maybe we do the same and see if we can get away with it. And if we do, for the rest of the series, you don't feel it's as much of a permanent ban, because I think those ban slots being occupied the whole time really make it hard to navigate through a series.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to talk about drafts when we get into best of 5s. Eventually teams will take risks and maybe leave something open, and then if they win against that, that gives them a big advantage. Something that was eventually, or rather, always perma-banned against a certain player, they leave that open. He doesn't really perform on it today. Could really kind of change the tides of the way the best of 5 plays out.
Also something where Genji has excelled in that upper bracket final. As soon as Hanwha Life got a win, completely swapped the draft, banned what worked for them, and from that point on, didn't really feel like Hanwha had anything against them anymore, and we'll have to see that level of versatility here today in this best of 5 as well. And again, I think the early bans are going to be a really big indicator of where T1 is specifically. Hanwha, we know where they are. Right now, there's a couple of must bans against Peanut. I feel like there's also must bans against Zeka with the form that he's in currently. I'm looking at, for example, the Yone, because both his individual performance plus the fact it matches up so well to Faker's champion pool, something that Hanwha Life have going for them here right from the get-go.
There's also generally been a tendency of teams to focus on bans towards Faker, get him off the Azir. Sometimes the Nasus, but that's been kind of hit or miss where the people have been actually focusing that away, but trying to make the mid lane pool uncomfortable. Also, Owner as well, the Lilia, has been a big ban, a big denial from him, one of his best picks. And out of the AP junglers, a lot of them have been nerfed down and sort of shied away a bit. They still show up, but more occasionally. But Lilia is the one who really has gone mostly untouched so far. Nerfs are scheduled to come in the future, but for now, if one can get his hands on it, he can definitely make a carry performance happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of signs out there, specifically from the Hama Life Esports fans, that say 3-0. I feel like they're really trying to will this into existence and believe that Hama Life Esports this time around are the much more favored team.
You can always just edit it, though. You can always slice it out, put the 1, put
also,
the 2.
it was a 3-0 last time around. So I think it's a reasonable
Just
expectation.
9 days ago, actually.
Well, that's a lot of time in League of Legends.
9 days ago, and we have a new best of 5 for you guys. And this time, Homolate Esports starting off on the blue side. There's that Rumble perma ban, the Azir target ban against Faker, and the Lilia coming out. Stuff you guys have already talked about here.
No big surprises thus far. Banning away Owner's arguably strongest pick right now. The Tristana is the only one that comes as somewhat of a surprise, as it is indeed going to be those two Peanut picks. The Sejuani is the next one that's high on the list for both of these junglers, but you gotta imagine that there's gotta be an early Ziggs priority here.
Yep, obviously seen Viper play it, maybe didn't have the most inspired build, but definitely able to put the performance in and they got them the win. We'll see if the priorities have shifted at all, because I think from what we've seen in playoffs, it has been shooty on that Ziggs. Smolder's also been something, particularly in the mid lane, not really bot showing up. That's going to be locked in immediately. And the question really is going to be, what is Faker going to play on this? So obviously going to share the Ziggs, and they also get that Sejuani. So with a lot of junglers banned out, wanted to lock that one in for Owner.
The Ivern is still available here for Peanut. He has looked like one of our best junglers on the pick. Also, most likely the Smolder is going to go mid. There is, of course, some flex potential. I feel like Smolder in the solo lanes does feel a lot stronger right now. But given the fact that Doran has pulled out Akshan at some point, I feel like he'll be down for anything. And the Ivern shouldn't come as a surprise, although that's a very different look. But something that Peanut has run games on throughout the last couple of years.
Yeah, technically could be a flex if they want to put a support. We've seen a bit of that, but not too much of it recently. But definitely a pick that Peanut's confident in. Often we see him leaning heavily into side lanes on the back of this pick. So ensuring you have a decent matchup is important. Now, I don't really like the Ashe here. I think the Jhin is a much better pick. Ashe, you're never going to get into auto range against the Ziggs, and it's so easy to explode him. Ziggs, you can unload with your ult from a distance. And, I mean, if Ziggs does throw an ult onto you when you're ulting, the follow-up probably isn't there in the first place. But Leona going to be given to Carrier, so getting that strong pairing between the Ziggs Leona, it means even if you end up with like a ranged top laner, Leona is very good at stacking up the Sejuani passive as well. So you have that lockdown, and the Ziggs is there for follow-up already.
For Owner and Carrier, gonna have to try their best to sync up better than they have in the past. And yeah, both these AD carries can be left alone. Obviously, we are also big fans of when you play towards the Ziggs and actually utilize his pushing power. But it does give you a lot of flexibility, and I think Jhin kind of falls in the same vein. The Rel ban should not come as a surprise. I imagine that they're gonna ban like Rel and Alistar.
Alistar for sure.
And then kind of go from there. We'll see, because the top lane matchup could obviously be the Smolder, but I don't think that's likely. And yeah, the Camille ban after Zay's performance, particularly against DK, where he had a pretty solid carry showing.
It was all right.
It was okay.
A decent
it was like
14 kills.
14 and 2.
Maybe Doran potentially think of like a blind Gnaw, you know, maybe
or Cassante.
Could be. We'll see. Obviously, this is one of the dangers. Blue side's been heavily prioritized throughout the entire split for playoffs. But into Zaya specifically, he can really be problematic. We saw like Perfect struggle against that, going the Renekton and getting the Vayne treatment. But also if you have a Poppy, having control off the sides really elevates the power of this pick. So you are going to be blind, but you want to hopefully go into a matchup where you're going to feel comfortable. And really these bans are going to influence that. So we'll see if they opt to throw another one to the top lane.
Yeah, definitely an important last ban. As the Corki comes out, note that Faker has not picked his pick just yet. They take the Tristana, Azir, and Corki away. Also could be flexed, but definitely feels like something Faker would play, as some hovers coming in from Guma. We already have the Ziggs, and we're just thinking about what is Faker going to play, as they should be saving counter pick for Zeus in the top lane. And
so
maybe it's just...
Yeah, I imagine it's the APA special, right?
Yeah.
Captain America showing his face here with the Ziggs coming through, most likely in the mid lane, unless it's mid Caitlyn, which, given that you have Guma on your team, I hope not.
Probably not, you know.
Playing the Smolder, you know.
Hey, we're in an AD carry mid lane meta. I gotta mention it at least.
But to me, this just screams tower taking potential. You know, you have a Caitlyn lane in the bot lane. It's obviously not a hugely favorable matchup, but if you get an advantage there, if you lay a CC onto the Bard, get some kill leads, start taking plates in the bot lane, move the Ziggs over and secure. So clear plan coming out from T1 here. The Bard for Delight, they're pretty cool. Not something we typically see from him in terms of his wheelhouse. Not a big ranged support player. And then it will be that Jax for Doran being locked in. So Zeus is counterpick in this situation.
Would be some poetic justice if Zeus ends up bringing out the Gragas. Definitely AP Gragas is one of the matchups that can really bully the Jax. I do like the Jax. I think both Doran had a really good game on it, but also it plays well into a lot of the bullies that normally Zeus likes to go into. And this is a pick that he has obviously been historically great on. It's a pick that he debuted on and looked incredible on. But that's not really what I think you were looking for with an R5 counter pick, because this still feels like a skill matchup that can go either way depending on jungle intervention.
Yeah, it kind of feels to me that T1, with the flex of the Ziggs and the Caitlyn coming in, want to direct a lot of attention towards the bot lane, and they're fine with Zeus just having a matchup he feels confident in. Obviously, the Gnar can take priority pretty comfortably in this matchup, but not really something that we expect to crush the Jax. It'd be interesting to see as well, though.
I think the swap, by the way.
Oh.
Guma's playing Ziggs.
So they are swapping it now and put the Caitlyn in the mid lane. I mean, you outrange the Smolder quite hard. We'll see what Faker's able to do on this. Keeping us guessing, keeping HLE guessing till the last moment.
The crowd just like panicked. I don't know, that was a weird reaction. Everybody just like can't believe it.
Because it's Guma on your team.
Yeah.
So you have one of the best Caitlyns that we have in the LCK, and it's going to be Fickerson. As you said, Oaks, I think it makes sense in theory, right? You do outrange, but that's a gamble that we're taking here. Caitlyn mid.
This is the sort of thing you should be doing in game one, though. You know, I feel like we saw this in previous series from T1. Didn't always work fantastically, but you've prepped this experiment. You had 9 days, and they think this is the answer to the Smolder, and let's see if it can work.
The Faker's got to step up, though. Individually, AD carries have not been his forte, but now given a lot of power over this Caitlyn counter pick.
This isn't going to be easy. I think they are taking a risk for sure. By the way, I really love that blind Jax for Doran. He's fantastic on that. Takes a lot of counter picking away from the side of Zeus. We'll see how it works out. As we are ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 1 of the lower finals.
하나 생명! 하나, 둘, 셋!
T1 하나, 둘, 셋!
Alrighty, here we go. Game number 1. And it looks like we're face checking some brushes here. As Faker, he's going to net over the wall. Has to take a net at level 1.
Yeah, I haven't really seen the Smolder Caitlyn matchup very much in the mid lane, but I imagine that's not how you want to start it, having to go your net level 1. Fortunately, should have time to recall and get back to lane, but yeah, going to be a bit less pressure on Zeka, so HLE finding a good window just to force that level 1 skill up.
Bold statement, Oaks. Coming out right from the get-go. Also, do note, Zeka actually going for Fleet, so we have been seeing mostly Grouse, Smolder, even in ranged matchup. I do think that this is one of the matchups where if Faker plays it well, you really shouldn't be able to get a whole lot of stacks.
Yeah.
So I do think the Fleet in that regard makes sense, gives you the extra movement speed, and allows you to sustain the Caitlyn harass a little bit better.
Yeah, I also, you know, they've got planned nerfs for Fleet, so I think a lot of the movement we've seen in solo queue towards Grasp is to kind of mirror the sustain. But I think here you just want, when you do end up trading with the Caitlyn, being able to trade the Q, but you can see here, you know, part of the thing, not having your Q level 1, Faker is going to lose in terms of the early push and be pressured a bit on the tower. And I think this is one of the things with Smolder, is obviously he's a champion that scales phenomenally, but one of the frustrations with him is he actually has quite a lot of wave clear in his kit, obviously not available at level 1, but you can just auto Q the W, also a ability with a big amount of AoE and threat, so not completely useless this early when it comes to laning prowess, but he is taking some heavy damage there.
That's with, it's a bit of a fight here.
Yeah, it's a little skirmish down here. Guma's still level 1, so, you know, nice little engage from the Leona, but not going to overdo it. As Faker's getting in there, he does hit the net, and it is a pretty good trade here, all things considered. This is the first time we have ever seen Caitlyn mid by anybody in the LCK.
Bringing it out. I was about to say, there it is.
There it is.
We knew the graphic was coming. What I want to see, though, we haven't talked about this yet, but the best thing about Peanut, his Poppy, which, by the way, was spotted on that ward, is how insanely proactive he is towards the early sidelines. As was mentioned earlier, this time around, though, only going to get a couple of small Krugs, but not a lot more. Jade is being covered here towards this top side of the map.
Yeah, really important. I feel like the diving like a mini Gnar
Peanut.
is such a bread and butter play.
I would not put it past him to flash some walls and try to get in onto Faker, as there's the magical journey. Faker, does he know he's in trouble? He will flash away. And that's going to be Peanut trading flashes with mid lane Caitlyn. You'll take that.
Yeah, especially Peanut has Hex Flash, so, you know, as Atlas always like to say, he just unlocked the Hex Flash situation, upgraded. And also, even though Fake obviously flashed away, doesn't go down, you know, you saw how he was trying to establish pressure in the lane.
There's Gen G, by the way.
That's to reset TP in. And yeah, Gen G watching and ready for tomorrow.
You know, what better way to learn than to come down and see it all happen in person?
I don't think they had Caitlyn mid on their bingo list, so can go from that right from the get-go. Also, do note, you're in the mid lane, both mid laners no TPing back. Cole being bought on one end for Faker. Zeka is going to have the tier, and we'll see. To me, the flash being down in of itself already useful. Might make a difference when we see some skirmishes towards the grubs. Makes it a lot easier for Peanut to get that jump. But if they're not able to get the punish, then won't end up mattering too much. As first gank already successful here, and something that we give Peanut a lot of credit for. Do note, hasn't actually backed yet, is just continuing to full clear his jungle. And probably going to take one soon. A dragon about to come up, and it is a Chemtech Drake first. Thank you very much, Orcs.
Doing my best.
He's on the cast. I mean.
Also, like, you know, being part of that initial gank, getting the move, and I feel like Bard is always one of these champions who roam so heavily, but into a lane like a Ziggs, there's just so limited impact you can have there. Now, they are looking for a dive here to Doran.
They see Owner here, and alrighty. Just gonna take a mean look at him and then run the other way. And they don't know exactly where the enemy jungler is, where Peanut is, and they're not gonna try to dive a Counter-Strike Jax without that information.
Yeah, if the Mega Gnar bar was still there and they had melee attacks for Sejuani, maybe they would have tried something. Well, it still would have been a little bit of a gamble, but instead just get it demolished. Probably.
Yeah, I think that the wallop missed, and as soon as it happened, they're like, you know what, you're good, you're good. Well, you know, and I think it shows restraint not to try and overforce anyway. Obviously, the players don't just want to throw the game away in a dive this early, especially into a Jax, where there's so many counter
especially
dives.
Into Doran in an early game in the best of 5. I feel like that's happened before.
That's been a thing, yeah.
Yeah. Don't want to risk that.
Yeah, we have the supports out on the map, hovering around mid, understandably, as the grubs are about to spawn as well, so they might be making some plays for that. Extremely important for both teams, just because the Ziggs exists. The Caitlyn, you guys mentioned, very good at sieging turrets as well. You want to take those away from T1, and if you're T1, obviously you want to pick those up. So we'll see just how much pressure we see on these grubs. For now, we do see owners going to the Drake, and Peanut has started them, so T1 are going to be giving up the grubs.
Do have Carrier on a roam here towards topside. See if they can get a lane gank as this crash comes through. But Delight and Peanut are both in the area. Do also know that obviously with the ultimate or of the portal, it's going to be really easy to come through, as we do have Zeka harassing a little bit here.
Yeah, this is kind of risky because it feels like Carrier went top to cover Zeus, because obviously HLE are leading top for the grubs, but now Zeka...
he's going in there. He's 1v3. He's like, no, I've got Mom. And he's just going to push them off. He buys enough time. And now HLE Esports rotate over. And they're going to get both as, yep, there's the smite. They take down the Drake. And HLE Esports enjoy both objectives.
So not only is Carrier towards the top side, but Viper also has 6. And trying to contest that dragon right there, if Jin can open up the curtain at any time, is a risk that T1 wasn't willing to take and hold alive both the early Drake and the free grubs.
And I think the mistake was Carrier showing top. I think if you hover top, then if a dive comes, you're there to cover. But by showing top, you show your cards to HLE Esports. Zeka was like, oh, the support's not bot. I can aggress on this dragon. And he knew the Bard was going to quickly follow. So I think that was the mistake there. I understand T1 not wanting to expose theirs, but this really backfired hard for them.
And if Owner is 6, then Zeka can't be that far up. Doesn't have cleanse, would only be able to flash. But without an ultimate available, there's not all you can do is Peanut.
Yep, Hex flashing in, and actually just going to real flash on top of Faker here, and that is going to be Faker in a ton of trouble. Owner does make his way over, but that's First Blood given over to the Smolder in the mid lane. Meanwhile, at top, Doran going to force a flash. He does trade, but takes the win in this 1v1.
And there is the timing from Peanut just before Faker's flash is available. Makes his way into the mid lane. And with that flash towards the top side as well, Zeus and Doran trading there.
Yeah, Doran having an advantage top all by himself, and the fact you're getting this Smolder nearly kill This Caitlyn obviously not feeling too happy about that, and it's just great moves from Honor Life Esports, being on that earlier summoner spell, coming back to reiterate and secure that. And bot, we're seeing Viper a little bit behind in farm, but it's not really a meaningful gap.
Yeah. Taking another look. It's very straightforward, right? Hex flash in, even without getting the slam into the wall. As long as Faker isn't able to get towards the wall and E over, you're always going to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, the thing as well, the smolder with the flap can easily gain distance on you. The Poppy, so much mobility as well. And the net, not that useful against the Poppy in this situation. Just really good setup from the side of HLE. And Delight will find Ona here.
Yeah, in the 1v1 and maybe a 2v1, Delight is not going to win. Even a headshot, or rather a ace in the hole coming in from down the lane. Delight just says, well, I'll just flash. I mean, just a level 5 Bard. I'm not really that threatening. Here is a dive on the top lane. Doran is going to get flashed on by Keria, and a bunch of damage goes into this Jax as Zeus will take him down, and they do get revenge for him.
Good move coming out there, you know, managing to get Doran outside of tower range. Zeus doing a really good job with the ultimate. And the thing is, you're not vulnerable on the bot side because it's Ziggs. Guma still has his ult if he needed to clear a wave, but doesn't even have that pressure on him.
Very necessary as well, because I think T1 was really lacking a pressure point to play through. Getting a kill onto the Gnar, definitely going to be nice. And this is actually where the, what we didn't actually see, but I imagine it was a proactive flash from Doran towards the top side that forced Zeus' flash, ends up backfiring.
It was, yeah.
If he has a flash available, maybe there's a way to outplay that to stall until you can counter-strike, until reinforcements can arrive, but doesn't end up coming through.
Yeah, and we'll see the replay in this situation. The counter-strike being very early to trade, and that's what makes this dive so easy. Ults him away from the tower, gets the stun, gets the Q, and then Keria comes in. He knows counter-strike's down, so the Leona has full range just to layer the combo. Good moves there from Zeus to set that one up.
I do feel like if Doran just hugged the turret and maybe saved his counter-strike, probably would have put himself in a better spot, but instead kind of ends up running away halfway, and then he just kind of dies.
Yeah, the counter-strike value into a team with the Sejuani and Leona is so high. If you have that defensively, then you can easily prevent them from stacking up either Sejuani passive or the Leona Q. Now, HLE going for the grubs again, and it looks like T1 want to try and stop them from getting the full 6.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting that T1 just really don't have much presence on these grubs. I mean, they're fighting to get 1 at this point in time, maybe 2, with their Caitlyn Ziggs combo, and they should be able to get 2 unless Humble Life Esports have a big plan invested here.
Doran does have his TP available, so he can join, but it looks like Humble Life. Oh!
He now had Smite, and he's going to take number 5. So that's 5 grubs
TP
for the side of Humble Life Esports. Here's the TP, as you mentioned, getting right into that backline. The Ziggs, Guma, he's all alone. Down he will go. And that's a bonus kill as well for Humble Life Esports on top of everything else.
And you got to ask, was it worth it? You know, you got the 1 grub, but giving up so much pressure there. Keria...
He'll execute on this.
Yeah, he avoided the damage.
I'm just now noticing as well that Delight is playing Keria skin, because that was a T1 Bard ultimate that I saw there. So, very cute there. Yeah, ends up being, like, obviously the execute doesn't give kill gold over, but it still takes your support on the map. Might open a play for T1, and really big here is as well that Zeka is able to just roam down bot, catch the bot wave, so there isn't really a cross-map opportunity as Guma is Ziggs, but doesn't have his ultimate right now.
Oh boy. I mean, there's no TPs. He's alone. There's 3 people here for Humble Life Esports. There's just no way for Guma to get out of this situation as Peanut and Delight set up yet another kill. And yes, T1 will get the dragon, but Humble Life Esports really snowballing their lead.
And that's the window of Keria not being on the map. You see Humble Life get the people where they need to be, and Peanut on the Poppy, again, finding an opening.
And you know, HLE already have a dragon, so they're willing to give up the second one and focus on getting gold
Infernal
onto
Soul.
this Jhin. Infernal Soul, yeah, you know.
2 dragons, actually.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, Mark.
Thank you for that. That's very
I mean, it is one of those
information.
things where if they'd lent towards Dragon, I could understand it, because, you know, if you see Chemtech Ocean, you're pretty confident it's going to be a very strong soul. And Infernal here, you know, there's a lot of champions. Jhin, Smolder, Caitlyn, Ziggs all really sync well with Infernal Soul, but HLE opting to extend their lead a bit by playing to the top side, and now Viper 2-0 with, you know, 1 farm behind Fake, who's got the most in the game. This Jhin is quickly going to come online.
Yeah. There are Jhin games where you're kind of running around and it feels like you're attacking them with like little pellets and you don't feel like you're doing anything.
Jhin.
Yeah, he's just running around reloading and not really doing any damage, but this is going to be a very different Jhin, I would say, in this game. And that's also, we haven't even really mentioned that Zeka is just very comfortably sitting here. The Caitlyn counter pick isn't really a thing, and he's scaling out of control already.
And it's such a beautiful setup here from T1, because especially with the Bard as well, T1 were forced to push forwards, and then we have this flank angle, the ult from Zeka slows, Doran comes in here, we have the ult opening up from the Jhin, Delight was there to follow up. There was no way Guma was getting out, and then here, Delight sets it up, they get the poke down, Guma's still trying to clear the wave, but he ends up in a position where Peanut can get the stun, and ends up going down. Just, once again, good execution from HLE.
And particularly in that Herald play, it also feels like T1 investing 2 ultimates there and then not even committing onto the puppy, which again is the right call because they had TP disadvantage. But realizing that a little bit too late, maybe with those ults they could have traded back or peeled back one way or another, doesn't end up coming through, and we're basically sitting on a very even game state here as the IE first here for Faker. Call done, and we have the call for Zeus close as well, but that's a first for mid Caitlyn, which I guess is a first in general.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk a lot about the Caitlyn mid-game sort of power trough, but particularly if you go on IE first, that is not going to feel super rewarding until, well, either you get lucky and get a crit, or until you got some more items to back it up.
It is the old build, right? Like way back in the day, the Caitlyn just, you know, just go IE, and then eventually you do matter. So maybe Faker digging into those old memories. We'll see if it works out for him. He will be building more crit, of course. But yeah, I mean, Hololive Esports, in terms of their map impacts, it feels like they're the team with the Ziggs when obviously they don't have Ziggs. But they are just taking all the turrets. They're taking the entire map at this point in time. They get the first top one. They get this inner one immediately with double demolish, it looks like, coming in there, as well as the Rift Herald. Huge value with all the objectives they're getting.
Already a counterpunch for T1. They're gonna get a turret. I don't even think Zeus can really get a lot of damage down with the rest of Hanwha already on their way. As a powered vehicle comes through. And there it is. Viper getting very close towards that rapid fire cannon. That second item going to make him a really big deal in fights. We haven't really seen a 5v5 yet. And I imagine that's where T1 are gonna have to kind of band together and keep Faker and Guma safe, because it feels right now if any of Doran or Peanut ever get near them, they're not going to be able to play the game.
I'm just really concerned because, you know, even though the gold gap isn't actually that big for HLE, it's because Zeus is really fed, and if he's not able to find the impact in the team fights, which can be hit or miss with a Gnar who has to rely on Mega, T1 are really going to struggle. Like, Guma's far behind, Faker isn't super strong yet, and it's Zeus or bust at the moment. Obviously, if he can have an impact in the side lanes, fantastic, but you're going to have to play for these dragons with it being Infernal Soul. You know, you're up into potentially Smolder has a ton of wave clear, or a Jax in the side lane, both of which I think are fine to hold off Zeus. So I am concerned about how T1 are going to match up when we get to those 5v5s. And with the dragon in a minute, that's probably going to be where we see it.
Feels like there's a closing window in that regard as well, because Zeka currently at a 132 stacks. As I say that, going to get up to 135, but obviously from this point is going to go a lot faster. And you'll probably be able to get this dragon if Hanwha Live don't contest. Right now, I think they still could, particularly because Doran still has the TP available, and we do see Peanut maybe looking for a play towards the mid wave. But even if T1 get this one, this is just a second dragon. Doesn't set them up for Soul Point.
How crazy is it though? The Viper was second highest in experience, and Delight's just been roaming and giving him so much solo XP. He's level 12, the highest level in his team as an AD carry. Not something you commonly see, especially not this early in the game.
Spent a lot of time alone in bot lane, and then a decent amount of time alone in mid as well. Just kind of solo farming. And as you mentioned, Delight's been everywhere, as he normally is. And, you know, T1 trying to set up for this Drake. Don't blame them. I mean, with the Caitlyn, you do have some nice zone control. Caitlyn and Ziggs especially. If they were ahead, like, Hololive Esports wouldn't really be able to approach anything. But it's kind of an awkward spot where they're trying to set up a nice little box for them around this objective, but Hololive Esports might just barge on through.
Yeah, they see Faker in the bot lane, so they just run through all the traps and clear them out. And
here
now,
it is. Yeah.
Good old burning the flash from Guma. And they've started to push in and contest his control. There's still Banana Brush in favor of T1, but this line of traps is a lot less intimidating when it's on the other side of the Dragon Pit.
Delight able to find, not really a direct engage, but still getting a really big summoner out of the way right from the get-go. Ziggs, obviously outside of a satchel, can be by the mobile as Dragon started up here. On Life, they are looking to contest very aggressively. Look at the Narbar for Zeus is full. Mega now available.
Yeah, and the early pick of Poppy, as by the way, Solar Flare is down, and this engage under the light looks kind of pitiful. But that very early Poppy pick is going to be fantastic about just running straight at the objective and saying, okay, well, Sejuani can't do anything, Leona can't do anything. How are you going to engage? But now it's actually Life Esports that engage onto the Leona themselves. Generally not a good idea, but they will force the flash of Keria. And now the Jin ult is coming out, just trying to zone them away. T1 thinking about getting on in here, but Peanut just going to launch Owner into the sky, and that is going to be the Infernal Drake already in the hands of Life. Flash on in from Peanut, looking for more, but he's going to take a ton of damage. He goes Keria, though. He is extremely low. And now we've got Doran on the flank. Zeus does not have Meganar, and Zeka is just farming the stacks right now, as it's a very broken up fight. Nobody is going to die yet. But now Doran in a bit of trouble. He's got to flash away, and just barely is going to walk this one off.
Very scrappy fight with the way it ended up playing out. You know, some little mistakes here and there from both sides, but no one ends up going down.
No one dies!
HLE got what they wanted, and I think T1, despite the fact they were there first in the river, their setup for that was a little bit poor. Zeus finished off the tower top, his Mega ran out, and then he ended up TPing in. So if you look on the mini-map, we have the TP coming in from the Jax, and Zeus is recalling in mini, and then he's going to TP to bot lane and be miles away from the fight. So they don't have the support there immediately from their strongest member. It allows HLE to get control, knock the Sejuani away, and get the Dragon. Then this is where it started to get a bit weird. Peanut losing vision here, not ideal.
Yeah, and then Keria goes in, but there's not actually a lot of follow-up. Owner has to zone away Doran from just immediately decimating the players of T1 that are still left. And then all the poke comes through. Doran ends up going very, very low. But crucially, Zeus doesn't want to just flash into enemy territory there over the wall just as he's about to turn Mega. But by the end of that, a lot of cooldowns, a lot of summoners used, a lot of action, but no kills. Zeka continues to scale, and the Infernal Drake went to Humble Life.
Yeah, they got the Drake, and they got Zeus' TP. If they'd left then, it would have been fantastic, but even though they made some mistakes, they didn't get punished as much as they could. Speaking of punished...
This is very weird, the setup. Delight in a bit of trouble. He's just trying to walk this one off. He doesn't have flash. There is a magical journey, but now we got TP coming in. Zeus, he wants this, but he's just going to get stunned up against the wall. And the flash on in, the ace in the hole, Delight, he's got a shield. Here comes the rest of the team. His owner going to throw an ult, and they finally take out Delight.
That's a lot invested, though, just to kill the Bard. If they don't turn this into something else, I don't think that's necessarily worth, because Doran, on the other end of the map, getting a turret.
Feels like one of those plays where you keep committing because it would feel bad not to get the kill, but it's like at some point should have just cut the losses. You lose the tower on the bot side, and the thing is, even though Doran has no TP, even though the support is dead, T1 know they can't just send a Baron there, especially against a Jin Smolder. And so the end result is they don't actually get to translate that play into really anything.
Yeah, they get the kill, and they can say #worth in the chat, but at the end of the day, we're not going to agree with them here analyzing from the caster desk. And it's not like a massive win for Life or anything. They do get the one turret. It's a kill over to T1, but they're still enjoying their lead at this point in time.
I mean, I get it. You see Bard floating around on the Rift, picking up the chimes. You do want to kill him, right? He does sometimes just, it feels satisfying, but yeah, I think we agree it wasn't the correct investment of resources.
The only upside of that play is that T1 got another kill on Zeus. So Zeus in a side lane. Throughout this summer, I don't think he's been very dependable. Really, arguably throughout this year, there's been a lot of I lock a range top laner over push and end up going down in the side lane, but I do think he's really cleaned up play in the recent series. We'll see if T1 can use that as a pressure point. Here we go again.
Uh-oh, Guma, he has flash. He's not going to use it this time. Finally will use it. There's Bomb from the sky as well, and now Peanut just running away from this one. Owner going to throw an ult as a lot of these fights very much on a nice edge, but that is a Poppy as the satchel comes in. You can't kill the Poppy at this point in time, but they're going to force Humble Life Esports back. And Humble Life themselves not able to get too much out of the trade either. They do force Peanut to flash away. He's going to pull out the helicopter, just threaten it here to save this turret. And now he will go for a back.
Yeah, Dragon up in 50 seconds. You know, both teams would love if they got the opportunity to take the tower with the Ziggs. You get a low, it's so easy to. I do think Guma, you know, there is really scenarios where when you get a bard ulted, you can satchel yourself out. So potentially having to burn his flash again, not ideal. And they do try and focus on Peanut, but they just didn't have the damage available there. You know, a lot of burst, even the Caitlyn as well.
Doran stepping on a trap, and he nearly dies. He's going to be forced out of this one, and he just TP'd into mid. So now he doesn't exist, and T1 have their sights on something here. Maybe the Baron. Gonna throw it out, and he's going to hit him! Doran doesn't even flash out of that when he leaps, but he dies mid-leap.
And there we go. T1, they're making the call for the Nash here. They don't care about Dragon. They want to try and take a decisive lead. Peanut's there though, with his ult available. They can't let him near the pit.
No Jingle for Viper, and he's super low. This is so hard to contest.
The zone control.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything about this. I mean, it's a very early Baron, but yeah, Humble Esports say, okay, we just have to take mid tier 1, and that's about it. Maybe to get the Dragon, but T1 will get this Baron off the map. There it goes. And now they're going to be running towards the Dragon and looking to fight again.
Oh, I don't know if they'll be in time. This is going down quick.
They're going to ult. Carry away, but he comes back from the sky, and now he's trying to get something going here, as it is going to be the Smite and the Magical Journey out. Humble Esports, they do get this one, and now they're going to turn as Keria is going in. He wants to open this fight, but Peanut is just providing the door, and Delight thinking about the disengage. Not sure if they want to continue on this one, but the Smolder is online. The executions are beginning as Humble Esports are running T1 away from this one. T1, you just got a Baron, but they overchase, and Humble Esports will punish them.
The T1, a big win turning into an immediate disaster as just Salt Point going over. That could have been surmountable, but instead, I think Humble Life are still going to take that trade.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this was such a good start. You're seeing the sieging power of the Ziggs and the Caitlyn, and there's a great read on the recall position from Guma. Goes for very late.
Just flash it.
Yeah, I think misreading there. And you know, in League of Legends, there's some rules you learn early on, like don't chase the Singed. Another one is don't go through the Bard portal. It's like you're frustrated they got the Baron, but I guess the plan here is, okay, Carrier, you soak the aggro, you go first, and then we're free to follow. But it just doesn't work out, and now Zeka and Viper are over this wall, free hitting, and Zeka has the stacks. He's so strong right now.
It feels like the call was split as well, and actually really nicely done by Delight. Held his Q up until the second member came through. I think it was Zeus, not allowing Gnar to do anything. Faker was backing at the start of that play.
T1 trying to engage here, but it's not really working. Remember, they still have some Baron. And yeah, they're finally going to take down this mid-tier 1, which they have been working on for quite a while, but this time the siege will work out.
Just some Baron. They could have had a lot of Baron.
Yeah.
But they only have some left, and as you pointed out,
they have a plus 33 gold Baron power play. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's great, Ox. Good stuff.
You know, another number we should talk about, which we already did in the team fight, but the Smolder is online. You know, we talked about how fed Viper is going to get. We talked about how, yes, Zeus is fed, but also it's a Jax in the side lane. But the Smolder is 3-0, has 2.5 items, has his stacks. And Zeka, you know, extremely consistent. He comes out here in game 1, and so far he's playing just as consistent as he played all regular season. And if this continues, he might just take over the game.
And I'm really struggling. We're shown again, Zeus highest level in the game, but I'm struggling to see the angles for him to make impacts in these team fights because there's so much lockdown, so much defensive peel, and then you're just going to get burned through by this Smolder. You see them setting up for this bot lane tier 2.
I mean, Zeus is trying his best. There's the lockdown, though, onto Faker. He's in a lot of trouble, and now they're going to knock away Owner. There's no protection for the Caitlyn. Down will go. Faker here in the front line. Peanut thinking about continuing on this one. Here comes the flash, the slow, onto Guma, who does have his flash, but still trying to continue on this one. Big solar flare, and now Meganar coming on in, but the Sterix is gone, and they're just going to give him up. Down will go Zeus. And that is another kill here. A shutdown to Smolder, and another engage comes in from Peanut. And how about another one? They're looking for Keria as well, as he will be taken down. It is a very long lane fight, but it is 4 kills to Humble Esports.
And they could be looking towards the end. Faker's going to be up in 15, but I don't know if he alone is enough wave clear. 5 members still here for Hanwha Life. And it looks like a game number 1, everything going as expected.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. We'll see if Humble Esports actually do push for the end. It looks like they're kind of backing off of the inhibitor for now, so they'll just take the free inhibitor after that big fight and back away and take the entire jungle. They're not going to try to end just yet. It's still a bit early based off of how much they got, but you know, it's not the end of the game, but it almost feels like it with how one-sided that fight was.
And it's crazy on the fact that T1 have the Baron, but the setup's so good. The route that comes in from Viper, the ult to follow from the Bard, the knock away on the Sejuani, the setup is there. But then in the follow-up play, you actually see a moment where T1 see a chin opportunity. They finally have a window for Zeus to pop up on the Mega Gnar. He gets the fully stacked bar, and then this stun ends up coming in just as he gets Mega. And he gets shut down, isn't able to do anything, and HLE can push forwards.
If he doesn't hit that, we still see everyone on Hanwha Life being quite respectful of the Mega Gnar, right? They're all making sure they don't clump up together, so there's not too much of an opportunity. But that is a colossal win as we are about to head into a must-win fight for T1, because Hanwha Life, if they can get this soul, it's over.
Trying to take out Delight. He is going to be caught. They get him, and they use a lot of their CC to take him down, but that is going to give the advantage here to T1. 5 members to 4. Now, Life Esports still have their carries. They still have a front line, and they're still very far ahead. So it looks like they want to just fight for this one. Doran just jumping on in. Doesn't even care. It's a 4v4 right now as the TP from Zeus is late, and the execution will come in. And look at the damage right now from the side of Hanwha Life. They take down 2, and Zeus can't even kill a measly Jin in the backline by himself. It's a totally broken up fight, and that will absolutely favor Hanwha Life Esports. As, you know, the last fight was very one-sided. This one, even more so. And it was eventually a 4v5 as owner will go down, and it should be Infernal Soul or just the game win to the side of Hanwha Life Esports.
Not much you can do in this situation. Owner trying to survive as long as he can, but the rest of the team are heading over to try and end the game.
And this is going to do it. This is going to be the end of game 1. I mean, it's 15-4. It is a very one-sided start to this one. And there's not much else you can say. Some interesting picks from T1, but at the end of the day, it's good old reliable Smolder and the Poppy as well from Peanut to get the job done as very dominant game 1 win here to the side of Hanwha Life Esports to start off this best of 5.
And this is a bit worrying for T1. You know, they come into game 1, they have some cool ideas. We never saw the Caitlyn pop off. They weren't able to facilitate the Ziggs. And HLE, this just looked like business as usual for them. They really felt like they were never rushed, they were never pressured. One little mistake got the Baron for T1, and that advantage lasted, what, 45 seconds?
Hey, they got the plus 43 for a second there. To me, the really big thing as well is the hesitation on T1. I feel like one of the big things for T1 is that they needed to be on the same page, and there were still some split-second decisions there where I feel like it was, again, kind of, do we go in or not? There were multiple semi-engages onto Peanut that were then called off, but resources were still invested. And Hanwha Life, outside of the mistake that Doran made where he almost ended up going down and then eventually did end up going down, it really felt like every play they went for, they felt confident, they knew what to do, and I gotta say, man, I saw Peanut go for that Poppy instead of the Ivern, but he delivered. He made it work, and it's looked like not a day has passed since he was terrorizing bot lanes with this like it was in 2023.
And I think a big thing for me is the jungle support duo of Peanut and Delight. You know, Delight coming out with the Bard, he has played just predominantly, I mean, it has been the meta, but he has been such a melee support player throughout this entire season. And he really just made the Bard work. Those two in unison are a force to be reckoned with.
Hanwha Life Esports, they came to play tonight, and it is a stomp here for game number 1. We'll see if T1 can bounce back, or will Hanwha Life Esports continue with their reign of terror. We'll take a break and have the space. We will be right back.
아 여기 나온다 아래 나온다.
아래 볼게.
볼게 이것 좀.
야 캐틀 볼 수 있어?
천천히 하자.
야 캐틀.
아니 빼고 아무도 못해.
아니 괜찮아. 각이 좋아.
다 잡았다.
각이 좋아.
나이스.
밑에.
용.
아 이거 더 잡으러 가면 될 것 같아.
싸워야 돼. 아래 봐줘 아래. 밑에 아래.
렌즈 잡으실 분?
나는 높아요. 나이스.
그래.
미드 하나 끝나나? 형님들 이번에도 나이스인데요. 저쪽 거
미드 가고 내가 렌즈 그냥 막 죽일게.
저쪽 거 다 잡았네요.
바로 바꿈 박았잖아. 그러니까.
가줄까 나도?
아래 높을.
천천히 잡다가.
아니 잡았어.
일단 스프링 이제 마지막 결진전에서 패배했을 당시에는 뭐 개인적으로도 그렇고 전체적인 팀적인 약간 상황도 좋지 않았어서 최선을 다했지만 눈앞에서 진출을 놓쳤으니 그게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같습니다.
아쉬워서 오랫동안 생각이 났던 것 같아요.
스프링 때 너무 아쉬웠던 만큼 이번 서머 때는 꼭 반복되는 일 없도록 하고 싶습니다.
일단은 스프링 때 나왔던 개인적인 좀 자잘한 실수들이나 그런 걸 최대한 안 하려고 노력했고,
메타 파악을 좀 빨리 하고 다른 서포트 선수 경기 보면서 어떻게 행동하는지를 좀 봤던 것 같고,
지치지 않게끔 좀 체력 안배를 개인적으로는 하려고 했고요. 스스로의 폼에 집중해야 하는 시기가 온 것 같습니다.
좀 더 유충의 메리트가 좀 더 올라감으로써 운영이 조금 달라졌다고 생각하고,
서머 후반기에 접어들수록 팀적으로 좀 융화되는 게 많이 중요하다고 얘기 많이 나눴고 긍정적인 것 같습니다.
강의 인도 왼쪽이에요. 그리고 살아있어요. 라이트. 그리고 쌍거 나갔어. 이제 1만 가지는 선호해야 있고요. 진짜. 하나.
당연히 지금 LCK에서 제일 잘하는 팀이고 하지만은 이제 아예 또 못 이긴다는 느낌은 아니었어가지고
좀 객관적인 시선으로 바라봤을 때 굉장히 많은 부분에서 따라왔다고 느껴지고 어떤 그런 강점을 잃지 않는다면 충분히 해볼 만하다고 생각해서
강할 타이밍에 제대로 강함을 이용해야 된다는 게 제일 핵심인 것 같아서 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
그래도 저희가 확실히 올라왔다는 그런 느낌을 많이 받았어가지고 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
날개를 피고 있어.
결승전에 가보지 못한 지 오래된 것 같아서 꼭 그런 큰 무대에 올라가 보고 싶고요. 좀 재밌게 경기하고 싶습니다.
파이퍼가 무한 일이거든요. 돌아가면서 길을 막습니다. 파이퍼가 전했고요. 이렇게 무대가 붙어 있으면 괜찮아. 노출되면 안 됐는데요. 이거는 도라리 트래플 캐리. 하나 생명 이렇게 뛰어옵니다. 하나 생명이 손을 그리고 그래서 더블 킬 들어갔고 막아냅니다. 하이퍼가 더블 킬. 아니 하나 생명 이거 설계가요. 정신 한가운데서 멈췄습니다. 다시 전차 소리가 들립니다.
이번 연도 하나에서 팬분들의 응원을 느낄 수 있었는데 그 응원들 아깝지 않도록 올라온 이상 비가 없다고 생각하고 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
너무 큰 응원 많이 받은 것 같아서 다시 한번 감사드리고요. 꼭 결과도 우승이었으면 좋겠습니다.
지금까지 계속 응원해주시는 힘 받고 여기까지 올 수 있었다고 생각을 하고 이제 서머 끝나고 롤드컵도 남아있긴 하지만 최대한 후회 없는 경기력으로 다 같이 웃을 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
이런 패배했던 경험들이 좀 더 도움이 돼서 꼭 첫 승을 우승을 좀 드리고 싶은 마음이 있습니다. 또 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하다고 좀 말씀드리고 싶고 유난히 더웠던 이번 여름도 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사드리고 끝까지 함께 해주실 거라 믿고 저희도 열심히 하겠습니다.
오렌지 전차는 멈추지 않아. 이게 하나생명의 파괴력이네요. 하나생명! 한 번에 쓸어담습니다. 갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리. 화약 향이 막 자욱합니다.
부진은 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다. 본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Gyeongju Indoor Stadium at the Fan Festa for the Woori Bank 2024 Summer Lower Finals. It's Digon here in the space on the road to break down match number 1, and all the matches between T1 and Hanwha Life. Not doing it alone, though, are my two partners in crime. It's Wadid and Wolf here. Guys, game number 1, although T1 went with the wild draft and threw a lot of things at Hanwha Life Esports, very much what we broke down on the pre-show happened. Hanwha Life Esports stayed to fundamentals and were punishing at every mistake that T1 made.
I mean, that was first time in LCK. We had the mid Caitlyn for the first time, but I don't think they used the Caitlyn that well because, I mean, you're playing Caitlyn, especially when you're playing mid Caitlyn into Smolder, you have to kind of winning lane harder than that. But I think level 1 strategy from T1 was not sharp enough, so they had a huge mistake on the Faker getting back and just reset and not in time for the first mid wave was kind of critical.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that there was a possibility the Ziggs could be flex mid. We were thinking maybe that since the Ashe was left open, they would actually play the Ziggs into the Smolder. We'd see the Ashe bottom lane, has a ton of synergy with that Sejuani priority. But ultimately, that level 1 that you mentioned, what it was so critical, Smolder was never punished in this draft. And you can feel the peanut tax already here with Hanwha Life's blue side game. You've got to ban Rumble, you have to take his Maokai, you have to take his Vi. So Smolder gets through, you try to punish it, you fail at level 1. Must be a really frustrating feeling right now for T1 after how this first game went.
Absolutely, as it feels like they cooked something up specifically for that, but you go back to fundamentals, you lose everything at level 1, and your whole plan goes out the window. Let's take a look at the highlights here as, again, one big fight here in the mid lane. You get a catch after a greedy TP by Doran, and you're thinking maybe T1 have something here. Hanwha Life stay cool and composed and punish T1.
I mean, I think this was the first timing that actually T1 can reverse the game, but I feel like Hanwha Life Esports was just a little bit chilling and just waiting for them to make the mistake. And the moment when Keria canceled the Poppy ulti with his E skill, I think that there was no point to getting back here.
Yeah, I mean, because Keria decides to go back in, he feels priced into actually trying to look for a pick here. But look at the zoning here from Viper as T1 try to approach. Owner is so far away. They didn't have mid prio. They're slow to come over. And then Keria decides, we're so priced into this, we cannot actually give this Drake and then give the fight or just walk away from the fight. So they go further in. But Smolder Stacks just came online. And you're basically going straight into the meat grinder. Sure, Viper's ultimate's down. But I think this was very overzealous of T1 to think they could win this fight. But again, they felt priced into it because they just gave up that Infernal Dragon. Sure, you got Baron, but a lot of this time is also wasted on the Baron as well in this extended fight. T1 lose so much Baron time. They lose the Dragon. They lose the fight. Nothing's going right.
Yeah, and yes, they had Baron after that. They attempted to push down the bottom side of the map, but you could just feel like T1 were grasping at straws. They were supposed to be so much further ahead with this composition here, Wajid.
I mean, for sure, as I mentioned, they should have win better. And from the laning phase, they should snowball better than this. But I think after that, they still had a chance to win out the game. But I feel like they just gave up at some point because Hanwha Life Esports just way better, steady game plan was just better on the Hanwha Life Esports right now.
Yeah, the scaling composition of the Smolder, getting ahead. Zeka might have fallen a little bit behind in the early game in terms of CS, but stacks were just constantly coming in here, Wolf, and I feel like that comfort allowed Hanwha Life to play a pretty stress-free game.
There was also that fight on the Dragon where Zeka actually came over and bought a lot of time, harassed Owner, bought time for his teammates to come over. Just really clean play all around. A ton of confidence exuded from this mid laner right now.
All right, well, let's take a look at POG #1 from game #1 here for Hanwha Life Esports, and it goes to the man in the jungle, Peanut, getting it done on the Poppy, 2-0-10.
I think he kind of screwed up T1's plan from this first gank, and I think after getting mid Caitlyn's flash and getting secured on the first kill was kind of critical again, and also he was kind of playing on them with his Poppy pick, and I thought he was gonna play really aggressive, but it was better than I thought in-game.
He's just so calm and collected in these moments too, fighting for the grubs, knowing that if Owner smites one, he gets the second one, but then they turn into a team fight opportunity. Him pushing Doran ahead, he was a huge side lane threat as well later on in the game with 5 grubs. You know, we voted Zeka here. We thought he had fantastic individual decisions, but I think either of these votes really make sense. Viper getting a vote as well, a shout out. I think that's reasonable. His Jhin was fantastic.
Remember, 9 finals appearances for Peanut. He does not get perturbed by the big stage, and he will not in game #1. Let's see what happens here for game #2, T1 and Hanwha Life Esports.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Looking great over there at FanFest as we're getting ready for game #2. Hanwha Life Esports with a very dominant win here in game #1 of this best of 5 at the Gyeongju Indoor Stadium. And the fans are out in force for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. A lot of them predicting 3-0, as some of us did here on the space. And so far, it's looking very one-sided to the side of Hanwha Life Esports. But let's see how T1 bounce back.
T1 now get to choose side.
I am always a glass half full kind of guy. Not just because I'm prized, but I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I do really think that we could have had a mildly better game if we just let the Fur Dragon go and use our Baron buff on 5 people. And we'll see if T1 are going to make that pivot. Additionally, what is the place of that Smolder going to be, and what is going to happen to Ziggs, because the Caitlyn didn't really hit the mark, and I feel like the second time you bring it out, don't know if it's going to fare any better.
As well, you know, when we talk side selection, HLE being the highest seed coming into this, they got game 1 selection on the blue side. It is kind of like breaking a serve. You know, T1 went for a bit of a risky draft with the Caitlyn mid to try and see if they can get essentially a serve break like in tennis. They failed, but now they're on blue side, so hopefully they can come in strong. Now, they do ban away the Jax.
You remember what I said in the first draft. This really just neutralizes a lot of what Zeus would like to play in the top lane, especially from a counter pick side. I think from blue side you have a little bit less of that, but still I think it's been a really successful pick for the side of Doran.
Really was, and it's telling because Zayas in the 1v1 actually was able to, get those leads, but it just didn't matter enough. And I think that T1 are identifying that we need to put a player on Life further down for us to have a shot. The Ziggs priority not going to come as a surprise. We'll see if they go back to the Caitlyn answer again. Did of course start with Nat last time around. That is obviously not ideal, but we'll have to see if Faker can bring out something else, if that is not the direction they're going to go in, as the Sejuani this time going to go over to Peanut, as, it was banned last time. The Jax is already gone, but still, even with how good Zayas was, I feel like picking Camille this early in the draft, even if it goes with Ziggs, is a really big risk.
Yeah, it means that Sejuani also a really big denial, because Sejuani Camille's so strong.
Yeah.
But I feel like T1 are now sort of leaving it into a composition where their goal will be to kill this Smolder. The Camille setup, the Ziggs to follow up, you have the resets from this Tristana. So anything that Viper ends up picking in this draft needs to bear in mind there's a lot of dive threat already, and that's before even locking in the support and jungle, who I assume is going to accentuate that more. Life Esports, if they want to pick for Doran, now is kind of the time to get that in before we go to the next ban phase. It looks like that is what they're going to do. They were toying with the Rector, and they go for the Xanthi instead, so, 2 tanks in the jungle and top lane, I think that's risky, because they're going to end up in a 2-carry composition. You're into Camille, you're into Ziggs. It's very easy for them to just pick a carry and say, you're dead now. You're left with 1 carry and a bunch of tanks after that. That can be really dangerous.
Yeah, especially when it's Smolder, and they might even, dig deeper just to really, maybe even a 3rd tank down in the bottom side in the support role, and then you're really just indexing into, okay, we got to get the Smolder online and really fed. And that worked in game number 1, but that was a very different scenario in that draft and in that game.
Now, what is the draft priority going to be? Obviously, Life, I imagine, going to be looking out to ban out some junglers. Yeah, the Jhin should come as no surprise. I think Viper did have a very clean game. You could look at it and go, I don't think Jhin has enough damage, but I feel like with how Viper piloted, it still showed the value. Does have a lot of safety. And taking away some of those safe lanes into the Ziggs should be a big win for T1.
Also, just a pick that can operate so far away that you can sit behind a tower and still be impactful in the team fight, which is definitely not ideal if you're playing a dive composition to this. See what they go for another ban if they go towards the AD carry role again, or maybe looking towards support. Maybe something like the Alistair, a really solid defensive pick that can kind of headbutt away a Camille. Could be a decent idea for a ban away from Honor Life.
Yeah, or the Rel. I mean, that has been something that Delight has been picking, but instead it's just Talia. So giving some thought into the Smolder that could potentially even go to the bottom side. This is the Rel. Another option. I think it's something that Delight has gone back into many a time, just to really bolster the engage and provide follow-up after Sejuani throws an ult.
Imagine Keria, if this gets locked in, is going to go towards the Alistair. And then the question becomes, what do they want to go in the jungle? As mentioned, there is still the flex potential of the Smolder, hence the Talia ban, but Smolder, AD carry, I think we've seen Aiming played it once, I think, a while back, and it just didn't really feel like it had the same impact. That's a no-brainer. What is Owner going to bring here? That is even more dive, but that champion has not been doing too hot in the LCK recently. Zyra is still open, but Zyra with a dive composition, it just doesn't feel that good.
It doesn't fit, and I think you're all in already. At this point of the draft, you know what your comp needs to do into Honor Life Esports. Throwing the idea of the Nidalee, so doesn't fit as well in with the dive, but obviously can establish a lot of pressure now. HLE, they're going to go for this in the bot lane, and they're going to try and pick a really strong mid-jungle 2v2 with the Yone Sejuani, and it being Zeka's Yone as well. If they find an advantage in the mid bleeds in a jungle, maybe they can defang this Nidalee.
And there is exactly one team where you can see Nidalee Tristana and go, oh, they're winning the mid-jungle 2v2. That team is waiting in the finals. For any other team, that doesn't feel that strong. Ideally, even though in theory it makes sense, you get Prio, you play from there. Tristana's Prio have been substantially nerfed. Faker has not looked great on Tristana mid, really throughout the entirety of the year. And then Zeka not only gets his comfort pick, but also alongside Peanut on Sejuani, which really enables that 2v2. So we're going to have to see if T1 can deal with all these things and then get to a mid game where obviously they are going to be strong once everyone can sync up.
I will say I feel for Viper though. You were kind of like, okay, me and Zeka are playing 80 carries. They have to dive. One of us, the other can survive. Zeka's like, no, I'm playing Yone. They're diving you. Good luck.
Enjoy. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way it's going to go, and we'll see how Viper can handle that. This is getting pretty interesting already. I feel like in this matchup against HLE Esports, you have to figure out a way to defeat one of Peanut's best jungle picks, and they leave the Sejuani open. He picks it immediately. We'll see if T1 can figure it out. Otherwise, they might be in a bit of a rut in this best of 5. HLE Esports looking on top at the moment. But let's see how game number 2 goes as we hop into the rim right now.
하나 생명! 하나, 둘, 셋!
Here we go, game number 2 already beginning, as so are the emotes and a bit of dancing from Delight.
Some bodyguarding there from Carrier, making sure Faker doesn't have any issues in the early game. I do feel like, I mean, it's typical with the Nidalee, but this game might feel really snowbally, as Nidalee often does, but also the 2-carry composition for HLE. If Zeka or Viper fall behind, this comp might really struggle to ever get in the air. I mean, Viper will always eventually be relevant on the Smolder, but Zeka kind of needs to be the driving force to damage in a lot of these mid-game setups, so really looking to see how he handles the lane. Obviously, it's kind of hard to lose lane on Yone currently with how you go Doran Shield, second wind, fleet footwork, absorb life, and just kind of sustain through everything. But, you know, he is someone with a lot of experience on this pick, and we have high expectations for him.
It also really transforms the comp, which was originally looking like just a teamfight comp 2 carry, right? Where as long as Viper gets an ult off, if you are in the early to mid game, like the damage you're going to have is enough. Even in the late game, looking at the T1 comp, that's a whole lot of squishies. So I do think, as you mentioned, it's essential that neither Zeka nor Viper falls too far behind. But the amount of CC and wombo combat that's available for HLE Life is going to be quite scary, given that in the last game they were so good about consistently finding these fights. The one upside for T1, as mentioned, the reason why Nidalee came up in the first place way back during MSI was because her matchup into Sejuani, when it comes to the 1v1, is absolutely not fun for Sejuani. Peanut is, of course, I'd argue, our best jungler at playing into pressure, playing from behind. But Owner should be able to substantially outpace, and this time around set up for objectives a lot better.
I feel like also as well, you know, a lot of Sejuani's skirmishing is around the burst from her passive and her stun. Into a Nidalee who has that extra sustain from the heal, it can really bait you into fights and end up backfiring. Now we see Owner already moving in to challenge Peanut. Peanut will just blast Cone away, which funnily enough procs Aftershock, but...
That's a big deal though.
Yeah, he's being forced off.
Meanwhile, we got another skirmish here in mid. Zeka not doing the best, actually, at dealing with a harass under the turret. Can be rough, I mean, playing melee into range. But yeah, trying to get aggressive is Owner. We saw that, well, Viper pretty good at this pick. A perfect KDA, as now we have an engage down on the bottom side here, thinking about getting in onto the Alistair, but nothing much is going to happen. Still the pressure from the side of Owner, and T1 is mounting.
Actually, a really big interrupt there from Carrier. If that crashdown goes through, might not have an angle as Owner.
Might fight, goes to Owner. He does have that burst. Ingles Carrier gets the flash away. And a bit of damage done to Owner, but he can heal that up on the Nidalee. So I feel like this aggression at the end of the day is working as we have a little pause.
I'm kind of seeing some issues though right now for HLE, because even though, you know, Zeka is competent on the Yone, he's been having, obviously Tristana being a ranged champion is going to have the early pressure. Bot lane, T1 have an Alistair, and despite that, still have the early pressure. And when you don't have pressure lanes and you're playing Sejuani and Nidalee, that is when it feels the worst. If you know, if you have a side of the map you can lean towards and have support, great. But you saw there, Peanut was just hiding in the brush, and he's being challenged by the enemy team, and his lanes can't really do anything to help him out, to bail him out, and it just feels worse and worse.
Yeah, it can be pretty rough, and I do like that T1 are getting in there, they're putting on that pressure, and we'll see if that can continue for them, as we have oranges on unicycles, juggling pins and stuff. So there's the T1 circus, and then there's the orange circus. This must be some new kind of meme that I'm not clued in on, but I'm seeing a lot of circus in some of these fan signs, some nice drawings as well. Tons of fans have come down here to the indoor stadium to watch the lower finals so far, and it has been really fun. I feel like all the action from game one was really fun to watch. It was a bit messy, but you know, can be sometimes in the beginning of a best of 5, as we do have the reported peripheral issue for Delight, and it should be solved very soon.
Yep, hopefully get that sorted out quickly. Obviously, going into a different venue sometimes has its issues. On the other side of Korea, actually. So, you know, brought his peripherals with them. Maybe one of them a little bit faulty, but obviously they have spares and stuff for that. But we'll see. As you said, first game was a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy. But
and we're in.
Going into this one, we've already seen the early action. We've already seen Ona trying to take pressure bot, and now looking for Zeka.
Yeah, Zeka almost looked like he wanted to go for the kill there, but not going to overcommit. Still has his flash.
I do want to highlight as well, Zeka has already burned TP. So the early lane played out in a way where Faker still has his TP, is going to be able to now base and then TP back in. And Zeka has not been able to get the best trades, trying to get this wave shoved in as soon as possible, and then hopefully back before Faker can do the same. But all ties into that larger picture of T1, which, again, I think for the reference, they do need to start generating this pressure as early as possible and really push it as far as they can. Get as many objectives as possible right from the get-go. Is Peanut going for some circumventory pathing, but bot lane backed, gonna get some Krugs for his efforts nonetheless.
I mean, the thing is, they have such a good comp to do. Obviously, we know about the pace and the concept, but they have the Bunker Buster duo with the Tristana Ziggs. Ziggs winning lane early on can be so suffocating. If he gets any free time, if Viper, who's already used his TP, by the way, ends up making a bad recall, the tower is going to go low so quickly, and as soon as you free the Ziggs from bot lane, you're going to lose 3 outers, you're going to lose all those plates, you're cooked.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that, you know, 2 games in a row, Hololive Esports, even from the blue side, you know, they say, okay, T1, you want to play Ziggs? That's fine. We don't really care. We're going to prioritize Smolder over that, or we're just not going to ban it. From the red side as well, we say, okay, we want to ban other things. We want to take the Azir, Rumble, Lilia away from you guys. So, you know, we've seen the power of the Ziggs. Has a very large win rate. It was 10-2 in playoffs so far. I guess now it's 10-3 after game 1. But yeah, Hololive Esports showing some confidence playing into the Ziggs.
Also want to highlight, again, Chemtech Drake first. Which,
nice job.
Setting up for hopefully another Drake, maybe Hextech this time around. Wouldn't be opposed to that. Level 6 being hit now across the board. And we do see Peanut hovering towards that top side. Already gets a lot harder. Zeus has the lane in a good spot, so I don't think that gank ever was going to amount to too much. And post 6, trying to take down a Camille between hookshot, and the ultimate is very, very tough. Grubs should be on the menu here, because getting as many grubs as possible when you're the team with Tristana and Ziggs, that's really a classic. And I think Hololive also make the correct call not to try and contest this, given the experience disadvantage they're looking at, as the TP is going to come through here. That's Zeus.
And I think that's fine. You're not going to get dove as a Camille. Smolder doesn't have the damage yet. But you sort of lean into territory of cross-mapping. And Ziggs always wins cross-map scenarios because of the pace at which he takes turrets. So this is not a setup I think Hololive Esports wants to go into. And T1 really are setting the pace of this game so far. Even though obviously goal's still very close, it feels like HLE are kind of just doing what they can on the other side. Now they are trying to lean towards Zeus. If they bring 4 members, that's when it becomes diveable, and it's down to how Zeus uses though.
They have 3, and there's the stun already. Zeus finally going to get that ult off, and Delight does tank out the turret. That's another turret shot going into Viper, chunking him in half. As Zeus will survive against 3. Can he survive against 4? The other question, as the stun comes in, lines it up for Zeka, and finally they're able to take out Zeus in the bottom lane. First blood to Hololive Esports.
That's still a big investment though, and Faker is going to be able to get a big shove going. We'll see. Diving at Cassandra is always very, very tough. Can Doran defend here?
Yeah, he's pretty tanky, but there's the Unstoppable taken away, and Carrier thinking about going on in.
Down.
He's not level 6 himself just yet, but the stun comes in, and the Ziggs bomb, the all-out, goes in onto Guma as he survives for quite a long period of time. Owner nearly dies, but it is a successful dive at the end of the day.
And the difference is HLE had to bring their mid laner in to make the dive work. T1 do it with 3. You can see the damage done to the mid-tier 1. So yes, even in terms of the top laners going down, but T1 got more out of it.
Also, still have the teleport available for Guma. So I think T1 is a little bit more flexible in, do we want to get the Ziggs back, as he now is going to go for that back, or are we going to have him back towards the bot lane? Can choose to invest. I wouldn't mind it. I think playing towards the dragon as well could be quite solid here. Still 2 minutes before the grubs are up. Faker.
I understand it with it being a Chemtech dragon. You're like, oh, it's probably going to be a good soul. We should play towards bot, play towards the dragon. We're setting the pace of the game. But also that top tower being low, I mean, they have time. But they definitely want to try and get the Ziggs back up there again because it's so close to him just being able to satchel it and really push the pace of this game forwards.
I'm really glad that there isn't an actual Ziggs passive yet that says, please take turrets. But we have you to remind us every game.
Ziggs likes taking turrets.
I know.
He
It's
does,
so
yeah.
fun.
It is very obvious. It's built into his kit. Sometimes we don't always see the teams really prioritizing that, but
I think sometimes when a tower's low, it should blink and like an arrow should point towards it with a Ziggs and say, hey, there's a low tower, you should satchel it.
And then when you take it down, you get like a thumbs up emote. Nothing else. That's enough.
Good job. The little Ziggs thumbs up, the little thumbs up. Yeah, beautiful.
He has his own emote. I mean, it was built for a reason, right? Like they should utilize that. And now we're getting the moment in the game where Guma is a little bit scared in bot, but as we know, it is just a 1v1. Ziggs versus Smolder, a trade that HLE Esports has opted into twice now. But T1 this time around, from the blue side, looking to have a much stronger earlier game in this game number 2. So hoping that this one can be a bit closer compared to game 1.
Because again, I do think that this is a situation that T1 should be in and also needs to be in for the composition to really work, as the dragon is going to get started. Again, I do think the grubs are a lot more important than specifically the first dragon. T1 still looking to contest. Last time, Zeka single-handedly stopped them. This time, T1 going to bring a couple more people into the fray.
Yeah, definitely a different look this time around. Karya still level 5, kind of awkward for him. He wants to get an engage going. Delight level 6 himself, looking for the Magnet Storm angle. See if he can hit it. As some Ziggs poke does come in, but they will commit to this one. There's the big bomb onto the back line, but now they're trying to go forward. The spike comes in from Peanut. They get the Chemtech Drake. Drake is up next, and HLE Esports say, nope, we're done with this fight. We got the Drake, and we are out.
I think they should just give up now. T1 move towards mid. You could actually potentially take the tower. There's no one there to defend it, and it's Ziggs Trist. So who cares about the dragon? They are going to put the TP in. Maybe the minion wave is a bit too small.
They got another one. And, I mean, they have 3 grubs already. This might just go down.
Demolish as well.
If nobody comes in and stops this.
Look at Delight. He's on his way, but I don't think he's going to be in time.
I mean, maybe his threat will be enough to push them off. They do back away. Meanwhile, Owner's getting more grubs on the map, so he should be able to get some.
And the thing is, whether or not they take the tower isn't the most relevant thing, because when you get it that low, it's a satchel away, right? An auto and a satchel from the Ziggs will take it, and now, for the rest of the game, HLE has to play super defense on the mid-tier 1, or it will just go down.
Do want to give credit to HLE for getting an early game dragon, deflecting an attempted engage from T1, and also making sure that they're still getting these side lane plates, right? T1, yes, the grubs are big, but they're not really able to build a giant lead when it comes to the gold, as Guma ends up having the flash. Zeka found him with the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, in a 1v1 situation, if you mess up the satchel, Yone will just eat you for breakfast. So you got to be careful about that 1v1.
Yeah, so ends up having to bin the flash there, does have TP to go back towards mid, and I think a big thing was Kerry had gone bot to protect Faker, and therefore wasn't in the mid lane to cover his AD carry, or I guess AP carry in this situation. Guma also going the Archangel's rush, which I guess if you're concerned about like Kasante, Yone dive, that makes sense. Definitely should go Leandri second with how bulky HLE is, and then we'll just be able to shred through them. So we're now at about 12 minutes. We have 2 minutes left. Mid tower and top tower both low, and I think T1 really need to set up and ideally get both of those towers. You know, I'm reminding everyone, Ziggs likes to take towers. In case you didn't know.
Ox is the blinking arrow that is leading to the turrets. You know, we joke, but it's really important as now... Ooh, nice hook shot to get away from that one. Doran not quite able to line it up, but Ziz was in more danger than perhaps he realized, but he's able to dodge his way out of that.
If he gets the knockback and he's able to position himself, drags him over the wall, you're just, at best, you're going to be able to flash out of it. Most likely, it's going to end up going down with the amount of CC that's available between those two, so good on Zay is there to survive. Again, I want to reiterate, right now, Humble Life about 1k gold behind. Next dragon going to be big, and when are these turrets going to start falling? Not just because we want to see Ziggs happy, we want to see Ox happy, but also because, again, T1, I think this type
Oh, there we
of
go.
style of dive composition.
Guys, look,
Really?
he's up. That was a zoning ult.
The zoning ult. He's pushing him off the turret so he
Trying
can
to
take
make
it.
a point off.
But he
No,
knows
Chronicle.
he
Get
wants
the
the turret.
turret.
He wants the turret.
He's going to get it. There you go. Nice
Give me
timing
the
on the
thumbs
satchel.
up.
And there it is. The first turret blood going over to the Ziggs team. That's ahead. Makes sense for Ziggs as well. It's pretty good.
I don't think you can get a second one though. You can't, I know he loves turrets, but this might be a bit of a stretch.
There's
so.
a second one in mid.
Hey, but what about
The mid one, yeah.
Yeah.
The mid one I think you can go for. Maybe now?
Well, they don't have a lot of time left. They want to get the blades.
They're going to try. I mean, Viper will absolutely respect that. He's going to flash away.
Oh yeah, he really has to.
Meal very scary into the smolder.
That's not going to get better
I think
for
the dream's
Viper.
dead, by the way. Yeah.
But no, it's okay, Ox. As I was saying, I think particularly when you have a dive composition and a composition like the Nidalee, it's very, very important. You guys can see, but Valdez was just shaking his head.
We're both shaking our heads. It's okay. They got the one. They got the one turn.
Oh, they got it.
It's good enough.
Trying to set up dives is a lot easier when you have map control. Getting map control is easier when there's no mid lane turret. So for T1, very important that they do end up getting that one eventually. And I think the Herald should be heavily contested here. Unless Home Alive want to set up the trade. There are a lot of good dragons available though, so maybe you don't want T1 to fully stack them. To see what happens, as both Dragon and Herald are going to be up in about 45. Herald already live, but no moves made to take that just yet.
Peanut just backing in front of T1, who will stop that.
That's a Lockett.
Yeah, Peanut is one of our junglers. I think this is the first one that was always just like, nope, Lockett's the jungle item now, and I build it every single game.
Yeah, because a lot of people moved to Maokai, but on Sejuani, they were still going Zeke. He was the first to say, no, it's actually really good on every time.
I think it was Pioshik. Actually, that went it first.
He might have got it first,
Which
but he's been the main believer.
Yeah, I know. I just, it's just, it feels to me like such a no, this item is better. I'm just going to build it every time. As right now, we do see T1 setting up shop around this dragon. Going to be hard to approach these choke points with the traps, with the vision denial, and with the Ziggs being there, and both mid and bot lane being shoved in.
Yeah, it's going to be a very different feel playing the Ziggs from behind versus from ahead. I think Gumo's doing his best to poke. He had a lot of damage in game one, but now, as you mentioned, Chronicler, you can just kind of set up mines, satchels, ways to prevent entries, as it's Ocean Soul that is coming in here for game number 2. So, no Infernal, no X-Tech, and no Mountain. Those are the other options. Zeka still trying to exert some pressure here on the map, but it will be the Dragon over to T1.
And there's mid tower god. It was low. Yeah, I mean, didn't get the plate strip, but it was low already. It was set up, so it means they can really lean pressure towards the spot tower and push the pace of the game forwards. Just the fact that they've set up mid and top, they've got those towers. Bot lane is kind of like sticking out as like a sore thumb now, so they can lean towards that. Set the pace. It is unfortunate that it's an Ocean Soul for T1. I feel like HLE benefit a decent amount into the Ziggs Nidalee poke, and they have a lot of bulky members, but I don't think it really helps T1 that much. They already have sustain from the Nidalee, so not the ideal soul for them, but I don't think it really changes their game plan regardless.
You're playing in the dive. I think the only thing it might have a marginal effect is eventually Smolder's going to be able to burn you, maybe the sustain. If you do actually have the soul, can make a difference there, but that does really feel like you're bringing a water gun to a giant fire-breathing dragon. I don't really think
I mean, water's good against fire, right?
Yeah, generally.
If you have enough of it.
Yeah.
Which I don't think they will.
And it depends on the type of fire as well.
Oh, yeah, true.
You don't want to throw that on an oil fire.
Yeah, that'd be dangerous.
Get yourself in a lot of trouble. Not much is happening in this game. There's significantly less action compared to game number 1.
Yeah, even though there weren't a lot of... I think we were like 3-1 at this point. There was a lot more almost things happening.
Yeah.
Not so much this time around. Herald is still up, and it's going to get taken by T1, it looked like.
It did feel like T1, even from behind, they were kind of like going in, going out, going in. It wasn't the cleanest calls or communication, coordination, whatever you want to call it, from their side from behind. But from ahead, Home Life Esports, they haven't made any oversteps. They're just sitting back, they have a smolder, and they say, well, we're behind. We don't really want to fight right now, so we'll just give you the Drake and just continue farming.
And that's the thing, it's always contextual. T1 ahead, it's about 2,000 after that tower went down, but how far ahead do you need to be when you're playing into the Smolder? You have tools to deal with him, even when he gets ahead, but we've seen Smolders even itemize things like a Zonya's later on. That item would really hamper the ability to shut him down, and we saw Viper's stacks pop up before. He's at 159 at this point. He is quickly ramping up.
We'll also have to see how T1 can use the fact that they have 2 side lane threats as opposed to Hama, they really only have 1. Like Zeka, I think, is going to be really tough to deal with, especially once he hits his second item and from there on out. But for T1, both Zeus and Faker are going to shred through Doran. Like, Doran is going to have a tough time actually maintaining any level of prio, as we do have Delight running into the Camille and not really enjoying his time, but there's a lot more resources on the way. TPs are available.
Yeah, they're trying to get something here on the top side of the map, but this is kind of half-hearted, as now the Ziggs bomb comes over the top. Zeus looking to take out Delight. He will not be able to. That's a kill, but look at bottom lane. This is really where most of the action is happening in terms of turrets going down. They're going to take the mid-inner, and then they'll back away, but utilizing that Rift Herald to a nice degree.
And this is the problem, you commit so heavily to the top side of the map, and now Ziggs Tristana looking mid. I don't think you dive an Alistar, but yeah, they'll just take the tower.
Meanwhile, TP's coming in. Viper doesn't exist anymore. He's not dead, but yeah, he needs to back. Meanwhile, this top turret will go down, so at least Humalife did get that, but T1 really trying to exert a lot of map pressure with this comp.
Still a pretty big investment from Zeus, though, I think, underestimating the damage that he had. I'm not sure if it was the Locker that ended up being the difference maker, but going for the Flash Q there as a
Wow. This is Alistar. I mean, it's going to take a long time to kill him. And can they actually do it? I don't really believe just yet, but now trying to bait the fight. Here comes Camille. That's a miss on the hook shot, trying to predict the pullback, and that's not going to work. Zeka eventually just pulls back himself. Now he's going to flash over the wall. And they get away scot-free, even Blast Cone helping them out.
Getting the kill isn't that big of a deal, but getting the kill and getting the TPs and getting away, HLE got a lot more than they were hoping for just with a pick onto Carrier.
And it's, again, the sense of desperation that I think we had when Carrier went over that wall in game number 1. Another example here, Gumayushi also really is committing to killing Carry specifically. Didn't end up going for the Leandri. He says, we take another look here. I wonder if Zeus couldn't have, at the very least, tried to stay underneath the turret with the wave being gone as well, and knowing that Delight has flash.
I think he ulted because he wanted to keep him under the tower, but also I think wanted to avoid any follow-up CC coming in. It was a great flash from Delight to drag him away, and the CC lock that came in took him out. And then here, you know, Carrier getting caught, obviously not ideal, but it's just so many misfires. Zeus completely whiffs the hook shot in this situation. Zeus caught out again.
Here we go again, and Zeka's really beginning to take over the map with the help of some of his friends. The stun comes in, and that is the combo of Yone and Sejuani, and they are just abusing those side lanes right now. As Mob will come down, the Smolder wave clear, it works a little bit, but it will not stop Ziggs. They take out the inner, does T1. Now Humalife Esports threatening from top river.
Been disastrous for T1. They're still ahead, they're still getting structures, but they keep losing members on the other side, and it feels so unnecessary. You know, yes, Zeus, they're trading for you in these situations. They are getting the dragon, but it just feels like they're giving away so much that is unnecessary, and it really starts to make me feel concerned.
You're not getting drakes that are that relevant, as you saw T1 when Zeus was getting dove or killed there by 3 people. Turret was already gone, obviously. Ocean Drake wasn't even the first thing of their mind. If that's a Hextech Drake, they're immediately making the snap call. And now, the side lane threat of Zeka being 4-0 is going to be so tough to answer.
And also the fact that, you know, this is a 2-carry composition. If the carries are behind, the game can feel completely doomed, but Viper has been solid on the stacks. He's going to be approaching 225. Zeka is monster fed.
202 right now.
Yeah, he's going to have it. So for the next fight, you're going to have a online Smolder, you're going to have Zeka on one of his best champions, super fed. The tools are there for HLE, and the gold deficit, the total team gold, is less relevant when you have picks like a Sejuani and a Cassante who are lower economy. That's the difference between the compositions. T1, you know, you have a 0-3-0 Camille, that feels pretty bad.
It definitely does. I mean, we'll see how good his ult usage is later on in the game. Can he find Viper and click the button? That is going to be definitely relevant, but the damage is not going to be there. He's not going to be as tanky, and Viper farming up really well. Also, I mean, Zeka, his comfort pick, and you give him 4 kills, he might just take over the game, especially when the comp has a lot of ways to get this Yone going. I do like that T1 are still trying to pressure the map. They're still trying to take out as many side turrets as possible. Even Viper going to call down Mom just to clear that wave and stay safe up there and continue to try to delay. But oh no, Guma is totally caught as there's the flash, and he will get away with the satchel. But that was pretty scary for a moment.
And that's a big cooldown gone We'll see if Humble Life want to try and push it further, but Smolder's about to hit. Zeka is a complete menace. Now no flash on the Ziggs. And yes, T1's dive is strong. Yes, their lockdown is solid. But even if you blow up Viper, if you use too many resources, the fight is going to be carried by Doran, by Zeka. And there's not that much you can do. Also, Guma very close, but not quite there yet. On the death cap, want to try and get that, if it's even remotely possible, before you commit to anything big here.
Yeah. You know, Onks, you were talking about the Ziggs build. I feel like maybe he's just going full Omega Bomba for the backline, you know, after the Camille ult comes down onto Viper, because that's not really a tank shredding build that he's gone for.
Yeah, they're really gonna... He's not gonna help out that much. I mean, Ziggs still does a decent amount of damage, but Doran has a Kanek Rukin. Ziggs is not gonna be a fantastic answer to the Xante in any meaningful way, so definitely looking more at Faker to cut through the frontliners. It really is going to be about getting this backline access.
Yeah. It's pushing top lane, not really working out. You see that Ziggs did negative damage, I guess. Doran chipped away at the Kanek Recurrent Shield with just the Q. Yeah. Obviously, it'll be a bit different once he gets, you know, 4th and 5th item. But he's not quite there just yet for now. So going to be looking at those items as Viper has hit the stacks here, 227. With, again, not too much action outside of Humble Life Esports finding picks in the side lane, defeat Zeka.
Starting to feel concerning. A lot of things have gone wrong, the Soul being one of them, and it's about this sort of time where I expect T1 to really start heavily setting up around Baron and threatening it. I don't think getting more Ocean Dragons is necessarily going to win you the game. So potentially if they burn some TPs, pull HLE towards the Baron and set up a play there, that could be the win con. And we know T1 are good at that. We know that's something they've often lent into in the past.
Gonna have a good amount of damage as well between the Leandris, the Tristana. I imagine they will keep Camille on the sideline, just have her TP in if it is necessary, as the death cap is now done for Guma. So I don't think Viper's going to have a good look at that. Look at that in his inventory.
Yeah.
There it is.
He knows.
It's a big issue, actually, because if you're going to really index into killing Viper in one go and he just has one item that totally counters it, then your entire win comp, your entire way to win the game is just gone immediately.
The thing is, on a Smolder, you have AP ratios on your Q, you have AP ratios on your burn. It's not as good as the AD, but you've completed your core items, you've got your burn, you're doing enough. Just go defensive, and then you're sitting pretty. If Camille jumps on you and you use Onya's, by the time you come out, the Camille's probably dead.
It's starting to feel like the main angle for T1, unless it's a great Baron setup, is just getting an engage onto Zeka as they try to get the Doran.
Yeah, I mean, at least Faker's going to do the damage, but actually it's Curry in a bit of rough spot. He's going to have to flash away, and Doran holds on to his flash. So all things considered, Life Esports not too bothered. This is right before the Drake and maybe some pressure onto the Baron that you guys were talking about, but still a bit early, and they haven't totally pushed away Doran, and he has TP. So not going to matter all too much just yet.
TP is going to come in. We'll see if Humble Life wants to contest. They also have a good amount of Baron damage with the burn, with the Yone, so... Oh, if to want to be careful. Delight, he is looking.
A lot of Zeus damage as well.
Yeah, well, if they get everybody up there as, yeah, no hookshot just yet, and there's Zeka over the wall, and now the Magnet Storm, but the hookshot buffered to try to get away, and an ult as well, as we got a little skirmish on the right side coming in. Faker trying to flash on in, but it will be disengaged. Zeus has to back away. Here comes Owner.
There's a wave. Zeus can flank with a TP once he recalls.
They're playing it slow.
They definitely are. Humble Life Esports are backed up against the wall. We'll see if T1 can zone them and do some
STP.
No Zeka damage. No Delight ult.
Yeah, that's a lot gone. And Humble Life Esports, again, they have nowhere to go as Doran trying to throw himself in there. But now Delight's got a front line, and he's not very tanky. Humble Life Esports are just running the opposite way as he has to flash a spear. T1's still on the chase, but they're not quite fast enough. I mean, Humble Life Esports are just running away from them really fast. And T1 are not going to find the engage.
And I think T1 honestly fumbled this. Delight won't even go down. Gets the shield with the dismount. T1, they had Zeus on a flank TP, and they all moved to his side, so he wasn't isolated. But as a result, HLE just ran down and got out, and now they're all looking towards the Baron, but they know full HP. He's there.
They know.
TPs are available as well, although Delight isn't there just yet. Zeka doesn't have his ultimate. Maybe this is the window.
It's 27 minutes in. That's a bit of damage from Mom. But yeah, Peanut is in the pit. They have not found a way to zone him away. And now we have the TP coming on in. The all-out onto Keria, and Peanut will not be denied access as it is just a flip. It goes to Owner, but the health bars are so low on the side of T1. Owner is just running away. Faker's running away. Zeus is isolated. Keria can't quite walk his way out of this one. The Baron does go the way of T1, and actually it's only just the one kill on Zeus for now.
It's a heist! They got the Baron!
They did. It looks like Keria might eventually go down.
He will go down for sure. And this buys time for HLE. You know, if they chase down the Alistair or just stall them out, I guess they gave up because you can recall.
Wow, Doran might just die here. Okay.
The Koenig!
He is Cassante. He's Cassante.
Okay, but the recall from Keria taking the Dragon, this is going to slow down the Baron of T1, but they still have the buff. That's the main thing with the Tristana Ziggs. They really need to get mileage out of it. It's not enough just to get a couple of towers. The base needs to be broken. You need an inhib tower at least.
Really do, and the inhib, ideally that you're looking to get, might also mean that Humble Life is going to be a little bit slower on these places. This was just a straight up flip. I think it's the right call because you know the light isn't there just yet. Zeka going for a very short range, but look at those bombs actually keeping Zeka out of the fight. If he got to this earlier, if he doesn't get that satchel and that Yone's in the pit, I think T1 get wiped.
Yeah, it was super down to the wire, and I will say when you have a Nidalee against a Sejuani, you have the Q smite, it is more reliable that you're able to secure it, but it still felt close to the wire.
Yeah.
I do think that how they played around the TP from Zeus before that, they definitely could have got a lot more there, but T1, they got the Baron, they have 3 dragons, but now they're trying to make that push happen. This tier 2 tower is already low, it won't take much to finish it off, and HLE bringing all 5 members in to try and defend here.
Want to highlight as well, Zeka going for IE, not the jack shows that we so often see, but going full damage, identifying that he does indeed need to put out some numbers as the siege for T1 gonna be big. They need to accelerate that gold lead here.
Yeah, I mean, HLE Esports are really throwing the kitchen sink into these waves. I mean, even Mom going to be called down once again, and T1 are not going to overstay and try to take out this turret, but, you know, they get the Baron. They have a tiny Red Bull Baron power play, but they really want to get more on the map.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, it's just so hard to approach. You have the Smolder firing these Qs out, denying the waves, and look at how HLE are positioned. They are actually confident to look for a fight if the opportunity arises.
Yeah, HLE Esports, well, that Ziggs bomb didn't do much. And, you know, get some shields, you get the locket. Excellent value into the Ziggs, by the way, so just gonna eat that Inferno Bomb, and yeah, this Baron play is not really doing much at the end of the day. It is about 1,200 gold in the power play. And now they're looking for Owner. Oh, he is caught out, and there's nowhere for him to go. They get Keria as well in the Magnet Storm. This is just kind of hanging out at the end of the Baron push, and that will be a double kill now for Viper.
Great pick found. You know, Nidalee has, Owner has Zhonya's, didn't find a window to get it off. He'll go down, the Baron push has ended, and HLE feeling far better about the state of the game. I will say, I feel like Zeus not having the Baron really hurt their ability to make things happen with that. He was the one split for the team and just didn't get anything done. And now, I mean, look at the map state, it hasn't changed. But now HLE might get this tier 1 tower, so the outcome of the Baron is just positive for HLE.
Want to highlight as well, not only does he not have the Baron, did Zeus, but he's also, again, behind on itemization onto Zeka. Zeka's basically a full Infinity Edge ahead. So, even though Camille generally skills well in the unit, it's always going to be dicey, but in this scenario especially, is Peanut showing again, this man on Sejuani, doesn't matter what the early game state is, 100% co-participation as well. Keria really feels like you get a little bonus, you know, when they get it. The Baron Barrel play was already at its end, and it doesn't end up working out. And T1 still sitting on a small gold lead. Maybe they can get Soul. But again, if this is Hextech, if you have Ziggs Tristana with Hextech Soul, that alone can be enough to make your siege so much more lethal. It just isn't the case, so those picks onto Zeka and Viper are still going to be the main win cons. I imagine Zeka's going to like a GA next, and Viper's still sitting on that arm guard.
The fact he hasn't had to use the arm guard, and I can't even remember the last time I saw Viper flash, he just hasn't been pressured. And this composition from T1, you know, I talked about it coming out of draft, how Zeka didn't match up with Viper, both playing 80 carries. It meant Viper was going to be targeted. Well, apparently not. He's kind of just been sitting pretty, and he is incredibly strong at this point with the rapid fire as well, you know, he's just able, if he lands one big Q on the right target, the impact is done, you know, gets the ult as well. He doesn't have to get up close and personal, but 348 stacks, this is a major issue for T1.
Yeah, and you know, you're talking about the stuff that Viper has used. I feel like we haven't really seen a coordinated fight from T1 where they really target in onto the Smolder. And here comes Smolder. Viper just flapping over the wall, and there's that poke damage coming in. Locket gonna help against that, but now Peanut's in a bit of trouble. He's got to flash away. TP gonna be forced from both of them. Zeka gonna hold on to his though, and he will not be TPing into this fight. As I say that, he TPs into the fight. As now, trying to get on top of a Camille, that's not going to work out. Zeka not going to hit, and he engaged, but actually Doran is going to hold out Guma, but Keria is going to get the peel on that backline. Doran in a bit of trouble, but so is Keria. Who will go down first? The answer is the cow, as Keria does go down. Zeka going forward, Zeus desperately trying to find the angle. Very low health bars, as in goes Zeus, but there's no follow-up as some bombs are thrown in, but Zeka, finally, the reset for Faker. He's gonna get in, he's gonna get out, and it's just gonna be Doran super low on HP once again, eats a spear, and Zeus looking for more as the Mega Bomb comes in. They're gonna take down the Rel, and Humble-Life Esports are left just running away from the fight.
These fights are insane! T1, they're gonna keep going! Can they go for the push? Soul is on the table, but without Zeka there, I think Viper's still alive. You can't go for it. Looks like they're just gonna go for the Dragon, but that felt like either team could have taken it.
T1 navigating on the knife's edge. Members going in bit by bit, finding the windows. It looked super close, but they're able to find the advantage just when it felt like the Smolder was becoming unstoppable. They find a window, but now TP coming in. They will be challenged. Faker, I'm not sure you can stay in the pit against Viper.
I mean, at the end of the day, Faker doesn't die, and it's just one Ocean Soul. T1 are taking the Baron right now. I mean, they don't really care about this Ocean. Yeah, they denied the Ocean Soul, but T1 getting the Baron at this point in the game, and they have a lead. I think we might begin to see some of those fights that actually look like they've got the whole team on the same page as we have a pause.
Going into that fight, we had GA and Zeus, we had the Seeker's Arm Guard on Viper, we had summoners across the board. I think everyone burnt their flashes in that fight. Everything got used, and this really helps out T1 because I think they were struggling to approach these fights because they're like, okay, how do we deal with Viper? Well, he's got Flash, he's got Seekers. Now those are burnt, I think it becomes a lot more realistic that they can force a fight on their terms. If anyone oversteps and they get Camille ulted, it's going to be hard for them to, you know, the team to come into support. It's going to be hard for them to flash out after the Camille ult goes down. So I think T1, they're going to have the Baron. They really need to make sure they get things done with this one.
I hope we get a replay of the fight as well, because there were a lot of individual moments. Zay is deciding to go back in after what has been, I think, a very lackluster game.
So
caught out repeatedly.
This is a, yes, the legendary toilet issue. It has returned. Keria says, okay, I'm very nervous. It's getting to me. I need to run to the toilet. So we'll take a little short break, and he'll be back, and we'll finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, hectic fights like that as well, when you really need to go, you can definitely test it. So credit to Keria for holding on.
Yeah.
We're all human at the end of the day. As mentioned, I think... maybe ideally, I just want to see a replay of that one fight. It was so... It was...
What?
Oh, production!
Got him.
Especially after that shot. I think that's justified. I think that's warranted after what happened. But also Faker going in and actually getting that reset, then getting turned on, but being able to jump out nonetheless. The bomb from Guma, the fact that Viper did live throughout all... Because I think if Viper dies there, I think T1 tries to look for the ends. Because Zeka was already gone, and that's their two big damage dealers.
It's also, like, so much of the wave clear comes down to the Smolder. If Viper ever misplays, ever dies, I feel like they're really going to struggle just to deal with waves. So he has to play, he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. And credit to Viper, you know, during the regular season, when Ezreal was really strong, that spree where it looked great, kind of fell off a bit, it felt like, in the late stages. The expectations are so high for this player, but so far in this series,
he's back.
Really good. And Keria, good job.
Great work. Yeah, I think he's giving a little you know, round of applause to production for letting him go. And he'll be back and ready to play the game in tip-top form this time. I mean, he was pretty good in that last fight, I guess, you know? Kind of kept him around, put his face in it, doing Alistair things. But now, it's going to be next level.
Yeah, should be able to get it started any second.
And we do have the Baron, this time on the Camille. And Zeus doesn't have his GA, but I do feel like eventually with Camille, you're just always going to get to the point where your Q2 does absolutely dumb amounts of damage. Yeah, it's I like the Cho'Gath ult meme. I think it's apt. Especially level 18, right, has the Sterix as well, so amount of extra AD that you're going to get is kind of insane.
Pretty big is that you saw Viper was building to Leandries, but he had enough gold on the back of that fight to finish up the Zhonya's. This is that fight. They try and look for Zeus, but he manages to get the dash away on this one. Zeka finds this threat onto Guma, but it's Doran who catches him after the flash. Guma is able to disengage though. And the problem with the Alistar is playing into a smaller, you just get shredded regardless, but I feel like this is where it starts to get interesting when Zeus finds an angle here.
Zeus ends up going in aggressively, and it just buys space for the rest of the team, right? Faker gets the kill on Zeka, then goes really aggressive, which, given that the stopwatch was still there, was a big risk, but he gets, because of the kill, the reset, so he's able to make it out. And then here, that fact that Viper lives, I think that was the Locket that ended up being a big difference maker.
But the thing is, you see how different it is when Zeka goes down and when Viper's threatened, the team comp really struggles. These are your damage sets, and they need to be able to function. And in that situation where you lost one and the other started to get low, HLE suddenly started to feel very scary, which is why I think it's so big. Zeka now has GA and Viper has Zhonya's. They still have to break through those for T1 to win out these fights.
I just want to highlight as well, T1 have been sitting on a gold lead, I think, for basically the entirety of this game. They're down 5 kills. Like, there's not been a lot of bloodshed on their end.
Well, they got some extra plates, and they've gotten some other objectives as Doran is extremely tanky, but Owner's in a lot of trouble. He will Zhonya's in. Mom doesn't do much, but Owner's still going to be caught by the Yone. Viper in a kind of an awkward spot, but he's able to flap away, and he gets some peeling. And now Zeus is really just in a rough spot here as well. Zeka does have his GA, but down goes Zeus. And how will IV Sports, they find the fight. They're looking for more. Trying to find Guma, trying to find Faker and carry up. The 2 carries here on the side of T1. They go in on the carry. Look at the damage from Faker. It is huge. As there's a couple of kills already for the Tristana. Faker just standing and firing and taking everyone out. He gets a triple. No, it's the kill of the Sage. But it is a massive fight to the side of T1 as they overstep and Faker picks up a Quadra.
Faker, the player who has struggled throughout this season, comes up huge. The movement's perfect. He gets the damage off and he turns around the fight. They're going to look for the end.
Owners just bait, baby! They don't need to Nidalee, ends up going down! But as we can see, as much damage as Zeka and Viper can do, that doesn't matter if you can't get on top of this Ziggs and can't get on top of this Tristana.
And it's over. There's nothing they can do. The Nexus, you see that delight is just desperation. But this late in the game, you give up a fight like that, T1 will run away with the game. And we've got a series on our hands already. 1-1, T1 will tie it up.
So clutch. Bad from Faker, backed against the wall. It looked so dangerous. The Smolder was such a threat. Anyone approaching him, you saw how Zeus was hesitating, trying to step up the Viper. But Faker just finds the angle, just delivers. And in a series that was starting to look scary, like it might be a 3-0, even with a gold lead for T1, they have to fight hard for this game. It just ends up being a clutch moment for Faker, and now it's 1 apiece. Best of 3 left in this one, and hope has kind of returned for T1.
Guma also being able to, together with the help of Carrier, stay alive for so long. And as mentioned, the amount of damage that's available after everything is said and done when it comes to the objectives for T1, absolutely insane. As it turns out, you can have less kills than your opponent and still win a game of League of Legends.
Kills don't really matter that much at the end of the day. Zeka was so fed and didn't matter.
Nexus is taken, you know, 1-0. And yeah, I mean, Viper was a monster there, but this is kind of the concern sometimes when you have a 2-carry composition. Viper has to do everything, and if he misplays slightly or just gets threatened, it can definitely backfire. The late game Tristana is still as strong as she was before.
And Not necessarily what we all expected. T1 are able to challenge Humble Life Esports and tie up the series. We have a series on our hands. It's really anybody's series from here. We'll have to see how the rest of it does play out, but we'll take a break and have the space to break down game 2. We will be right back.
펼쳤어. 어디야? 여기. 야, 위로 보자, 그럼. 위로 보자. 여기 누군데?
산테. 내 궁다. 아, 빨긴 했거든.
산테 잡았어.
렐도 잡고, 렐핑. 왼쪽 천천히 봐주면 좋아.
아래 줘. 아래 볼게. 뜸맞어. 뺀다. 까비.
잡아야 돼.
탑. 와, 나이스. 세상에.
협곡인 T1의 존재는 지워집니다. 하나생명 오늘 무슨 데인가요 진짜. SK 주간 예상 다 틀렸습니다.
T1의 눈앞에 경주가 보입니다.
자, 이러면서 LCK 쌍봉 결승 진출전 진출합니다.
안녕하세요, T1입니다.
저희 우승 공약은 저는 겨울에 삭발하겠습니다. 왜? 이 정도 나와줘야 돼요.
진짜일까?
할 거지, 해야 되나? 하자.
저는 집에서 12시간 자기 하겠습니다.
저는 제우스 선수의 머리를 바리깡으로 밀겠습니다. 날목인데.
저는 경주 월드에서 놀게요.
그 공약이요?
응.
월주가 끝나고 훈련소 가겠습니다. 덥고 힘들었던 올해 여름도 팬 여러분들의 응원 덕분에 다시 한번 이겨낼 수 있었습니다.
경주까지 와주셔서 감사드리고
마지막까지 힘차게 외쳐주세요.
T1 화이팅!
한 번에 쓸어담습니다.
갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리.
화약창이 막대 자욱합니다.
부진은 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2024 LCK Summer Lower Finals as it's T1 battling back here. And at the top of that piece that we had from T1, they said, T1, it's an emergency. And it would have been an emergency if they did not battle back. And after cleaning off their hands, we've now got a series right on them. Digon alongside Wadid and Wolf. It is 1-1. We love the draft way more here by T1, but it comes down to yet again another clutch team fight moment, and who else than Faker to come out on top?
You look at the draft, you can talk about each individual piece that T1 has here. They have the stronger early game. They have side lane in Ziggs, Tristana, and Camille. They have both engage and lockdown with the Camille, but also poke and the ability to chip away before objectives because they have Ziggs and the Nidalee. Blue side here, game 2, I feel like if T1 had lost this game, it's 100% going to a 3-0 for Hanwha. You have to win this game. You have such a strong draft. They played it really well. It got a little bit messy, but they crossed the finish line.
And I think the huge difference between this game and the last game is that Faker was so comfortable in lane. Back then, he was on pressure to do something earlier in the game, but for now, he's playing Tristana and he sit back and just farm until the late game. And he pulls out with another insane outplay. So, I mean, this is the way how they need to approach coming into the draft, and I think this is the way how T1 can win against Hana Live Esports.
Yeah, as we were going through the highlights, we were thinking, hey, T1 need to get ahead. They need to snowball a little bit harder here because the Smolder is on the other side stacking on up. So we started a highlight package with like early couple of picks and some Drakes. And then we had to throw it all outside the window because they chart this Baron, and we're like, oh no, this is the game. They're going to get caught. They're going to get punished by Hanwha Life Esports. That's not what happened here, Wolf.
Now, notice Guma here because he's been very criticized for his Ziggs play, but he's able to see this teleport, drops these little bombs here so he can help zone, then has an amazing satchel here as T1 try to secure the Baron. I think if Zeka isn't actually knocked away here and he can have that engage, there's a huge opportunity here for Hanwha Life to clean up all of the T1 members. Instead, they end up killing just a few here. Keria actually gets out. So Zeus really the only one who goes down in this fight. And T1, with their comp, 6 grubs they prioed in the early game, get so much map pressure.
I mean, look at all those HPs. Like, as you mentioned, if Guma Yushi didn't deny Zeka enough, I think that was the losing moment for T1. But I think he can actually have the POG because of that moment. But yeah, I mean, it was really, really important point right there.
Yep, another play after that. They pass another 5-6 minutes. Baron comes up. It's a trade Baron for Drake. You're thinking, T1, you got to get the Drake. Let's start ending this game. Then they start forcing up mid lane here, and you're thinking, or up top lane, you're thinking, this is it. This is where the mistake happens. The punish from Hanwha Life comes on in. But then, let's see what happens here.
I mean, let's be honest. I thought it was just free win for Hana Life Esports. They got 2-man, 3-man, and I mean, it was so easy for Hana Life Esports, but somehow they were kind of desperate to end the game and reserve the game from here. So that's why they TP'd back, but I think they underestimate the Faker right there.
Yeah, now notice there's no damage here in these 3 champions, right? You have Peanut, Delight, and Doran coming through, but there's no one to actually kill Faker. And even if you locked him down, he's going to be fine. So everyone's super disjointed. I think it was a snap call from Hanwha that just absolutely was not the right one in this case, but they felt the pressure, right? Obviously, T1 in full control of the game. They had the Baron buff. They need to stop them, or the Ziggs and the Camille in the top lane that was talked about by the casters earlier, who's basically got the Cho'Gath ult to hit towers. Like, they will just end off of the Baron if you don't wipe them there, so they tried to make that call. I think they should have done it a little bit cleaner. I think they should have been a little bit more together on it. It's actually where they lose the game. Faker picks up a Quadra, and T1 stand tall. It was a close game, and that's a little bit concerning for T1, I think, considering the win conditions you had, the lead that you had in this game, but they don't choke. They don't mess it up. They're able to clutch it out in the end. That gives you hope for this longer best of 5.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. This draft felt so good for T1. They had so many different tools to play so many different ways, and it still came down to a 3v5 clutch, and Hanwha Life to go in with their 3 non-damage dealers, get picked off, and then go down one-on-one multiple times. All right, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2 for T1. Who else would it be? The big playmaker. It's Faker making it happen. 5-0-2 in the big moment.
I mean, I like this draft so much more because, I mean, everyone keeps saying that T1 has to pick for early game. They need to snowball early game, otherwise they cannot value out the Hana Life Esports. But, I mean, they can do it. They still have the tool. They still have Faker in the mid lane. So I feel like they need to just chill out in the lane a little bit more and just be calm and collected and look for some more plays on the same page. And I think it will be better series than before. And I mean, they made it.
Yeah, I mean, remember too, in game 1, Hanwha had that extra ban, that extra budget. They had blue side advantage. They banned the Tristana. This time it's left open because they have to ban the Rumble in the second game. He gets the Tristana. I do think we'll see probably some adjustments here as Hanwha move back to blue side. Feels like a series that could be blue side determinant.
Right. I was thinking earlier it's going to be Hanwha Life saying, man, they're 1 win away from getting over their monsters. T1 now get their first win against them in playoffs. Let's see what happens here in game number 3.
Thank you, Digon, Wadid, and Wolf, as they break it down. Media struggling a little bit, but we got there. You know, Faker picks up his POG. I was a little bit robbed of my Faker Penta moment, but that's okay. Maybe we have one a little bit later on in the series.
Can't believe Guma would do that to you.
Yeah, he did get that kill on a Viper, but it is what it is. And now I'm just glad that we have an actual series on our hands. My pred was 3-0. I'm just glad now that it doesn't actually come true because we have some fun back and forth games.
I will say though, now we go on to HLE having side selection. Presumably they're going to go blue. One thing that was mentioned on the desk is the fact that Tristana was banned by HLE on blue side, so they can do that again, deny that away from Fake, who obviously was able to close out that game. But also, that last game wasn't convincing. Yes, they were always ahead in gold, but I feel like there was lots of moments in that game where it really could have gone wrong. They were dealing with a Fred Smolder. The gold lead felt a little bit fake at times and not indicative of how strong the teams were. So T1 have fought back. They clutched it out. But there is work to be done if they're going to prove this is not going to be a 3-1 and they can take it all away.
Well, we move into the draft here for game number 3. And we'll see what the bans look like this time. So far, same from game number 1 when we had the teams on the same sides. The Maokai still being banned out here. Do we see Smolder a third time? And we do see the Tristana ban, which is very predictable coming into this game. But once again, Smolder and Ziggs both left up.
It's probably just going to be Smolder, Ziggs, Sejuani again. Well, we'll just see if T1 change. I mean, presumably they take the Ziggs again. I don't see that changing. But I don't really see a reason why they wouldn't go to Sejuani, but maybe they're concerned about playing that into Peanut just slamming Poppy again. Nope, they'll just lock that in. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
We are just running it back. Game number 1 definitely felt a lot more Hanwha favored. Even there was a lot of back and forth, as in the last game. And yeah, why not?
It's important to note, they actually did the same order of bans as well. So this could just be a replay for all we know. You know, they're just matching the picks and bans exactly. But this is the change. Looking at a potential Corki pickup. This was banned in the second rotation by HLE. So T1 don't want to let that happen again. They will pick it up, secure a good matchup for Faker. It will lose them the Leona though.
It's also interesting that we saw the Smolder originally come out into the Corki specifically, right? So we'll have to see if Faker is going to be able to keep the Zeka on the back foot there. The Smolder in the last game ended up not having the impact that it needed to, right? And again, I think part of that is also because they were going with a double carry composition into a lot more threat on T1 side. And we have already moved away from that Caitlyn, which I do think is warranted. I liked it in game 1, but in game 3, this is a really big one. Being able to take momentum here is going to be absolutely huge. As the Bard actually respects ban, and I think after game 1, that's 100% warranted.
I think as well, they had to throw a ban towards the Jax, and the last time in game 1, they banned Alistair Rel. I feel like if you can't ban both, then kind of whatever. Banning the Bard, it means you know Delight's going to have a pick he's good at, but you know the sort of type of champion he's going to be on. You don't have to deal with the threat of the Bard, which was a problem for Guma on the Ziggs getting picked out. Now, presumably they want to give counter pick to Zeus, so I guess Carrier just takes the Alistair and presumes that Delight will take the Rel into it because he's so confident on the pick. Maybe we could see Delight going for the Rakan as well, but there's so much AoE on T1 that I think that might be a bit risky.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Hanwha Life Esports will round out this draft with, and we'll see if we get a bit more of a spicy counter pick for Zeus in the top lane. I'm not really hoping for, Jax Snar. The Jax obviously taken away this time. Rakan being looked at here for Delight. So Jin, Rakan, nope. Just going to go back to, no. Thinking about it. Rakan or Rel, what's it going to be, Delight?
I think Rakan has an easier time in this situation. A lot of things that can interrupt between the Sejuani, the Satchel, and the Alistair. The concern is you are squishy, but with the Warmog's rush that we've seen a lot of times for Rakan, you are a bit bulkier, but there's a lot of AoE. If you fall behind, you can just get one shot when you're trying to go in.
Seemed to be an issue before. The light on Rakan goes back all the way to the Brionne days, where he was a large part of why their team fighting was as good as it was, as the cannon being looked at here. I like the Renekton a lot more. I know that Renekton is not
a Vayne though. You know, we've seen
why
this before.
It could happen, but I feel like the reason why we saw Nessus originally is because if you pick it into cannon just doesn't get to do a lot. We've also seen the Vladimir, which hasn't been very successful with. What if we?
It's just Zeri. It's Zeri top, right? Because Zeus has done this before. He did this at EWC as well.
Yeah? What?
He was like, yeah, no, this is just good. And it could be Corki top, as you mentioned. But yeah, I mean, this seems like Hanwha Life Esports should have known that this is coming, especially into T1.
Yeah, I think the Corki top makes sense. He's got a bit more early trading power to keep the Renekton at bay. You know, we've seen Zeri and a Smolder a lot of times. This feels similar in ways, not the same as the comp we saw from T1 against KT when it was Sejuani plus a bunch of range champs. They do swap back, so Zeri in the top lane, wanting, I guess, a bit more mid-pressure. Corki has more early pressure compared to the Zeri.
I feel like Zeus is a better Zeri. Maybe he has like more experience on it. I don't know. He just looked very comfortable on Zeri when I saw him play as well. So.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I'm a little bit concerned for the side of Hanwha Esports in this situation. You're going to struggle in terms of top pressure. Bot lane, you know, we've seen the Ziggs obviously be a menace as he gets further into the game. It came down to Peanut. I feel like him being the early instigator in that game one, and I'm not sure he has as much freedom to do so in this matchup without the support of things like the Jax from Doran and the Bard from Delight.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. If Peanut doesn't find some early pathings, maybe if they're able to stack a couple of waves in either top or bot, crash that while Peanut's there, get an early lane lead going, I think it's going to be quite tough for Hanwha Life. This draft doesn't give me the confidence that the last two did. We're going to see if T1 will be able to get up to a lead here.
I mean, as well, often when you have a smaller, you're confident to go late, but into Zeri, Corki, Ziggs, good luck.
It's going to be an interesting one. Maybe a lot of scaling in this game number 3. Let's hop into the Rift and find out what happens.
하나 생명. 하나, 둘, 셋.
T1 하나, 둘, 셋.
Fans are out here in force at the Gyeongju Indoor Stadium, and it has been, I feel like it's already delivered a bit more than I expected, and I'm going to be happy to see just how far this is going to go. They're going to give that ward over to Doran. Might make that early laning phase a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think we often see like the kind of rock, paper, scissors situation top where, you know, supports will go top, place a ward down. Sometimes you'll see teams baiting to try and deny that. Here, Delight goes up with a sweeper, so he'll clear out the ward. Especially playing like a Renekton into a Zeri, vision control of that middle brush is really important in making the matchup slightly less painful.
I also really like the PTA here. We're going to get the most value out of that, right? Try and go for those short trades, longer trades against Zeri. She is just going to be able to kite you out. Nothing too crazy outside of that. Do note, though, that Viper is playing Cleanse, which, again, I think makes a lot of sense when you're playing into the Sejuani, allows you to step up a lot more. But we've seen so many triple TP on either side in this series that might be a pivot. We'll see how him and Delight are able to use that heal as well here for Delight. Into Carrier's Ignite can always feel a little bit rough.
Early on, Carrier just going to headbutt them away and say, please don't attack us. Ziggs doesn't do much at level 1.
Yeah, it's also phase rush from Carrier, so he can't even kind of leverage Aftershock in this situation. You can see Delight and Viper doing a good job of really pushing them away, zoning them out, and not letting them contest at level 2. One of the weaknesses of Alistar really is just not having too much presence at level 1.
Meanwhile, a knock-up and a bunch of damage into Carrier. This is, you know, they're supposed to dominate early on, but this is getting a little bit out of hand as Carrier's going to have to back already.
Look at that. Look at that. Immediately, Peanut was on his way to his topside jungle, has completely diverted his pathing. We'll see what he's able to get out of it. Guma does obviously still have the TP available, but this should come as a surprise, and I think that T1 might have a suspicion. Maybe Peanut just steals a buff, but it could be so much more as he does get spotted here.
Yeah. And even his presence is going to be big. They can put on that pressure. You remember Owner was able to do this on the Nidalee in game 2, and it does look like maybe just a jungle camp, a Gromp going over to Peanut. It doesn't look like T1 will try to stick around for too long, although Guma does get rooted, but not going to go diving just yet.
That's getting used as well. We'll see if Owner actually is allowed to take his buff. Does have smite advantage, but he just can't walk up. We'll see. Doesn't have a ward, so can't get vision into the brush easily.
Yeah, he's just going to get flashed on. He plays with fire, and now he's not able to get over the wall, as it is Poppy after all. That's first blood given over to Peanut already.
Really nicely played, and you see the knock-on effect that Peanut capitalizes on here. Oh, fake. I think would win out in the extended trade there, but Zeke definitely giving some fire back. But as I was saying, you know, Peanut reacts to a trade gone wrong for T1 in the bot lane. You know, Viper and Delight should have pressure, but Carrier makes a mistake, ends up getting chunked. Peanut is instantly like, okay, time to capitalize on this. Leans in to punish, and not only gets to steal away a camp, but killing Owner, finding the window to punish. Just really well played and shows why Ona was so successful the last time these two matched up.
Yep, you know that this is the first time we're seeing top Zeri in the LCK specifically. We did see it at EWC, as I mentioned before, and it was Zeus that pulled it out. So it just makes sense that he is back on the pick here once again, debuting it in the LCK.
As unsurprisingly, Peanut already spending a ton of time in the enemy jungle is going to be spotted here, but Keria is roaming up. We'll see if that alone is enough to maybe try and steal back a camp. You're going to have to steal a lot. But top lane Prio firmly in Zeus' control. Diving a Renekton is always going to feel a bit rough. Almost has the E and W available.
He's not. Oh, wow. Oh, he's going to stick around. Peanut is here. But T1's, nearly their entire team is up on the top side, but they're going to abandon ship as, you know, some low levels and a lot of members of Hanwha Life Esports are around.
Yeah, I think diving Renekton when he's that low, not too hard, but when the Poppy and Rakan show up, it's definitely time to get out. And they know that Ona has a smite advantage, so they want to look for the kill angle. He does secure it with the smite, but the W from Peanut to block the dash is what allows them to get the kill in return. Really well played.
Seen Peanut do this countless times. Follow-up is there with Delight. And it's again, it's that willingness to just be like, okay, I was pathing for bot to top, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to divert my attention to where it is most needed. Something where Peanut really shows his experience. We've seen, particularly against a lot of the less experienced junglers in the LCK, not owners specifically, but people like Lucid, people like Raptor, that they're a lot more
rigid.
Yeah, a lot more rigid in how they move around the map and how they look at the lanes and what it means for where to go.
I think obviously with the fact that lanes exist, you know, you're kind of to a degree locked in a bit, but jungle has so much flexibility, and it's always great when we see someone capitalize on something that wasn't necessarily expected, but just happened to occur in the game. Now, Peanut is leading towards the Grubs, and should be setting up for that. We'll probably see a trade with Ona going towards the Dragon in return.
We'll see if he can set this up. I mean, Delight's about to face check him. Keria around as well. Keria's still level 3. Delight is up a level, and Viper just pushed in the bottom wave. So they're denying the Drake while also, and now we got a 1v1 on the top side. Doran trying to lock down a Zeri. Not an easy task, but he knows that, you know, the enemy jungler's bot, and he's got Peanut up top side.
Yeah, the fact that Zeus is just sitting on steel caps and it felt like he didn't take a lot of damage there, actually being, it's pretty rough for Doran because that's a pretty big investment. And Zeus still has TP.
We're diving.
Oh yeah.
Peanut?
Aria's here.
Maybe he pulled that back at the last second. That looks kind of awkward as Keria shows up and Peanut says, well, actually, never mind.
I think honestly, we're seeing T1's lane struggle a decent amount. The fact they weren't able to trade the Grubs with the Dragon, the fact that HLE were able to force them off, obviously looks a little rough. We're getting supports just laning mid, and it feels like they're trying to trap Faker here. Faker without TP, low on mana. Don't want to give him a window to reset, and going to capitalize on that. Viper's got Prio in the bot lane, Guma also low on mana, and that's going to secure the first Dragon for HLE. So Grubs and Dragon, really solid for them.
Snowball coming out here early here for Hanwha Life. I do think that this game is fundamentally different from what we had before, because yes, as you mentioned, even with the Smolder, there is so much raw firepower on the side of T1 with a very reliable front line as well. So shouldn't be the end of the world, but still going behind in Dragons early on doesn't end up making a really big difference in this series as the Cloud Drake comes through and Ocean next.
It feels like we've just constantly had the first couple of Dragons have been like the weaker souls.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of Chemtech, a lot of Ocean early on.
Where's that Chemtech Drake Ox?
We'll see.
Hasn't shown up just yet. We do have Ocean on the way for the second one. And we have 3 strong souls left over in Mountain, Infernal, and Hextech. And then we also have Chemtech, which exists. But we'll see which one we do get in this game, as it definitely played a pretty clear role in Game 2 especially, that soul. Also the fact that Hanwha Life Esports got Infernal Soul by the end of game number 1.
Do have a lane swap coming through here for Viper and the Light. T1 did in fact read it. I'm pretty sure Guma also hasn't used his TP yet in this game. Does now have the Lost Chapter. Sitting on a double tier is T1 as well, so makes sense that they'd be looking to, at the very least, get a first item before they try and aggress a little bit more. But letting Peanut just run the map is always going to be a bit a big risk, as that is where he's excelled the most. And I think particularly with the ability from Poppy to secure objectives with such a higher level of guarantee is not a champion that you want to fall behind on when it comes to Dragon, if we do get, indeed, a big soul coming up.
I find it so funny that like HLE swapped top, and the second they saw Guma and Carrier there, they're like, no, we don't want this, we're going to swap. And then look at the recalls now on the map. They're just trying to dodge each other, and T1 want to hang out. They want like even lanes, and HLE just keep opting out of it and swapping back to match.
Yeah, they want to, I'm pretty sure, just keep Zeus in this matchup against the Renekton, right? Because in the 1v2, I think the Renekton is going to feel a lot harder to dive, a lot more reliable than the Zeri would be. Life is still getting great trades, though, because they're the ones that are ahead on the tempo, right? They're the ones that are pushing in the waves, and then it's T1 responding. And I kid you not, Orcs, I know the grubs are coming up, but it's this time it looks like we're sending Zeka towards the bot wave, but still moving Viper, Doran, and Zeka all over the map. Possible catch here.
It's just interesting you track like
yeah, Doran in a bit of trouble. He's going to get slowed up, and he's still Renekton with Dominus and Flash, so he's actually totally fine.
You track in like the last two.
Yep, that's the catch on a Faker. He is so dead in this one. He is able to Valkyrie the wall and Flash actually, so maybe he's totally fine. Did have to expend a lot to get out of there, but now he's out of the fight, and that should be grubs over to Hamalife.
Viper tried to ult him. Carrier cancelled it immediately so that they couldn't get the catch on Faker.
And it happened the moment with the Jhin reloading, dropping the bullet. No! Wasn't able to finish off Faker. I think the rest of the team were like, well, he's dead. Viper's there. And ran out of ammo.
Yeah, TP coming in, and now this is about to get really scrappy. The ult goes in onto the light, but now the charm coming in. They turn immediately on the Zeus, who is so low, but he gets over the wall. And now Owner in a bit of trouble, but we got the flank coming in from Faker. And Guma and Carrier looking for a bit more. A lot of low health bars, but Zeus finally goes down to the queue of the Smolder, and Carrier just trying to give up his life, just trying to frontline for the team, but Zeka's just able to run forward. They deny the pummel. He is not able to get anything. It's another kill to the Smolder, and T1 are just on the run. They can't quite get away. Nearly able to take out Viper, but it's just a third kill over to Zeka's Smolder.
This beautiful execution there from T1, immediately punishing Zeus as soon as the fight starts, and then from then on out, it felt like HLE had this structured move where they just immediately collapsed down onto Zeus, who dashed away. After taking him out, they then moved towards the rest of the team. 1 HP, it went to there, and he shows the emote.
Yeah, Peanut's not going to be too sad about that one. Yeah, big disaster there for T1. Those are the type of fights where if they go your way, can end up being a really big boon, but instead, so much damage here feels like it's kind of all over the place, whereas Hamalife all on the same page. Everything into Zeus, he gets taken out of the fight, and then without Owner, it feels like the front line is so lacking.
And look at how they reset the aggro here. Zeka wants to finish off Zeus, so they all pull away, and as soon as the kill's secured, they all push back in as a unit, and they're like, Zeka, you have the most HP, you go first.
We got Zeus in a lot of trouble here. He's been denied by Peanut so many times, and you know, these times I'm like, oh, he's in a lot of trouble. They just keep getting away. As Zeus will be rooted down, but now we got the engage coming in from Carrier. As in goes Delight, just trying to save Peanut, who is so low. And even the Poppy will be taken out eventually. T1 able to get that, but here comes big boy Zeka looking for a little bit more. He is so fed in this game already.
You really got to be careful with that Smolder. In this situation, normally not the strongest, but if you have Drive for Spike, if you're this far accelerated, obviously still going to get a ton of value. And T1, they were able to get some kills there, but they also had to rotate over Guma towards the top side to respond to Zeka. And Faker also in the vicinity, which means that Doran again just gets to spend some alone time with this turret, with his Demolish, so end up getting down a ton of damage here towards the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, 5 grubs as well, so they actually do a lot of damage to these structures. So HLE make a mistake, bit of an overstep that they do get punished for, but the impact isn't that big, they don't lose that many members. And now this pressure's continuing onto these structures. Feels like HLE just getting more and more. It's already a 2,000 gold lead, and with a lot of that gold being on Zeka, it definitely feels good.
Where's my emote, Peanut? Come on. He always drops the ping.
Poppy always trolls herself as a champion because you're like, oh yeah, I'm just going to hit this. Oh wait, I had Buckler out. And you just outrange it. Here comes Peanut. He's going in, and he's got a big crocodile right behind him. Owner and Faker just trying to split up, but They are pretty deep into this turret. They're going to keep Owner around it, and I think, yeah, Mom's got some scolding to do. Zeal will come in, but Owner not able to do quite too much, as finally the last Q comes in, and Zeka will pick up a 4th kill.
Not able to get anything there. Zeka getting further and further ahead.
First turret's
going to go down as well. The gold lead now starting to become an even bigger deal. About 3k here for Hanwha. There is an answer for T1 on the flip side of the map again. When it comes to scaling, I think they have a lot of power, but Owner, unfortunately, did end up saving his teammate, but does have to pay the price himself.
And honestly, credit to Doran for really, after a laning phase, it looked very unenjoyable. Just finding the impact in these skirmishes on the Nectar to keep himself in the game, keep himself relevant. Actually finishes first item before Zeus does.
Oh, Eternal Soul again.
Yeah, that's a big one, especially with Smolder, Jin, and HLE already having 2 dragons in the bag. Carrier will just headbutt the light. Didn't really achieve much, but he's sending a message.
Yes. Speaking about sending a message, they look to send one here on a Viper. And eventually does go down. Sticking around a little bit too long for that top turret.
Ends up giving kill over to T1, meaning that at least Guma can feel a little bit better about his situation. But this to me feels very similar to what was happening in game number 1, where Peanut and the Light are setting the pace of this game, right? They're the one that are always proactive, always moving around, getting to side lanes first. And it means that T1 is just only responding, not able to use the pushing power of the Ziggs the way that ideally you'd want to. Not really getting that counter matchup in top, actually getting any value out of it, right? Zeus is a level down. Humble Life just continuously been swapping, so that the Zeri isn't in a situation to abuse the fact that she's a ranged top laner into melee.
And Owner's having a rough time. Yeah. Kind of reminiscent of that previous series we saw between those two teams, where Peanut just kind of ran the rift. And it feels like in this game, it kind of came as a bleed out from that misplay bot where Carrier got chunked into the invade, into Owner going down, and just snowballed from there. Now, setting up the Herald, do you want to contest though?
They kind of want to contest. Faker's CPing in onto this one, and Doran, he's going to be forced to flash away, but now the fight comes out, and the Zeri from the top side will be pushed all the way into the jungle, actually. Zeus not able to join the fight, but now Carrier, bit of an awkward spot. He is still an Alistar with flash and ult. See how long this journey goes. Looks like he's just going to accept his fate. And Humble Life Esports will also accept a kill with that one, and that will be another one that goes over to Zeka, making him 5-0.
They also got the Herald, so free kill. You're going to give a one bot side outer, but that's obviously not going to be the end of the world. Even more gold going over to Zeka, who just gets spoon-fed these kills. And that's again, I think, Peanut being the difference maker. That fight looked a bit rough. Carrier actually splitting it up nicely. If Zeus is there, the extra damage from the Zeri can really be a big difference maker.
Feels like Humble Life Esports have this game managed really well. Will be a trade of these turrets, obviously, so that one go down bot. Zek will pick one up top and just get even more gold.
Yeah.
He is so fed right now. Over 1,000 gold ahead of the person in second place, which is this. This is the fact he already has the Manamune finished and it's not fully stacked. Very far ahead in this one. And this, you know, they had Zeus on this flank angle, but he obviously threatened a bit by Zeka, can't really get in and get much damage. And most of the damage from T1 went in on the frontliners. And they do get Doran low, but he doesn't go down, and it feels like a lot was burned for not much value. Carrier was on this flank, but didn't get to make use of it. And now with the Herald, they take mid-tier 1 and just further open up the map.
Yep. Peanut just going to throw out an ult, or rather an emote, and he's just going to run away from that one, go into the jungle and just farm. But, you know, you talked about the gold lead for Zeka. We've seen guys like Aiming, you know, get very far ahead on gold and really stack up the gold, but he's also stacking his stacks, his Dragon Training. He is up at 190 already, 18 minutes into the game. So this isn't just, oh, I've got a lot of gold and I'm sitting in the bot lane not really interacting. It's, I've got 5 kills, I'm super far ahead, and I have 1 million stacks. Nobody really answers him right now.
I mean, that's the thing, is that you obviously get stacks from farming on Smolder, but you can get a ton of stacks from fighting as well. If you get like a big ult or a W, it's multiple people. So yeah, Zeka is quickly going to become a problem. And, you know, we said
200.
There's a lot of late game threats on T1, but when the Smolder is this strong, I think it's going to be difficult to have answers to him, because if people are body blocking the Sejuani ult, if Carrier isn't allowed access because of the Poppy, Zeka could just keep firing Qs, and especially he's going towards rapid fire third, he'll have the range to do it as well.
The one advantage, or rather opportunity for T1 that I do think is that eventually the only front line is Poppy, and I know Poppy is really tanky, but up against Zeri, up against Corki, and even though Guma isn't going like a tank shredding build, eventually the Ziggs, they are going to have enough damage, or even if he does tank an ultimate, they should be able to blow him up. The problem is, are we going to get to a point where like Zeus has 3 items, Faker has 3 or 4 items, Guma's sitting on a death cap as well? Because right now, if these Drakes start stacking up, if Humble Life gets this one, if this and this attempt at, oh, it can't fill. They need to get it.
Uh-oh, Faker, yeah, he's going to be slowed up, and now you've got the whole team body block.
Oh!
They knock away! They snipe the Corki! Insane play from Hanwha and from Peanut to set it up, and that should be the Drake going into their hands as well.
That should be Soul Point. Peanut just sets it up. That second shot crucially hitting ends up being the main difference maker. Faker doesn't have flash. Is it a Desperation Baron?
There's no way.
There's no way that we do that.
I think they're going to threaten, they're going to establish vision, but there's no way they do. But that was so slick from HLE. The pressure was there already. It was already a good play to force Faker away, but to get the kill was just some absolute magic there from HLE. And now 3 dragons in, 4,000 gold. They're feeling good.
I mean, what else can you ask for, really? It's at this point, they're just kind of sailing into the mid to late, and yeah, I think that Kronny's point is relevant. If we go super late, you know, the Zeri's going to be online, the Ziggs is going to be online, you've got a Corki as well, but
if
they get there, and also Humble Life Esports are so far ahead right now.
Yeah, and also the if was somewhat contingent on T1 getting this dragon.
Yeah.
Which didn't happen, unfortunately. So I feel a lot worse about my argument.
Let's take another look.
Oh, cinematic view as well?
Oh. Even the bomb on his head, he doesn't care.
The fact you get, because if you only get one frontliner, it's irrelevant because the other one will block. And the shot alone wasn't enough to kill him. The ult from Zeka as well. I mean, all 3 of them just in unison. Peanut lines them up, and Zeka and Viper knock him down.
And again, I think it's that second shot where the frontliner were still there, and still they were able to hit Faker. That was the difference maker. Could have been alive otherwise, not the case. And now How Alive, they're running the map. We'll see if they're going to proactively set up this Baron, because they have the damage, and with the Poppy, the positioning of T1 needs to be very crisp. We saw in game number 1 they were able to get basically a miracle Baron and find their way back into the game this time, so maybe Humble Life don't want to take the risk, but I feel like it's hard for T1 to really contest.
And Zeus gone experimental Hex Plate, which we did see way back on Zeri.
I remember that item.
That hasn't been a thing for a while.
Yeah.
Obviously gives a lot of power once you've used your ult initially. Does make you a bit bulky as well, but in terms of leaning towards like the late game crit Zeri, you're going to be a long way away. So feels like maybe investing more into power now, which I think makes sense for T1 because they need any power they can get. Zeka will now have enough stacks, and with him online, HLE is set up around Baron. They can look for something, but if they don't find an angle, they have Dragon in 2 minutes 40, and look at what T1 are doing. This is when you know the game is in a rough spot, and I think this is the right call, but they're starting to go for plays that might look a bit desperate, trying to find picks on isolated members, and HLE sniffed them out.
Yeah, Peanut's going to use the engage cone, and Faker, and they don't even know about Carrier.
Are they going to TP?
Might get a little bonus Carrier here. That's a lot of damage, and yeah, Carrier does go in, but Faker, they finally deal with him. Down he goes, and Carrier is, in fact, the bonus Carrier that I did mention. So down he'll go, and now we have very awkward Guma, who TP'd into this fight. He is free as well. You talked about desperation. That one definitely looked desperate. Humble Life Esports will clean it up easily.
Complete decimation. Zeus's TP gets cancelled as well by Doran. So the secret of Carrier doesn't really end up helping them. The Zeri won 2 item spikes, can't join them. And Humble Life is going to take this Baron, and there's nothing that anyone on T1 can do about it.
I mean, just really well played from HLE. The thing is, that play is going to look like what a T1 doing, you know, but in this situation, they are really far behind. They kind of have to go for something desperate. But it's just a really good job from HLE. Sniffs them out. And then T1 are like, look, if we lose Faker, Baron's probably gone. We have to try. But they're in such a bad spot. Faker just dies, essentially, to the damage already done to him, and Peanut finish him off. Kerry is locked in. He tries to get the light, and then Guma's like, well, I'm dead. Let's try and ult the light. And isn't able to secure that kill either. It could have just been one pick, but that probably would have been Baron anyway. They try to make something off it, and it just backfires and gets worse.
Yeah, I'm also looking at it. Maybe Zeus should have been happy. Like, I think by the time he arrived, I don't know if...
Uh-oh, another play here. Guma's in a lot of trouble. Can they take him down is the question. The grenade goes flying, but he will live with that flash. And now an opportunity for T1 to turn this one around, but Felix is just so tanky. He's got that Warbox finish, and now he goes back in, and he's frontlining. There's the Nagamana Faker down. He'll go. Doran diving the turret. Sekka is a massive dragon at this point, and they will just dive on in and decimate the rest of T1. Keria goes down. It's a triple for the Smolder. And that might just be it. I mean, how will Live Esports find another massive fight?
Should just be game end here. HLE with the most crushing victory we've had this series. Once again winning on blue side. Guma going to try what he can, but there's no way he defends against 5 here.
Yeah, he's trying desperately to clear the way, but there's not much that he can do. Down he goes, he trades for Delight, but he will not trade Nexuses. Live Esports will take down game number 3 and retake the lead in this series 2-1.
And you can see blue side is an edge, absolutely. We knew that. It's been blue side wins all this series. The way in which HLE won, by far the most decisive game, and with how back and forth game 2 was for T1, it's looking worrying. T1 need to come back from this, they need to bounce back, they need to answer, but that game was rough throughout.
And right now, there are a bunch of things that need to be done for T1. First, they need to win the game on blue side, and I think that, given how the game 1 and 2 played out, that's doable. But in game 5, they not only will they be on red side, but they gotta swap something up. We can't keep going into this Smolder, into this Poppy, because it is just proven to be a trade that you're not winning. And if they don't adapt, Humble Life are going to finally end the dominance of T1 versus Gen G, the biggest rivalry that we've had in the LCK in the modern era.
And we've said constantly that red side is in a rough spot this season because it's so sparse on bans. But against Peanut, Maokai ban, Vi ban, Feels Force, Rumble's a given, and Peanut still pops off this game and dominates the early game. I don't think that leaving open like Maokai for Peanut is the right decision at all, but it feels like they're sending 2/3 of the bans towards him, leaving the Smolder open, and then still getting gapped by Peanut. There doesn't seem to be a good answer, but it's definitely looking rough right now, and Peanut showing up once again.
There's just too many things that he can play, and there's too many OP stuff right now, too many OP champs, and Live Esports are finding ways to utilize them to the next degree. And they take the lead in the series. They're 2-1. T1 on the doorstep. We'll see if they can come back in this one, or will it be a Life victory? We'll be right back.
아니 상관이 없어. 나 여기 내려왔는데 이거 커버 좀 해줘.
야 맞아.
커버해줘. 쌍각 좋거든.
가능.
네, 쌍 보자. 세트도 노플이야. 그렇게 발길 끊겼어. 그렇게 발길 끊겼어. 쌍 보자. 야, 직스도 노플. 제니. 제트도 노플. 되냐? 다 끝내자. 자,
나이스.
오케이.
한 라인 더 와. 제트 노플이야.
멈춰있지 마 이거.
어머
피채우. 내가 쓸라. 더블 더 1대1 하러 가. 내가 할게.
내가 사선 돌아줄게.
자.
야, 내가 지금 밀어줄게.
알리 집중. W 왕관 W.
아, 더블 있어. 여기 아래 끊어줄게.
나이스.
한판 잘하자.
잘하자.
갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리. 화약창이 막 자욱합니다.
부지는 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2024 Summer LCK Lower Finals as Hanwha Life Esports are one win away for qualifying for Worlds and getting rid of the demons that have been haunting them since spring, as they could go up 3-1 against T1 and into the Grand Finals against Gen G, but they've got one more game to do it. Welcome back to the space, Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid, and this one, not close because of the early gameplay that Hanwha Life did against T1.
And it's just, again, Peanut is playing so incredibly well. He always finds these angles against Owner. They had that bottom side pressure. They abused the Alistair level 1. You look at the draft here for T1, it's back to some comfort here. You have the Ziggs for Guma again, Sejuani for Owner, Corki here for Faker, which has been one of his weaker picks this season. But the draft kind of falls apart to me when we get to that top side Zeri, because you don't really have that strong of a front line. Sure, you have the Sejuani, but you melt so quickly when the Smolders stacks get online, and this game just fell off the rails so early.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Smolder is way better champion than Corki right now. So I don't think this kind of draft is the draft that T1 wanted to draft around. And also, Viper is having Jhin against Ziggs, which is such a good matchup for Jhin as well. So I think this draft, this whole plan was better for the Hanwha Life Esports.
Well, a lot of our highlights today have been later on based off of big plays. This time, an early play on the bottom side of the map is our focus of highlight number 1.
Yeah, I don't think they planned to invade earlier, but just see how they get to trade at level 1 and level 2. I mean, it was really silly mistake from Keria right there. I think that changes the whole plan from the Hanwha Life Esports. So this allows Poppy to just freely invade to the blue side of the jungle. So, I mean, I don't think Owner was kind of worried about Poppy coming into the jungle, but Keria kind of forced to go base here because he got the bad trade. So that's the reason why Peanut could actually invade here and get a free kill against Owner.
And Peanut comes so early, like you mentioned, as soon as he sees those trades and it's communicated to him, he makes that long path around, avoids the ward next to the Raptors as it times out. He's unseen. And then come over here, and Keria's level 1 still. This is a huge problem here as Delight and Peanut continue to push forward. And Owner is kind of greeting here, but there's not much he can do. He can't just give this blue buff up for free. That's the fear. But he ends up going down for it, as there's just so much CC in this comp. They stun him into the wall. The Jhin can follow up at such long range. Keria just a little bit late to stop Viper with that follow-up, and unfortunately Owner's flash is a whiff, and he goes down. So tons of pressure put onto this Ziggs lane early. Already having the favorable matchup with the Jhin answer means the Ziggs not getting plate advantages, not going to be able to lane swap, not going to be able to play that macro game that we saw them do in game 2.
Yeah, and Keria late because he had to go get level 2 to be able to headbutt combo in there. Gets a little bit too late. And that then puts T1 behind, and T1 then tried to take another early fight in highlight number 2 at around the Herald on the top side of River, and they get punished there because they're already behind.
Yeah, Faker in serious trouble here, has to flash, and the Jhin ult is canceled by Keria, so it's a nice play. And he's very tanky even without his ultimate, so he's not going to go down. But this means Faker doesn't have flash for this upcoming fight. And when you look at the strengths of these two teams' comps at this stage of the game, obviously the Zeri can be quite strong in skirmishes, but everything else here Hanwha-wise is way stronger at this point in time. Teleport here from Faker is ambitious at best. Now he's down summoners, and look at his damage, quite meager at this point in the game. The Smolder ult's going to crash through, and Zeus is out of the fight. And without your Zeri, you never win this longer fight against Hanwha Life. I think this is super ambitious by T1, and they should not have gone for this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they already got pushed out from Peanut, and also, I mean, just in general, I feel like T1 is getting cut way too much compared to Hanwha Life Esports because, I mean, we could see it from the last game as well. Even though T1 got won against T1, Hanwha Life Esports, like still they were getting cut too much, like from Zeus and Guma, and also from the owner. They need to stop. They need to stop getting cut and look for the play that they need to.
But that's the hard thing here, Keria. It feels like T1 are trying to play make, and Hanwha Life are just playing fundamentals and then responding to the plays that T1 are making. and in this case, it goes bad very early on. Hanwha Life then take the rest of this game under control.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly moments in this series where you could feel T1 have these windows, these win conditions. I think in this case, really wanting to have the Ziggs with those grubs, because that's going to empower him in sides. That's going to allow him to catch up, get the gold he didn't have because they lost lane. So they feel like the win con here, if you do win that fight, like if you are able to pull off the win that you get is so massive that I think they felt priced into it, but got to be respectful of Hanwha in these moments.
All right, POG time here for Hanwha Life Esports as they are on the cusp of making it to Worlds. Who is it? It's Peanut yet again. Early game pathing goes huge here on the Poppy.
I mean, he was proactive and also aggressive at the same time. I mean, I didn't expect him to just flash in like this. I mean, that's why Owner kind of panicked, flash right there. And also, you can always change the plan, but I don't think any other players can smoothly convert your game plan into the instant plays. I think Peanut is one of the best players when the sources are coming up from the laner. He always changes the plan to the best plan that he can get out from the lane out. So that's why Hanwha Life Esports is really feeling really strong when they are really ahead from the lane.
He's just such a great facilitator where there is pressure or where pressure needs to be relieved. We talked about his champion pool being a huge draft issue for T1 leading into this series. Poppy wasn't really on the front of most people's lists, you know, in terms of the champs we were worried about. We're worried about the Maokai, we're worried about the Ivern potentially. Poppy he has been absolutely dominating with in this series, and I think T1 need to somehow find an answer.
One win away is Hanwha Life Esports from making it to Worlds, but we know that T1, they've got that thing. They've got the magic. Will they be able to pull it out and force a game number 5? Let's find out together as we send it back on over to the casters inside the Gyeongju Indoor Stadium.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. We are, in fact, back as we're getting ready for game number 4. See what the draft looks like here as the signs are all swapping up. We saw a lot of 3-0, now we're seeing a lot of 3-1. Will it happen for Hanwha? Will they make the LCK finals and break up Gen G versus T1? Will they make Worlds as well? They're just one win away from doing so, as T1 will select blue side.
So that person there had a fresh sign. It wasn't crossed out. So I'm wondering, will we just now show them the 3-1 predictors, or did they get a new sign and redraw it? I'm going to wonder as we go to the draft.
Food for thought, oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, T1 on blue side, so they have the edge here. This is the one where, you know, obviously we saw them. Blue side has won this entire series. They have the advantage, less pressure on the bans. But to suggest that being on blue side is a free win does a disservice to that game 2, which was such a struggle for T1 and was so close. They will continue with the Mao Vi bans. They banned Jax here on 3 to try and free up some pressure for Zeus. But the thing is, now it's an opportunity for HLE to adapt if they really want to. And they will ban the Lilia again. Presumably Rumble's going to be the 3rd ban, so it might just be a repeat of the bans from game 2.
It's also telling that T1 gets access to Ziggs continuously. Against Gen G, we just don't really see it, and when we do, it's because it's Gen G, and there's a lot of stuff that you need to ban. But it is, or should be rather, the strongest bot laner that we have on the current patch, and it just doesn't feel like T1 is really able to get the most out of it, actually get those plates, as the ban's unsurprisingly not changed up. And if T1 are following their draft priority up until this point, it's going to be Ziggs, and it's going to be Smolder on the opposing end.
Whoa, you think they're going to pick Smolder? You think they're going to play Smolder again after these 3 games? Ozeka's been popular. Oh, they're even going to give Viper Jhin. That is a change. Last time they picked the Sedge, but Viper's been having such a great series on this pick, and they're confident with this. This is going to be somewhat reminiscent of that game 2 with the Nidalee Tristana coming in again.
So we already ran it kind of back, and then we're just doing that again. We're just...
it's a different order.
Yeah, different order, and obviously I do expect there to be changes towards the second half of the draft, but so far, a lot of similarities again. And on blue side, I think you can get away with a lot more, but Owner, I do think, we were talking about it in the break as well, that even though his response wasn't great, a lot of that was a kind of a snowball effect from Keria not being able to execute the early laning phase well. But in the series, it is, without a shadow, without a Peanut, has just been able to outperform. And even in the game that T1 won, Ona's early objective control was good, but it wasn't the Nidalee performance that I think we hoped going in, where you really are able to get more than just a couple of early camps and some objectives.
And now my concern is because you have two picks that are so reliant on setup in the Ziggs and Nidalee, where your ideal circumstance is they both have CC on their team to set it up. Camille's gone though. You know, the last time they played this composition, Zeus was on that, and he had fantastic setup for them when he was able to execute. That's not there anymore. They can also maybe threaten some of the support picks for Carrier, and you know, if they want to get rid of the Leona, they can definitely do that now. They get rid of the Alistar, but still targeting those support picks, trying to limit the setup available to T1. And actually, with it being a Alistar ban, Alistar one of the better picks in a Leona, it could just be a Leona on 4 for Hanwha Life to deny that from T1 as well. And you know, I'm not sure what Zeus specifically is going to play here, but they need setup, ideally from both top and support, to facilitate the rest of their composition.
A lot is taken away as well, and Doran most likely on an R5 counter pick with a Sejuani. And the Cassante being banned away doesn't make me very excited, right? I would have much rather seen something on the counter pick territory. You can even go for the Cassante yourself. T1 obviously likes to play a lot more aggressive. We've seen what they've done in the series thus far. The Camille, the Zeri in last game. Leona, I think, is the no-brainer here, but they are going to maybe save the counter pick for Delight, as there's a lot of flex that can happen with
the flex top support pick.
Yeah, we don't really know where it's going.
Yeah,
like,
not fully giving away information here. We've seen the Poppy support come out.
It's probably support.
Value.
Most likely.
Yeah.
But also, like, it could be a situation where you're expecting Leona to come out the other side. You have the W to block the Leona. You have the ult to disengage, and they'll go for the Corki top. I don't like this, because now your only setup is this Leona, and there's a Poppy and a Sejuani to run interrupt. It's going to be counter pick into this, and this setup just isn't there. So T1 are kind of hoping that Hanwha Life Esports just stand there and let them poke them.
It's consistent with the T1 game plan, which is try to win lane and then win
Nasus.
But the Nasus shouldn't really come as a surprise. And I, again,
He's
want to
back.
reiterate, the one game that T1 won was off of the back of an absolute hero play. That game could have very well gone to Hanwha. So T1 gonna try it here again, but you gotta imagine Hanwha Life. Look at this. They have Poppy into a bunch of champions with dashes. They have a limited amount of frontline. Nasus is gonna be very hard to get through in the mid game, and there's still Smolder Jhin.
Yeah, I think it's rough. I think honestly, if T1 don't get early momentum in this game, it's gonna feel really hard. The Nidalee will feel useless. They need to be able to set up plays on the back of this Leona. I also think bot lane is going to be so important. If bot lane falls behind and your Leona is weak, she is the person who has to be on the front line in every situation. She is the only setup. And if things go wrong, you're just going to get blown up by the enemy team. Like, how, as a Leona, are you going to go into melee range of Poppy, Sejuani, and Nasus? If you're behind, they'll just one-shot you.
I love that. That's amazing.
Is that Poppy?
That was Poppy with the peanut emote right next to it.
Yeah.
What a banger.
Well, the 3-1 expected here by the Hanwha Life Esports fans. See you tomorrow and in Europe. If you guys missed it, whoever wins this series goes to Worlds. The team that goes into the LCK finals here for summer. So a lot on the line between these two teams, and we're feeling like Hanwha Life Esports got a big draft gap. We'll see what the gameplay looks like, though, as we hop into the rim for game number 4.
하나 생명! 하나, 둘, 셋!
Game number 4 begins with Owner poking Peanut out. And this is what you want to do if you're going to pick the Nidalee blind, expecting Sejuani. You need to put on some pressure and you need to be useful.
Yeah, bit of trading happening. T1 really trying to apply the pressure early on. And I think they've, you know, it's so far been 6 games in playoffs of Peanut really running rampage over Owner, and especially when you have Nidalee and the Sejuani again, I think Owner really wants to apply as much pressure as possible, but they only really got vision down here, and that ward is going to be swept out by Delight, so denying a bit of information there. But they do have a ward on the blue buff, so they should have an idea of where Peanut is generally. But it looks like with Owner starting on the red, I mean, I guess he could start that bot side and then move over towards Peanut's blue and trying to find some pressure there. Delight also now late to lane, so maybe T1 can capitalize that on a bit and try and get some push to help out the jungler.
We'll have to see. Owner is starting on the bottom half of the map. And this is, again, something we're always going to look to when you're picking Nidalee. You already highlighted it, Ox. We are going in here, but just some trading back and forth. If you're Nidalee, the ideal lane to... yeah. So when we go back all the way to level 1, it already didn't start off great. I think Faker cancelling an auto as Zeka was moving in. But that's a very, very early forced TP. That's going to have to come through. And we want to remind you, I think T1 are pretty reliant on doing well in the lanes, because if your lanes aren't pushing, this Nidalee doesn't get the freedom to play the way that she needs to. She needs to be able to invade, she needs to be able to pressure Owner because you're so much stronger in the 1v1. Also do note Owner actually going for phase rush, which I think into a matchup like the Nidalee can make a big difference.
See the way that Peanut's kind of walking around here. He doesn't go directly into his jungle. Given a little time. There's a ward on the blue buff. That might spot out Peanut, but yeah, Owner's just going for a clear. Faker's hopping forward, just hoping to do a little bit of harass and maybe hold the wave here. Zeka's like, well, okay, I will get some stacks, and I have TP and you don't, so I'm just going to take my stacks back and then TP back to lane.
It's actually so good for Zeka because he was low on mana, he wanted to recall anyway, and now he ends up getting a situation where he gets a reset and can TP. Faker was thinking of TPing with the wave frozen there, but he knows that Zeka's just going to come in and shove it in, so he's kind of trapped in a rough situation. Lane hasn't really been going stellar for Faker so far in this game, and this is one of the things with the champion like Smolder's. Sometimes you get these really strong scaling picks, and it's not just the fact that obviously Smolder's really strong late game, because he always has been, even when he wasn't showing up, but it's also like the power he has early as well. His early trades, his wave clear, is why he's so formidable, because you can't just stomp him into the ground. You know, we see picks like Kassadin for a good reason, but Smolder just still has a strong laning phase and is a monster late game.
Yeah, especially when you're going Grasp and you're also getting Grasp stacks. And meanwhile, Delight's here, he just flashes in, it's a free kill on a Faker, and now he's able to deny the entry from Owner. First Blood will go over to Delight, which is the only good thing for T1, but Hanwha Esports are eating good here in this early game.
And I'm pretty sure that they knew this as well. It felt like they were trying to set up a bait with Owner getting the heal off, but that was never going to be enough, right? The Ignite comes through, the heal very much mitigated, and this is a disastrous early start here. Only upside is that the kill goes to Delight. Ideally, you'd want to have wanted it on Zeka, but I think that alone not going to be the difference maker. Peanut, if Owner can lend the spear, could be something.
Oh.
Well, it seemed like he had a inkling.
He was watching his character, you know.
Yeah.
Very focused there. So he's down Flash, but he doesn't take a bad trade.
He upgrades to Hex Flash.
Exactly. But because he's healthy still, and because he has Delight coming, it means even though Owner's still there, he feels comfortable taking the camp. Just a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Last 0.5 second of the recall doesn't get cancelled, but once again, seeing Delight be very active on the map, and we've seen a lot of this Jhin Ziggs this series, and it feels like it just gives Delight so much freedom.
On the roots! Going to be rooted down. He's at least able to hop away, but I'm not sure he's getting away from this one. It looks like Hanwha Esports do not want to overchase. But again, you're a Tristana in mid, already losing lane, and you still don't have TP.
And look at this, the wave is
man.
The wave is pushing away from you. You don't have teleport. Your back scanning cancelled. On my life, again, particularly the way that Delight is playing on the map. Viper is continuously able to not only have pressure in the lane, but also find so many of these setups with his W. It makes the early game so hard for T1.
I think the consistent theme between last game and this one is that if you make any mistake against Hanwha Esports, they will punish it so heavily. You know, Fake obviously took a bad early trade against Zeka, and now the whole team is making his life hell because he burnt TP early. And in the previous game, it was Carrier taking the bad trade, which meant Peanut was able to challenge Owner and just crush him in here. I think Faker, if you're going to go for this bait, you have to flash the headbutt stun. And obviously, you know, maybe he wanted to wait for Delight to get closer, but Delight is so decisive with the play, and Faker's just too slow.
And that really sets up this entire early game for Amalfi Esports. We haven't looked too much at the top lane. Looks like Zeus is doing pretty well early on into the Nasus, which, I mean, it's Corki into melee, and the Wither can only do so much early on. He's just farming away his Doran. So that top lane not really having a big effect just yet, but maybe Zeus can get something going on the top side for T1, because that's really the one lane where things are going well for them. The bottom side is pretty even at this point, although I would say that Viper's had a bigger effect on the map and on bullying Faker in mid.
I was doing a little stack check. Doran at 60, Zeka at, I think, 50-something. So Delight is in the area. T1 have already taken the grubs. We'll see if Owner can actually find an angle for this invade.
Chronically, he always is in the area. I think we could just default to that being the standard state of the game.
It's always there.
It's not support Poppy, it's River Poppy. You know, inspired by the old River Shen, but he's just... I can't remember the last time I saw him bot lane, honestly.
Yeah, no, this really is some... This is specifically the handshake as well of Jin and Ziggs is like giving me dumb on 2020 flashbacks, right? When Barrel was just always off on the map, doing his own thing. T1, Keria hasn't been able to have the same impact that the Light has. Very similar to the impact that Peanuts has had on average over the course of this series compared to Owner.
Yeah, it's very true. And I think Amalfi Esports, you know, they get these little wins early on, and they're just going to run with it. They're not going to overforce. Light will continue to put on pressure, but it really forces T1 into an awkward spot where it's very difficult to make proactive plays when you don't really have a lot of control on the map, and Delight is everywhere. And like, if you try to make a play, Delight's there. And so you don't really have a lot of freedom to do much. You guys talked about the Jin into the Ziggs. I think they also talked about it on the space. Wadid, I think, mentioned it. Viper just consistently picking this up over and over, and just able to 1v1, and the Ziggs just really hasn't had much pressure in this entire series, I guess, outside of game 2, where Gomo was able to push the top lane with it.
And you know, they are now looking for something. Might find Keria here.
Delight is always there, and he's in bot this time around. Keria, he's got the Eclipse, but I don't know if he's got legs to stand on anymore. Down he'll go, and just a lack of vision, and now they leave Kuma alone in the bottom side. Amalfi Esports. Delight really trying to make a huge angle for himself early on in this one.
He's doing so much work. And I mean, one of the things with like Ziggs back in the day was people would pick him and be like, okay, now he supports free to roam. But when Viper just has more pressure in the matchup and Delight is getting more impact out of the roams, it's like you're not getting the value. And as you've heard me say many times before, if you're playing Ziggs, you should be getting plates. They're not getting plates. They got a Triss, they got a Nidalee. It's only a 500 gold lead, but being behind with these picks doesn't feel good. And T1 definitely not having a great start to this game already, and this is their blue side game. You know, the expectation, if they want to win this series, this should be the easier one. Game 5, when HLE have side select, that should be the hard one. And this one's already starting off with a bit of a struggle.
Gonna have to see them, at the very least, get the grubs. Might be able to chain those together. If you can get grubs into a Drake, start stacking early, maybe get in the second Drake, that could be something here for T1. But working from a gold deficit, playing into double stacking champions, a lot of laning difficulties this time around, as we do see Keria. So I think very clearly knew that Delight was in there, but wasn't expecting Peanut to be in there, or the other way around, because the Eclipse was basically immediate, predictive, but it doesn't really matter when Viper can just set up and Peanut can just get the passive off.
The CC layering was good, and by the time the CC ended, Keria was like, if I flash, they're just going to flash after me.
And he would have died.
And both Peanut and Delight have Hex Flash as well, so, you know, what are you going to really do about that situation?
Yep, absolutely. And so just kind of accepts his fate. Guma's fine because he can clear waves still. But, you know, the Ziggs feels good in terms of when he's behind, he can clear waves and he stays safe in that way. But again, it's not the proactive Ziggs that we have looked for. And now we're going to open up here on a Zeus. Really on the angle there, Zeus. Not much room to go for. He's going to try to flash away, and there's not enough stuns coming in. Here's Delight again. He's everywhere. And he'll take a bunch of damage as well. So now maybe an angle for T1 to go for these grubs.
Actually, it's not looking that bad here. Peanut holds onto the ultimate. I think could have used it, but maybe wasn't sure whether they had the damage. That's no Viper ult, so that should be 6 grubs for T1. Which is a very, very necessary dub in their column.
4 grubs?
Is still there. Just 4 is already decent. I think 5 you can just take and peace out, which it looks like that's what they're doing, because they obviously don't have Zeus really in this equation, so they don't want to overstep.
Yeah, I mean, even though you get the second Void Grub, the difference in the burn, obviously, between 5 and 6 isn't that big. They'll still shred towers. Now HLE moving towards the Dragon, and with it being Ocean, then Chemtech, which, in my opinion, two of the weakest souls.
Viper in a very awkward spot in the top lane. That's a big one to the face, and Viper just walks it off, but at the same time, I mean, he's top. Now, the TP was used by Zeus, so he can't really get to this fight either. Zeka just walks that one off.
Yeah, Carrier trying to find an angle to Zeka, but I think it's big that T1 try and contest this Dragon, because if you give 2 over to HLE and it's a strong soul, you're a mistake away from being in a really uncomfortable position given over soul points. So Owner is trying to set up on this now. HLE are hovering around.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have Viper yet, so it doesn't really feel like they can fight. The top laner champions don't have their teleports at the moment, so T1 just trying to get this one down and in their column. Faker's going to take the aggro, which actually resets the Dragon a little bit. T1 feeling the pressure now. Viper, here comes the helicopter trying to get somebody out of this one. It will be Carrier that is sent flying, and they say thank you for the leash. They'll take the Dragon, and it's Mountain Soul up next. Humble Life Esports basically run away with the free objective.
And Mountain Soul as well, especially when you have Poke champions, Bears champions like Corki, Nidalee, and the Ziggs, and you have these mega tanks on the side of HLE. They get Mountain Soul, the game's cooked.
Hey, on the flip side, I know we have, and I'm just going to ignore the smolder for this, but, you know, Jin's going to struggle into
Devil's advocate.
If you get, I need to do something, man. I think that right now, it does feel like the situation for T1, obviously, not looking too hot. Again, I think that one of the big things that I'm worried about is we haven't actually seen Doran join a fight yet. If this Nessus that I imagine at this point is sitting at like, what, 150, 200 stacks?
All right, trying to get on top of the Poppy. That's pretty brave, but they have enough damage with the Nidalee just to follow up. But Delight is holding, waiting. He's still got his flash, and he really wants to use it. He is, and then he just dies anyway. I really liked how he was holding it and not using it, and then he used it.
Kept holding it.
And then I really didn't like that part. Okay, nice dodge from Zeus, but he doesn't have his flash, and yeah, he's pretty dead. 1 Q will get the job done, so Humble Life Esports at least are able to trade it back.
Okay, Delay, we got to give you some flack for that one, because that was
questionable.
That was definitely questionable. There was a counterplay on the opposite end of the map for Hanwha, but Faker getting a kill is definitely huge. This Tristana was the big win condition that they relied upon in the previous game.
And the turrets.
And with 5 grubs, this is going to go down very quick. Should be able to get first Turbot as well. Yes, Nessus pushes fast, but not as fast as a Tristana with 5. Whew.
I think the problem is, though, is that HLE trade towers, but also get Herald. So now T1 might feel like they need to get more in this situation, but the light is here. Protect Zeka. Zeka has tons of wave clear, so all in all, I think HLE happy with that trade, with how it pans out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it does feel like a nice trade, but we'll take...
Because Carrier, like, RE's out of vision, but the flash definitely questionable at the end. But here, it's so funny because Zeus obviously dodges Zilt, which is great, but the amount of tower hits that a Sejuani Nasus can tank with Locket as well, they could be under that tower for like, 20 seconds and keep going.
I thought you were going to say 20 minutes. I would also agree with that.
Yeah, probably valid.
Yeah, it's a little bit of juggling, but they'll be fine. Do see T1 still making moves on the map. Not feeling like the third game, which was, again, just a complete and utter blowout. But there's still a lot of the things that we've seen of Hanwha. Zeka just happily stacking. Doran also picked up a kill. For T1, again, these Dragons, I think, you can't afford to give a single one up. If you ever get a soul point threat, it's going to be really hard to play out. You need to be sure about your engagements, and this is where I think the Poppy really plays a big part. Because if you mess up an engage, like between Wither, Flap, the ultimate from Viper, you're just never getting out. Your first call needs to be the right one. 260 stacks now for Doran, so inside is going to be a menace. There's that Herald you were talking about, Ox.
Yeah, won't be able to get the tower, but just put some pressure down. I'm not sure about this. I feel like mid would have been better, but maybe they just thought they wouldn't find a window there. Now they are looking for Doran.
Yeah, he's kind of getting baited into this one, and Faker just gonna hop away. Doran now flashes into the T1 jungle. Zeke's even trying to get on in there. Doran 1Q away and nearly takes off Zeus's head as, yeah, he will go down to the explosive shot, but that got a little bit spicy.
But, you know, Zeus was just top lane, you know, where the Herald went. So he TPs for the kill, but they give up the tier 2 and give the gold to Smolder. So, and also it's over a minute till Dragon. Doran's going to be alive. I understand you want to do something proactive, but that was just a negative play for T1.
Yeah, and also Zeus TP'd and Doran didn't, so Doran can just TP back in. As we take another look here, obviously, if you're Doran, you're gonna take this if you think you're in an isolated situation, because your Nasus into an AD carry.
But you also look at the minimap, and like Sejuani and Smolder backed away, and they see the TP, and they're like, okay, well, I guess you can see the ult come out with the Smolder, like, well, I know what I'm doing. And Doran nearly getting the kill, and then trading flashes means that there's not even like a flash advantage gained from this. So yeah, I think HLE very happy with that trade. And now 10 seconds until that Dragon, the all-important soul point. It is control in favor of T1, but they really want to make sure that HLE can't get close. Remember, the Poppy is such a spanner when it comes to setting up these Dragons, on the fact you can just knock someone, particularly the jungler, away.
Gonna have to land a lot of poke. T1, this is a must-get for them. If Almalife gets soul point of a Mountain Soul into this poke composition, they're gonna be in deep trouble.
Well, both the teams are going to fight for it. Doran's taking the long way around. He doesn't have his flash anymore, but here comes the Delight. Oh, it's not going to hit anything, as it's like he was going to be pushed away from that one. So the Drake does go over to their side. There's the clear from the Ziggs, and all of a sudden, T1 get the Drake. They don't lose a turret, and nothing else much happens. Feels pretty good for T1.
Yeah, really well played. Good poke landed. They had the setup first. They didn't get hit by the Poppy ult. You know, Guma was ready with the interrupt, but was out of range. And
is that a satchable tower?
Oh, it might just be.
Yeah, we're going to see another ult trying to clear the way, but yeah, that is a satchable tower. Down it goes! And Guma is able to take it down.
And you know what else? He's building Leandries, which is completely the right call in this bulky front line, but he's been very big on the Horizon focus. Leandries Ziggs will do a lot of damage here, and you know, things were a bit doom and gloom for T1, but they navigated that passage of play from the starting up the Dragon until taking that tower perfectly. Considering, you know, the trade down, losing top tier 2, they managed to find a good bounce back and really instill some hope over this game.
Yeah, as a T1 predictor, obviously, I have at no point in this game doubted them. So I feel like this is all going according to plan, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Imagine how tanky Leona's going to be with 4 Mountain Dragons.
You know,
Think about
if
that.
you don't have any tanks, just get Mountain Soul, 4 Mountain Dragons, and everyone's a tank.
Woo!
When everyone's a tank, nobody is.
Okay, no. Ox, we had the thing. Didn't need to take it further.
Well, now that we got that out of the way, I do think, you know, T1 had the 1 Drake, and we'll see if they'll get any more. I'm not so sure. I mean, it was a nice setup on that first one, but it certainly feels like a close game, and I think that Almalife will try to fight harder over the next ones. And the turn's going to go down here probably, but it looks like Faker's looking to trade in top side with
Gonna take
TP
another
as
wave.
well.
They might look for an inner if Almalife overstay towards bot side.
They get it. They understand. But yeah, I just think this is why Ziggs is so good in these cross maps, because he's so good at taking towers.
They're beginning to believe.
We're watching them learn Ziggs in real time, guys!
They're doing it! But yeah, so they deny the push on the bot side, slow it down. I don't think they're going to be able to pressure more on the top side, but they're doing a good job of just pushing the pace of the game.
Now, there is a Smolder still in this game. Zeka, this time around, hasn't really been the main character the way that he was in some of the previous games, but is sitting at about 170 right now. Should be able to get towards that. And this is obviously the luxury that Almalife bought them as well. They do not need to care about this next Dragon. They can play either towards Baron if T1, you know, overcommits towards the objective. They can go for mid push. They can try and get the bot side inner. So there's a lot of objectives for them that they can choose to go towards. Whereas T1, I think, are still prized into getting these objectives. Faker in a side lane, though, I do think is a big problem, because we haven't talked about Doran as much. Is still sitting at almost 400 stacks, and I think should be fine against the Tristana, but once he finishes Mortal Reminder, I actually think it's going to be hard for Doran, because he hasn't really been put in a position in this game where, you know, sometimes we see the Nessus get a bunch of kills, get a lot of turret gold. This time around, not so much.
I mean, even though he's an infinite stacking champion, this champion always feels strongest in the mid-game when he's too durable. It'll get to the point where he's going to get shredded, and also, it's really hard for him to stay on targets. Like, if he withers anyone, apart from Carrier, which you don't really want to be withering Carrier, but they can just create space quite easily. You have the Buster Shot, you have the Satchel, and as a result, it's going to be hard for him to stick onto targets unless he's got a flank, and you will just get shredded. We get some big item spikes coming in here as well. The Andrews was finished, Baguma, Zayas has his Manamune completed. So T1 definitely feeling like they have some spikes to play around. Ona is setting up around the Baron, but we have a minute until that next Mountain Dragon. And thank you for highlighting there was 420 stacks for the Nasus. So getting there.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Zeka feels like not as fast as we saw in Game 3. Viper just kind of running away from everything, but he's going to get satcheled into the wall and has to flash away. Already cleansed the Solar Flare, and that's right before this Dragon is about to spawn in 30 seconds.
The poke is landing, and Humble Life, they might be able to hold on to this mid turret. Do have a lot of ranged wave clear, but it looks like 25 seconds on the clock. Doran, he can obviously make it, is already on his way. Zeka has TP, but no sums on Viper. That's quite big, and Peanut has the back as well. We'll see TPs coming in. I think Humble Life still want to try and contest this. Still 10 seconds towards the Drake. It would be a really big win for T1 if they can get this.
Yeah, Doran TPing in here to try and defend the tower. It just takes some poke for it.
Yeah, he is Nasus. He'll be able to heal up a bit. But yeah, very nice setup here for T1, but they don't know about this ward. So maybe they're going to have an inkling now that it is there. T1 trying to hang around. They will clear that out. And really want to take down the second Dragon, but they're being very careful about it.
And it's just so hard to approach, and they're taking so much damage anytime anyone steps up.
Faker getting withered and taking a bunch of poke, and now Carrier's got to flash away. Not the cleanest setup around this one, and now How Life Esports are going to take over control of this very important brush.
Bot Wave is knocking on the doors, but doesn't look like Humble Life is really going to care. They want to secure this Dragon. Zeka is off on his own, but I don't think T1 knows about it. Now they will.
I mean, they're going to spot him coming on in. Zeka just kind of an awkward spot. He will be able to call down Mom from here, but he's not really in the fight for what it's worth. He's looking to maybe engage with the Blast Cone as Corki, as now it's just flanking Corki, and there goes the Leona. Mom comes down, they're just trying to zone them away, burst down the Dragon, and that they will. They take down the mountain, and now they're so close to this one. Zeka has to flash out of here. They want to take the fight afterwards, but the zoning that is coming in is pretty big, but there's the Leona into it, but the light is right on top of him. Peanut also gets away, but Viper's still in a lot of trouble, will be taken down, and T1, they're getting resets. They're looking for more. Looks like they'll only get the one kill, and the Dragon is taken by How Life Esports.
This is a problem. They don't get the Dragon. The resets don't come in all the way, and with these low health bars and being on this side of the map, there's no chance to do Baron. Maybe they rush over and start it now, but this is a great setup for Delight, knocking away the Leona. And you know after the Dragon's secured, HLE want to disengage, the poke starts to come in, the Zigzag is massive, and then Viper's ulting to create space. Carrier gets this great ult, but Delight again is clutch with the disengage to stop the Leona getting on target. They still lose Viper, but that could have been so much worse if Carrier was able to get in.
A single extra kill for Faker, like, not even better. They could have ended up losing the game there. Like, T1 had a giant wave already barreling towards the bot side. They have 5 grubs, Ziggs and Tristana. But thanks to the disengage, Faker doesn't get the resets. They don't get the necessary kills. And I think that actually favors Homa, right? They set up Soul Point, only give up a kill, and they're not going to be feeling too bad about that one.
I will say, though, they do lose mid-tier 1 for that. And now you can see Guma pushing in super deep. They can move towards the Baron, have heavy control, and playing against a composition with so much poke like this, vision control is king. If T1 deny vision and just throw poke at you for the Fog of War, it's borderline unplayable. If the reverse is true and HLE have the vision control, you know, you can easily dodge a bouncing bomb thrown at you when you know where they are and they don't know where you are. And I think that mid-tier 1 is definitely an edge for T1. They still have a lot in favor of them right now, but they can't mess up again around these dragons or they give over the soul. And now Zeka with the stacks just adds to the pressure.
As hit the stacks is going to be a really big menace, and also as long as you keep control of that Baron pit even remotely, takes away so much of what makes T1 a scary team to face. The Baron calls, I think, have taken a bit of a slower turn compared to where they used to be, say, a year ago. We still know that they are big fans of it. Mortal Reminder now done for Faker. That's a really big spike here. Zeus approaching a third item as well. They have TP and Faker in the side lane, but Hanwha Life, they're quite hard to engage on again. So much kiteback potential. And now, if T1 ever mess up and engage, and Zeka just gets to get like 3-4 extra Qs off, that can mean the end of not only this game, but the series and the opportunity for T1 to again face off against Gen G. Like has happened a bunch of times in recent history.
I think they just want to pressure this Baron. TP called in, and they say, Faker, get over here. We're doing the Baron. 5 members of T1 have already started up this objective. They're looking for the turn onto Peanut, who is incredibly tanky, and Carrion now over the wall, taking damage from the Smolder. This follow-up is not there, and it's just a free Leona. And the call is not clean on the turn from T1, and they just lose their support.
I'm just not sure what the game plan there was, because you don't have the damage to burst Peanut. The follow-up wasn't in position. He has Locket as well. He is very tanky. And Carrier, once you're in, there's no way you get out again. You went over the wall. His flash is only just coming up now. And Delight, again, does a great job locking him into the play with that stun. T1, you know what they're trying to do. You know they're trying to set up an advantage around this Baron. They don't want to make a 50-50 happen around the Dragon and risk HLE getting soul, but it backfires massively, and now we see Zeka picking up the rapid fire, a really big spike.
As we're taking a look, the TP was invested right from the get-go there by Faker, so you don't even get that advantage. And Peanut, he's just not gonna die. Realistically, as you point out, they just don't have it until unless everyone commits, but at that point, you are just waiting to get taken down. And if you're fighting into a choke point against the Poppy in particular, it's not gonna work as a
1v1, holding it out from the Ziggs, and it's just a trade. Guma trying to help out, trying to get over there on time, but it's actually a shutdown that's given over to Zeka.
But look at the respawn timers. Zeka has TP and Faker doesn't, and the respawn is pretty close to when the Dragon spawns, so HLE, you can go with full confidence. On top of that, Zeka got a big shutdown. This is pretty favored towards HLE right now. Faker going to be off the map longer. Let's see if they can push in and create some space against this poke.
It's definitely been kind of the way it's been going. You know, T1 have the gold lead, but it feels like Hanwha Life Esports are getting these little wins, and this time around it feels bigger because this is for Mountain Soul.
They can hard force, they know. Zeka is going to be up in 8 seconds. TP's available. T1, they need a miraculous steal, but I don't know if Ona can get to the pit, especially not with the light there.
That's so difficult for them. There's the TP, and it's just 4v5. What do you do except run away as Carrier? Owner thinking about getting in there, but it's not going to happen. He throws the spear, runs away. That's Mountain Soul given over to Hanwha Life Esports 29 minutes into the game.
And once again, T1 try and make a proactive play. Looks like a decent idea, but the backfire hurts them so much. The light going aggressive.
Oh, okay.
No.
It's about sending a message.
I was concerned for both of them.
He's tanky now, right? Mountain Soul, and the thing is, if that means an extra Nidalee Q, an extra Ziggs Q, just to burst through the shield, it's so hard. They're starting the Baron.
Oh, a lot of ults are down here for Hanwha Life. I don't know if that's enough, but T1 is going to try.
They're going to send it. We'll see if it works out for them. Peanut is in the pit. The Solar Flare doesn't hit anything, and it goes to Peanut. The steal comes in, and T1 might just get wiped here. They've got Doran in the front line for Hanwha. He's going to flash the wall. Down will go Faker in the execution. And even potential for the Penta. It's not going to happen, but Hanwha Life Esports with this team fight win take a massive lead in this game.
And T1, it felt like they were in a desperate position after losing the soul, but HLE don't hesitate at all. They move forwards and crush their hopes of the Mountain Soul. They can start to do some real damage to structures. I don't think it's a game ender, but with Baron as well, there's not going to be much left of the base after they have their way with it.
Nexus might not go down, but maybe we can call it a game ender nonetheless. The gold now gonna spike. The map control that T1 so desperately needed going to be denied. And Faker's gonna be up, Kuma's gonna be up, but I don't know how much of the base they can keep standing. And outside of an absolutely ludicrous Elder Flip situation, I don't know if this is gonna work. And this is the play that it all comes down to, where they feel like with the Ziggs they have an angle, but it doesn't end up working out.
Yep, Zeka having just enough damage and able to dodge away from the ult. And this play just felt like desperate. You see Carrier ult over the wall, assuming Peanut's there. This is not calculated, this is not set up, this is... The game is over unless we do something crazy. They do something crazy and the game is over. Unfortunately, it doesn't go their way. I understand the reason they went for it, but it just goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, and after you lose the Baron, you lose the fight, it just feels like you don't really have much else left going for you. Hanwha Life Esports, they are taking everything, and it was little by little they were getting wins around the map, and then finally they were able to find a really big one. And again, guys, this is for Worlds. World Seed would go over to Hanwha if they win it here, and now they've caught another one as down will go Owner, and they're looking to maybe end this one. We've seen some Red Bull Baron power plays in this one, but no 7,000 gold Red Bull Baron power plays until now.
And Hanwha Life, full control of the map. Doran pushing in the side lane. No one that can answer him. Owner ends up going down. And Zeka just gets to press his cues with the rapid fire. And barring a miracle, it looks like Hanwha Life, the heavy favorites coming in today, actually going to deliver on that, going to go up against Gen G tomorrow and punch their ticket to Worlds.
T1 just trying to clear the waves for the time being. The wave clear's there, but it's a struggle against the Baron. 2 inhibitor towers already down, and this can just play around the rapid fire to pressure this one. Look at the damage!
Oh god, and they're gonna throw this on top of Zeka, but it's actually Faker who's in danger of going down, and now the turret will fall. It's actually an 8,200 Baron power play by the end of it all. And Hanwha Life Esports are knocking on the door of their seed to the finals, to Worlds. And I don't think T1 have legs to stand on anymore. We've got a 7,000 gold lead for Hanwha. Hanwha Life in control of this game. Will they end it here is really the only last question. They're going to take every inhibitor that they can and everything that they can away from T1.
I think T1 just have to try and force something. If they lose triple inhib with Elder in 2 minutes, the game's over. But the opportunity is just not there.
And they just don't really have an angle as Peanut taking a bit of damage here, but the light just holds up the helicopter. Karya blocks a lot, but you've already lost your inhibitor. That's a bit of damage, but at the end of the day, it's Mountain Soul.
It's just a bit. Locket is there. The rest of Hanwha Life just walks it off. No one is at threat. There's no follow-up. And as mentioned, like without Karya's flash, how do you actually start a fight as T1? And the answer is, unfortunately for them, you don't.
Yeah, and at this point now, it's an impossible situation for T1. Triple inhibs down, Super Minion's going to be pushing in. A minute 10 until Elder. HLE make the right call, they play it safe. They're not going to risk the opportunity to close the series out, to deny T1 the finals and to punch their ticket to World. So they're just going to secure Elder. If T1 contests them, they'll kill them. If T1 don't, they could even pick up the Baron as well, but I don't think it's even needed. Everything going in favor of them right now. T1 need a miracle if they're going to be able to find a way back into this game.
Well, we've seen some miracles. I don't think we're going to see one here. It just feels like it's too much, and Hanwha Life Esports definitely deserve this massive lead that they have. They're clearing out all of the vision, expecting some kind of contest on this objective. And, I mean, you've got to move through so much of this jungle to even have a chance to even see the Elder Dragon.
They'll have double Elder buff, right? You have Zeka already stacked up. Might not even wait till then, but I think Hanwha Life, as you're saying, like, why take a risk when you can just play for the guaranteed, we're going to get Elder, we're going to push in with the triple inhib, and we're going to end the game.
Why have one Smolder when you can have 5?
Yeah!
738 stacks on Doran as well.
Yeah.
They're taking a good route, though. They're actually I don't think they're going to make it in time. We'll see. Hanwha can just beat
they
it
have
off.
TP as well, but yeah, it's just the turn from Hanwha, and a bit of damage comes in, but the stopwatch, oh, the Ziggs damage is massive actually in that bush, but do they have enough to take out Hanwha? Peanut has to flash away, but Viper flashes in, he's getting so low, but Zeus takes him down. Owner and Zeus, the last hope of T1, but they will not take out Zeka. That will do it. Hanwha Live Esports take the 3-1 victory tonight.
And we will be denied the repeat T1 Genji finals. HLE gonna break up this streak. They're gonna go to finals. They're gonna go to Worlds. HLE come in strong with a 3-1 victory over T1.
And Hanwha Life, the form was better than Spring. The games looked a lot more decisive. There was always the chance, is it just going to be what we've seen so many times in the LCK? And Hanwha Life say no. Outstanding performances here, in particular from Peanut, right? At no point today did it feel like there ever was an opportunity for Owner to make his mark on this series. And T1 going to be knocked down to the regional qualifier and will not be able to try and repeat the almost miracle that they find in Spring.
Yeah, they will be the highest seed in the regional finals, so chances are good, but likely we'll have to reevaluate things after this series. And ultimately, the closest game this series was the 1-T1 won. Just made it abundantly clear that HLE very deserving, a very convincing win, and hopefully setting up some believers for tomorrow where they face down Gen G, who have looked like by far the strongest team in the LCK, but HLE definitely making it clear they are at least number 2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear. We've said it all season long. Gen G are on top, Hanwha Life Esports are next, and then there's a big gap. There's even a gap between Gen G and Hanwha, but maybe after today you get some time on stage, you have a good series against T1. T1 actually put up a decent fight, give you some practice, you know? And Hanwha Life Esports maybe going to be feeling good into that Gen G final, and you never know what can happen tomorrow.
And I think the thing is, you know, we always are thinking T1 can blow up, it can happen. We've seen them return to form so many times, but I think Hanwha Life Esports just looked so solid, so hard to contend with, and you know, it's a shake-up. It's something different, something we haven't seen for a while, another team in finals, and that could be it. That could be the end of the reign for Gen G.
And the final Rocks Tiger back in finals. Obviously was insanely dominant with Gen G. Managed to get 3 titles, 2 of which were with Delight, 3 of which were with Doran. There's going to be an opportunity, and may I remind you that this man does not have an LCK title. This man hasn't even made it to the finals. Up until now, he's won Worlds.
Yeah.
But hasn't made it yet, and an absolutely colossal win here today for Hanwha. Even making it again to the grand finals for this org is incredible.
It is massive, and they will enjoy their victory. There are so many sobbing fans, as you know, it's a huge achievement to make it past T1, that huge organization, and for Hanwha Life Esports stake their claim on what could be the beginning of a bit of a Hanwha Life Esports run. We'll see how they do tomorrow, but just as you mentioned, the fact that they make finals, the fact that they look so good moving into this, and that they go to Worlds and all this, they get so many seeds and so many things, a lot of stress off their back as well. It's got to feel great for them as an organization.
And honestly, it feels pretty good for Worlds as well, knowing that Hanwha Life Esports is another one of the teams locked in, because Gen G obviously have looked fantastic, but HLE, the way they've been playing through playoffs today as well, the snap decisions, when something slight mistake for the team feels so crippling, when they immediately jump on it, and so many times they will just find a way to really twist the knife. It's really just a pleasure to see, and I feel like every individual had their moment in this series. Obviously for me, the big standout, definitely Peanut, had a very fantastic series, but it feels like everyone knows their role, and it's funny that Viper, someone who, you know, even have the Viper Life Esports, that it feels like he's been a lot quieter on this in this split, not because of necessarily he hasn't been putting the numbers, especially in playoffs, but just the rest of the team has been so good, it doesn't feel like it's all falling on his shoulders like we've sometimes seen before. The team is good, not just the individuals.
And a lot of that also is due to the improvement that Zeka has made. This was a player that, even in the run where they won Worlds, was often criticized for having a very small champion pool right leading up to Worlds, or necessarily the standard.
He just proves that by playing smaller for 4 games.
That's a good. I mean, over the split, Ox, but fair call out. And what I love about Hanwha specifically is the fact that, as we mentioned, like, we're talking about, okay, they can play aggressively because they have the Zeka TP. And then they actually make that happen. Here, they don't flip the Elder, they don't give the opportunity, just calm, collected, taking away any opportunities that T1 had.
You just hear the final calls. They say, let's give it our all. You know, let's try our best moving into tomorrow, most likely, and probably just for the rest of the year in general. Guma did do a lot of damage in that last fight especially, but at the end of the day, they were just too far behind. And for T1, as you guys mentioned, you know, they do have the regional qualifiers. They're not out of Worlds. They haven't, like, lost anything yet, but obviously this is going to be a big hit for them, not able to make the finals for the first time in quite a while.
Yeah, and as a result, you know, they can only be 3rd or 4th seed for Worlds, which is definitely a different vibe, different feel. They are the reigning world champions and knocked down a couple of pegs on the back of this, but still, we know they'll bounce back. T1 always a team who will sort of fight back from their defeats, and they'll come strong in the regional qualifier, but HLE definitely making a statement today.
Really are. And if you're wondering how to qualify, it's very easy. So now the qualifier is set. So we have KT and B&K in the bottom bracket. DK and T1 both have 2 lives, so we'll see how that plays out in the near future.
Yeah, and most likely, it's DK and T1 that make it. But you never know. That's why we've got a bracket.
Miracle Run, 4th year in a row.
We've seen some 6th place teams do it before. But either way, guys, this was the lower finals from us. I hope you did enjoy it. Hanwha Life Esports, a very just granted win. They deserve this 100%, and we'll see how they do tomorrow up against Gen G. Should be a blast. And make sure you guys are tuning into the finals tomorrow. But we're going to hand it over to Helen, over to Deer for the translation. Take it away for the stage interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the post-match interview translation, joined by Hanwha Life Esports, who just took a 3-1 victory in the lower finals of the 2024 LCK Playoffs Round 4, presented by Woori. So let's hear from Doran, Peanut, Zeka, Viper, Delight, and head coach Dandy. Congratulations! Thank you.
네, 팬분들의 뜨거운 함성 들리시죠? 도란 선수 오늘 3대 1로 승리를 하면서
are so rowdy. Doran, you took T1 down with a 3-1 victory and advanced to the finals. How do you feel? Now being able to perform and play in front of so many fans supporting us on such a big stage was so ecstatic, and it was so fun. And I feel like I missed one finals, and just being able to go back, it just feels surreal, and I will be sure that I am ready. And even your head coach Dandy mentioned how threatening and how important the top lane matchup is. So what mindset did you play with today? No, I put in my everything and thought that, you know, I should play as always, as I have always been playing. And so no one can stop Doran in his peak form. What are your thoughts on this statement, and how did you feel about today's matchup? You know, I think it's just everything that we have been doing so far and all the preparation have really paid off. And regarding the statement for today's match, I feel like I wasn't really in my peak form. I wasn't able to showcase that, but tomorrow I will. And Doran, you have experience winning 3 consecutive titles with Gen G. And this will be your 4th title if you win, so what does this finals mean to you?
이것저것 준비하는데 되게
You know, during the rehearsal and all the preparation work that went into today's match,
되게 욕심이 많이 나더라고요.
honestly, I felt really
그래서
emotional.
지금 이 상태로
Maybe it's an
내일
overstatement,
경기하게
but you know,
정말
there
좋은
has been so much
경기
work
해줄
put
것
into
같고
this, and just
자신감도 되게 많이
winning
차있습니다.
tomorrow would mean so much. And I actually feel so confident for tomorrow.
자, 이어서 피넛 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Next up, let's talk to Peanut.
승리 축하드립니다. 하나생명의 전신인
Congratulations!
타이거즈에서
You know, at Hanolife Esports, formerly known as Rocks Tigers, you got their first title 8 years ago. And after returning to your former team, you led the team to the grand finals once again. So what does this grand finals mean to you?
8년 전에 했어요.
You know, my finals, my first title was 8 years ago. And today, that's why I even wanted to go to the finals even more. And I'm just really glad and
생각했는데 그걸 이뤄내서 제일 좋은 것 같습니다.
you know, just being able to achieve that dream of coming to the finals and advancing to the finals with my team, it just feels like so surreal. It means so much to me. And so in games 1 and 3, you got POG with Poppy, and Delight piloted her in game 4. So what is the overall evaluation of Poppy as a team? I feel like rather than saying that she's really extremely good, but against an aggressive team like T1, Poppy has a really good counter to that kind of a team play style. So I believe that that was just something that we tried to utilize today in today's match.
우와, 또 이렇게 유니폼을 들고 오셨어요.
Wow, someone has the old Rocks Tigers uniform.
더 뜨겁게 달아오를 것 같은데요.
How does it feel? Feel like you'll have a resolution like no other. Honestly, it feels really nice, and it actually brings back really good memories. I feel like all my old teammates must feel so happy to see this.
시즌까지 몸담았던 젠지를 상대하게 됩니다.
Now, what's remaining is your match against Genji, which you were a part of last season. And it's time to win and prove yourself. So what did you work on the most to prepare? With Genji being able to pull off so many good team fights, I feel like aside from macro, I think it's just really going to be more about teamwork and team fights. So I think we're able to showcase that today, and as long as we keep that up, it will go smoothly tomorrow as well. And you are on the path of winning 7 titles and becoming the first jungler to do so. So what is your resolution? Honestly, I don't think that there's a lot left in my professional career, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. So I will make sure and do my best to win tomorrow.
이어서 제카 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Let's talk to Zeka.
LCK 첫
Zeka, this is
결승입니다.
your first LCK finals.
또 가까운 경주에서
Close to your
결승을 가게
hometown,
되셨는데요.
Pohang,
기분
you'll be a
어떠신가요?
part of the finals in Gyeongju. How do you feel?
스프링 때 좀 아쉽게 떨어지고 나서 이제 제
You know, after we unfortunately lost and got eliminated from the playoffs last spring, we were just that much more desperate for this season. So I'm just really glad that we're able to make it to the grand finals. And Hanwha blind picked Smolder in all 4 games and used him in mid for 3 of those games. So it looked like the team prioritized Smolder over Ziggs. So what strength were you looking at? So Smolder as a champion has really strong late game. And I think it was just all about late game. We wanted to get the most value in the late game, and that's why we prioritized him.
정말 최고였습니다. 월드 우승을 이뤄보기는 하셨지만
And so,
LCK
although you
결승전은
are a
처음입니다.
world's champion, this will be your
결승에
first
치르게 될
LCK
텐데
finals.
각오 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Your first one on a big stage. So what is your resolution?
먼저 밟아보고 이렇게 LCK 무대를 밟아서
You know, being able to be a part
한데
of the world stage, the world's grand final stage, and being able to be a part of the LCK grand finals, it'll be different. It's going to feel different, but I want to do my best and win it once again.
바이퍼 선수
And Viper.
개인적으로도 정말 오랜만에 LCK 결승에 진출을
So
하셨습니다.
it's been a while since you made it to the LCK finals in your career.
기분이 어떠세요?
Since 2019 summer, it's been 5 years. How do you feel?
사실 이번 스프링 시즌 때
a little,
갈 수 있을 거라 생각했는데
you know,
못
this
가서 많이 아쉬웠었고
this spring was the time that I thought I was going to be
오랜만에 가게
making it,
돼서
but
되게 기쁩니다.
it felt really disappointing to not make it back then. So I'm just really happy that I'm able to be a part of the grand finals this time around.
오늘 바텀 대결.
And you utilized and focused on using Jhin today. So what was the main point of today's match against T1 in the bot lane?
라인전을
Against
계속
T1,
쓰고 있고요. 그런
I always put in even more effort to winning the lane in the bot lane, and I can't really disclose too much detail, but I feel like we were able to utilize such a good champion today.
걸려 있는 결승전이 바로
And with your first LCK title on the line, the grand finals will be tomorrow. And you promised that if you win the title, you will sing AD Carry God Viper.
연습 많이 하셨나요?
Have you practiced a lot?
그냥
No, I didn't practice at all. But you know, if I do win the title, I will sing it for you.
바이퍼 선수의 우승 그리고 또 노래도 기대해 보겠습니다.
We
감사합니다.
are certainly looking forward to that.
나눠보겠습니다. 딜라이트 선수.
And next, let's talk to Delight.
오늘도 엄청난 플레이 보여주셨는데요.
Wow, what an incredible performance by you today.
소감 들려주시죠.
This will be your third all-time. You have already secured 3 LCK finals appearance. How do you feel? You know, this is so important for our entire team, so we'll do our best.
4세트 POG를 받게 된 딜라이트 선수입니다.
And you got POG in game 4.
싸움이 대단하기도 했었고요. 또 서포 픽에
And
대한
both supports were highlighted today.
생각대로 잘 풀린 것 같으신가요?
And there was so much anticipation with the support picks. So, do you think the draft phase went in your favor? I feel like a lot of the picks that we saw in the draft phase were some of the picks that we had expected, and that definitely means that it did go in our favor. So you were a part of Genji in the past with 2 titles under your belt. So what does this upcoming finals personally mean to you? You know, this is the moment to prove myself, and this is the time I will halt Genji and stop them from a 5-beat. And any shout out to your fans. We'll be ready for tomorrow and give you an entertaining and good match tomorrow. Thank you. Lastly, let's talk to head coach Dandy.
네, 댄디 감독님, 감독 부임 이후에 LCK
So since you were appointed as the head coach, you managed to secure your first LCK finals. How do you feel? No, I'm incredibly happy. No, I wanted to make sure that we make it this time since we had a disappointing result last spring season. Being able to make it to the grand finals means so much. So in today's match against T1, we expected an intense pick and ban battle. So what was the most important aspect of the draft? Yeah, there are a lot of draft decisions that involved strategy, but ultimately we knew that our players were able to utilize a lot of these picks a lot better than our opponent. So we had a lot of faith in our team. So anything you'd like to say to your players who played their hearts out? Good work, you guys. Being able to win today means a lot, and it's very, very happy that we were able to make it to the grand finals, but I want us to actually be able to lift the trophy, and I know we can do it. And with Hana Life Esports' new name, you have brought the team to the finals, the highest point they've ever reached. And now it's time to win it all. So share your resolution with the Hana Life Esports fans. You know, as long as our wait was, I want to make sure that tomorrow is just as valuable and it pays off for everyone. Congratulations once again. And that's the end of the post-match interview with Hana Life Esports. Please give it up for Hana Life Esports and tossing it back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that wonderful translation and a great insight into how Hanwha Life feel after breaking the cycle. No longer is it Gen G versus T1. Hanwha Life Esports write their name into the books for Worlds 2024 and take one step closer towards writing themselves into the LCK history books as well. Welcome back to the space, Digon, alongside Wadid and Wolf. And I think we got to start at the top, the history. 2,941 days since the last time the Hanwha Life Esports organization made it back to the finals, and specifically Peanut as well.
That's right. So that was in 2016 LCK summer. That was the Rocks Tigers roster that was famed, right, with Smeb, Kuro, you've got Prey and Gorilla in the bottom lane. The roster that famously broke up after Worlds, right? It's been that long since this org has actually gotten the finals. Think about 8 years of so many different players on this team. Doran on this team, coming back to this team. Depth was on this team, right? They had a budget year in 2022. But finally, I think they can put themselves in that conversation of being a top elite team. They were always in the shadow of teams like T1, Genji, and Damwon for so long. But now Hanwha finally are able to cross the finish line. They were stopped by T1 just last season. And I mean, it's such a cool story for the org since it's been so long.
Yeah, and also it's kind of shocking that Zeka and Viper didn't won LCK even though they won Worlds. So probably this is really great chance for them as well.
3 for Doran, 6 for Peanut, 2 for Delight, and then 0 for both those guys have won World Championships. So before we get into the matchup with Gen G and Hanwha Life Esports, let's break down this final match of the series and see how we got there. Let's take a look at the draft here in game number 4, guys.
I mean, it was kind of similar draft compared to game 1 and 2 and 3, but I think it was really crucial that Delight decided to play Poppy into Leona. Such is really great counter into Leona, and I think it was really impactful in the draft as well.
Yeah, it's a great counter pick, but also I think T1, the one thing I really didn't like about this draft, the same as the Zeus Zeri that we saw in the previous draft, is this draft doesn't have a ton of great engage. Like, you still have the Leona in this one, but the Corki means you don't really have a tank. So once again, you find yourself super vulnerable to the hard engages of Hanwha Life. They can warp team fights around this Poppy. Obviously, the Nasus is going to be a problem later on as well. And T1 were just so hell-bent in this series on putting Zeus on that pick in the top lane where he can actually have agency, but then they had the counter pick Nasus prepared. And T1, I think, really didn't show any flexibility in the series, if I'm being totally honest, and they kept first picking the Ziggs with that counter pick in the bottom lane available as well of the Jhin.
And on top of that, it felt like the execution in the early game always went to the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Same thing here. Faker getting pushed on in. He had to use TP early. Then he gets killed first. But T1 find a way to stabilize and all of a sudden take a goal lead off of a sequence of events here around the third Drake.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it was really bad start from Faker, but somehow T1 found out the way how they can turn out the team fight is a bit 50-50, but I feel like Hanwha Life Esports was kind of like chilling and just playing around their comp. So I thought Hanwha Life Esports is gonna get like better team fights, but like Gumayushi was really on point on his jigs. So they got the Drake and they secured the mid turret, and also they could get the bot second turret as well because of Ziggs. And this shows how T1 managed out really well on Ziggs pick right now here.
As predictable as this draft was for T1, they knew how to pilot it. They came in super prepared with this style of play. The Ziggs bomb clearing the mid wave, an instant decisive call to go for that inner turret, also utilizing their poke and taking that objective early before Hanwha Life starts to really get online. It was a really nice moment for T1 and gave you hope that maybe they could actually snowball this game, but they didn't have the same lead they had with the Ziggs last time around in that Game 2 draft.
And honestly, probably one of the best plays macro-wise T1 played, because most of their success in this series and throughout this whole playoffs has been off of team fights. It's been, we take this fight, let's make some space. Okay, Faker cleaned it on up, Guma cleaned it on up, and that was a nice display of strategy here by T1. However, later on, at the Baron, this is the big call that decided the game.
T1 are so desperate at this stage of the game, they're losing control fast. The Nasus is stacking, right? The Smolder is stacking. They think they have this pocket division here, and perhaps with the Ziggs kind of zoning here, Hanwha Life won't be able to come to this Baron in time, but it's not the right call. It's desperation. I think a better move would have probably been to just simply continue to push waves. You didn't lose your inhibitors yet, and go for the Elder. They opt into this. The Smite is so early. It's an easy pickup here for Peanut as well. And the missed time here on the Corki Rocket from Faker. They tried to burst it down and get away with it, but this ends up being not only a lost Baron, a lost team fight, and then 3 inhibitors go down. The game was won for Hanwha, and the series was won. T1 flipping their entire tournament life on this play.
I mean, I just don't understand if you really need to do like this because, I mean, yes, of course you lost the soul, but you still have the inhibitor and also you have higher chance when you compete against the Elder Drake. So, I mean, it was kind of weird, but at the same time, we could see how desperate with their comp because if you give more time to Smolder and Nasus, you cannot win against those champions. We obviously know that. So that's why I think T1 choose to fight on the Nasher. But at the same time, as you mentioned, it was kind of last fight for T1 in this series. So it was really a poor decision by T1, I guess.
Risky, risky, risky. Even Keria throwing out the Solar Flare over the back of the pit because they didn't have vision. That's how much they were like, hey, we got to make this play here happen. All right, POG here for game number 4. Who gets it for Hanwha Life Esports? And it is Delight, and it's Poppy yet again, but it is Delight here getting his first POG of the series.
Yeah, this shows why Hanwha Life Esports is strong as a team because we saw how good is Peanut on Poppy, but also Delight plays really good on Poppy. So that's the draft gap, and also it's the choice. You can actually choose either you can play jungle Poppy or support Poppy. It doesn't matter. They are really good on both.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously you have a lot of agency as Poppy when Faker has to be bailed out by Keria. So Keria is constantly on the roam, and then they're playing that 2v2 in mid. I feel like so much of this game was Delight being left open to make big plays and roam around the map and actually punish T1, and he took those opportunities very well. Only really having that whiffed ult on the Dragon fight we showed earlier. A pretty one-sided vote here. Again, most of our series was, but I think a few jungle votes here do make sense. I almost voted for Peanut as well. Fantastic series from both of them.
All right, now that we've got the series done and dusted, we can meme it a little bit. Left Media, yet again, doing some crazy stuff. I wanted to make sure that we kept it serious during the series. Now that it's done, oh, you Left Media, you're such a good one. All right, now let's take a look at the result here. 3-1 as Hanwha Life Esports take care of business in games 1, 3, and 4. That means T1 will drop down to the regional final on the top side of the bracket. 2 best-of-5 series to qualify for Worlds for them and D+. And as Chronicler said earlier, KT and BNK Fearex only can lose 1 series. And on the opposite side, Hanwha Life and Gen G going on in it. And yeah, okay, there's those Preds right there. And we had the Hopium, you know, magic.
We did that. I can't gloat too much because T1 did win that second game. They clutched it out. But at the same time, I think most people still felt Hanwha were going to get it done today. I think there was hope that there was some T1 magic going to once again strike here. But Hanwha were just the better team today in every way. They almost won that second game as well. Could have been a 3-0.
I mean, I'm so hyped for new story, new multiverse. I don't know, it's new universe, guys. I'm so happy. I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, there's so many different storylines that can go around. Again, Viper and Zeka, world champs, LPL champ over for Viper, never an LCK title for them. Peanut going back after coming back to his original organization after so many years, making his way on in, and Gen G trying to solidify themselves as the best team in the world.
It's Chovy's ex-team as well. You know, he was a Hanwha Life player. So, I mean, there's so many awesome storylines for tomorrow. Some of them we've seen before. You have Gen G, Orange, right, and Hanwha, and some of those ex-players there trying to get revenge to prove, yeah, they're not on this super team of Gen G, but maybe they could take them down. I could not be more hyped, to be honest.
Final thoughts, what did?
I mean, I'm so happy that we have the new story, and also, I mean, I don't think either than Hanwha Esports, Gen G is just way stronger than any other team. So I think Hanwha Life Esports is only one team that maybe you can compete against Gen G right now.
All right, y'all. The pressure is off for Hanwha Life Esports as they have qualified for Worlds, but now can they take on the reigning champs here in the LCK, one of the best teams in the world in Gen G? We'll find out tomorrow. From everyone here at the LCK, for all of you that got to stay in and watch, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate all your support, and we've got one more big match to go here in Gyeongju, so we'll catch you tomorrow for the grand finals of the LCK 2024 Summer Split.
우리가 왜 1왕인지 제대로 보여줬습니다. 이 전차 어떻게 막나요? 이미 공방어 튜닝 다 끝났는데. 젠지 결승 직행합니다. 왜 이 팀이 5킷을 노리는지 진짜 압도적인 경기력을 보여주었네요. 연속해서 에이스를 뽑아냅니다. 하나 생명.
쉽잖아, 쉽잖아.
전차처럼 안타나고 있어요.